Chapter 351, Did you? Envy clouds your mind. Solaris couldn't help but have these words flash across her mind like a bolt of lightning as she watched Elizabeth's expression shift from calm and casual to utterly cold. She knew it was the most idiotic thing she could have done, openly showing her emotions, her envy, her jealousy over the fact that Elizabeth was Noah's wife and not her. She didn't quite know why she chose to target Elizabeth with her envy. Oh, maybe she did, actually. But admitting the truth would have been far uglier than the situation she was already in, but at this point, she might as well go all out. She might as well pour every drop of feeling onto Elizabeth, empty herself completely so that she could finally live in peace. Or die, she didn't care anymore. She was at her last straw. So even as Elizabeth's empty smile and blank white eyes, eyes that could make gods forget why they were gods to begin with, stared back at her, Solaris continued, "Why you and not me?" she asked. Her voice heavy with the weight of injustice. Elizabeth raised an eyebrow. Then she understood why Solaris was acting like this. But she didn't speak. No, she simply stayed silent and listened, and Solaris didn't hesitate. Why did he choose you and not me? If he needed someone to backstab the goddess, if he needed someone to kill the chosen one, I would have been perfect. I was the saintess. Her voice began slow, but it rose. Inch by inch, with growing heat, I was the most adequate for that role. He could have come to me, gained my trust, my heart, done whatever he wanted, and I would have obeyed him. So why you, here? Her voice grew louder again. It seemed she wasn't satisfied standing so far away, so she rose from her seat and walked slowly, steadily toward Elizabeth. Her footsteps echoed in the silent room, each one sounding like the ticking of the end of time itself. Why Emily and not me? Her daughter was the first to be with Noah, yet that didn't stop him from accepting her. Why Crystal and not me? She was a fucking whore. Someone who sold her body because she was useless, too cowardly to take risk or responsibility. Now she stood directly before Elizabeth, her golden eyes spitting envy so thick it was disgusting to look at. Her entire soul was blackened by the feeling, gnawed from within, hollowed by the leech of jealousy devouring what was once good inside her. Without even realizing it, her golden eyes began to shimmer faintly. Elizabeth remained silent. Her expression unreadable. Unchanged. Why? Solaris whispered, voice breaking. She looked drained of all strength. She collapsed to her knees in front of Elizabeth. She had poured out everything that had been choking her from within for so long. Strangely, she felt a fleeting sense of liberation for it, even though she had done it before her master. It was almost ironic. She vividly remembered the day she took Elizabeth in as her disciple and successor to the saintess position. And now here she was, Elizabeth standing tall and divine, her luxurious silver hair gleaming like a cluster of starlight, her blank eyes holding the fate of everyone in lay, while she, the former saintess, knelt before her after giving her a perfect display of how disgustingly human she truly was. Fear crept into Solaris's heart. She didn't dare look up. Fortunately, her vision was blurred by tears, so she stayed there, silent, waiting for a harsh rebuke, a swift death, or a slow, wrenching one. She wondered which of the three it would be, and then her answer came. But it was not one she had expected. Why us and not you? Elizabeth echoed her question. Solaris trembled. She didn't answer. Elizabeth didn't expect her to. She continued, there isn't a single answer to that question. There are many. But if I were you, I wouldn't ask why me. Solaris's ears perked up at those words. She blinked slowly, letting the tears fall, finally seeing Elizabeth clearly again. Her expression was still unreadable. I would have asked myself, what did I do to get what I wanted? It's easy to come here and complain, to curse all of us for being Noah's wives, for being loved by him, for having power and status. But from the beginning, what did you do to deserve him? Here, Elizabeth's expression hardened, sculpted from frost itself. Noah is the absolute. The ruler of lay. The progenitor. The creator. He is many things, and each of them carries a weight you cannot even begin to comprehend. Tell me, why would a man like that come to you, of all people, out of love? Her question struck like a world-shattering slap across Solaris's face. Elizabeth went on, merciless, voice sharp and unflinching. You saw Emily, how she waited for years just to be accepted. The same with Red. These women loved Noah. They wanted him. And so they did whatever they had to do to be part of his harem. Did you? She paused. No, you didn't, so let me tell you something. Solaris, Elizabeth leaned forward, her face just an inch away from Solaris's shattered one. If you have nothing that could make Noah come to you on his own, willingly, then you better move your ass and go to him if you love him that much, and if you can't even do that, her tone dropped drastically, soft, almost a whisper. Yet to Solaris, it was the loudest voice she had ever heard in her life. If you can't even do that, then don't you ever come to me again with this pathetic spectacle. Do you understand me? Elizabeth hissed. Solaris didn't answer right away. She stayed silent for several seconds before finally parting her trembling lips to ask the question that had been squirming in her mind. Would you not mind a new woman? She asked meekly, too meekly for someone of her station. If any of the church's other branch leaders had seen her now, they would have been shocked to the core. Solaris had always been unreachable to them, the untouchable leader of the Church of the Absolute, the saintess of Noah himself. Even if Noah barely cared about any of that, what a dickhead. At her question, Elizabeth couldn't help but stifle a laugh. She tried to suppress it, but failed. Us? Please. We moved past that long ago. Even Celine doesn't limit Noah anymore, as long as the woman he brings is loyal and gets along with us, so if you're worried we won't accept you. You're mistaken. We've accepted whores. We've accepted cheaters. We've even accepted our greatest enemies, so as long as we get along, Elizabeth finally smiled, we can be sisters with whoever our dear husband brings, even if it's a red-skinned woman from an unknown universe, she added as her eyes suddenly flared with a cornucopia of silver threads of fate, then dimmed just as quickly. She sat there blankly for a moment, as if realizing something, before a smile spread across her lips. I think you'd better be fast if you want to be among us. Her grin widened. My love is already collecting again. Amid all of this, Solaris remained on the floor, hope flickering in her golden eyes like the fragile wings of a bird rising to meet a new dawn. Now she knew what she had to do. She needed to stop waiting and start acting. If Noah didn't come to her, then she would go to him, and she would show him that she was his saintess, and that she didn't deserve to be ignored. She deserved to be, chapter 352, closer. But now what? That was the question Solaris asked herself now that she finally knew what she wanted to do. If she wanted Noah's attention, she would have to do whatever it took to have him. What could she do? She didn't believe Noah would simply accept her just because she took the first step. She needed something within her that might appeal to him. Or maybe, Solaris's restless thoughts slowly began to quiet as she glanced at Elizabeth sitting before her. Still poised like a queen who owed nothing to the universe. With dried tears marking her cheeks, Solaris smiled crookedly. Will you help me? She asked. Elizabeth tilted her head in mild surprise at the question. Once again, she was tempted to laugh, but she managed to suppress it this time. She couldn't fathom where Solaris found the nerve to ask for help from someone she had just trash-talked, someone she had openly envied, or maybe that was exactly the reason why. She shook her head. She couldn't possibly guess the thought process of this now-twisted woman. And she didn't want to. Her mind was still reeling from the vision she had just witnessed about a red-skinned woman from another universe. She needed time to think about it. And, more importantly, she needed to go and gossip this piece of news to her sisters. She wondered how they would react. Certainly, it would be a sight to behold. Since Noah's departure, they usually gathered together to pass the time, sometimes telling stories about how they came to be Noah's wives, sometimes speaking about the evolution of their domains and how they managed their territories. They giggled a lot on this one, and sometimes they simply talked about anything. Just like any group of women. They loved to gossip. And gossip they did. They all obviously missed Noah, and they couldn't wait to see him again. But in the meantime, each of them was progressing, learning new tricks about their powers, bonding with each other more deeply, becoming even closer and blurring the boundaries between them. If before they had said they were sisters just for the sake of it, or to soothe Noah's mind, now they said it because they felt it deep within their souls. There was no longer any distinction between ancient enemies, whores, or anything of that kind. They no longer cared about the past of the women. They only cared about what those women became after officially becoming Noah's wives. And until now, no one disappointed. And no one ever would. Oh, today is the weekly meeting. I'll be able to tell them about the red-skinned girl and even. She smiled inwardly, sultry and degenerate. I saw yesterday a very daring sex scene from a mortal couple inside Neko's domain. I cannot wait to tell them about that. We can learn from them for Noah's return. Even mortals were a source of inspiration for beings as divine as them. Her heart suddenly grew restless as the thought of returning to prepare for the meeting began to dig deeper into her mind, but Solaris's uncertain voice dispersed her thoughts like mist under a blinding sun. Will you help me, Silver Goddess? Solaris whispered, adding the nickname the wives of Noah were called. With a faltering smile, the latter focused back on her, watching her for a couple of seconds that seemed to last an eternity for Solaris, before she simply and demurely nodded her head. I will help you if you first help yourself, she finally said it, and Solaris beamed like a child who had just been promised a new toy. Back in the strange white oval room, question after question, both Noah and Virgo responded effectively, earning their points, but most of all, a deep understanding of existence and everything that makes existence something heavy, something utterly fascinating. The mechanical voice asked about faith, about personality, about myth, about love, about philosophy, about art. The voice had comprehensively covered a large part of what makes life. It was truly an eye-opener for both Noah and Virgo, because these questions helped them think of things they had never ever asked themselves before, like this one: what do I actually mean when I say I? That question made the two of them pause. What do I mean when I say I? It was an interesting question. Noah wondered if it was his body speaking, or his mind, or his memories, or the awareness behind all of them. He didn't know who was truly I when he said I. And that question sparked another within him. When he said something was meaningful, who decided that? Was it him? Was it because the records said it was? Was it because the universe thought it was? Or maybe even his wives? All these questions, seemingly ordinary, made Noah suddenly gain a deeper awareness of himself and his surroundings. And he realized that some of his past decisions were simply him reacting and accepting because the records, or even the universe, said it should be so. This helped him greatly. But the second thing might have helped him even more than all of this, and it was simply the fact that he had another person with him here. Another person meant another perspective. And another perspective meant another way of life worth studying, worth questioning. It was interesting to see how Virgo viewed life, and existence in general, so differently from him. Her views were more tempered, more in tune with the cosmic nature of the universe, compared to Noah, who viewed the universe and everything beyond as nothing but a whetstone for his ascension, something he needed to use, to devour, to grow stronger and more unique. Virgo was a woman of dreams. A woman who saw existence in black and white, compared to Noah's infinite shades of gray. She was a woman of great will, one who wanted to rise above her limitations by doing everything she could. She rarely smiled, but when she did, her smile brightened this sterile oval room. But most of all, she was a woman who loved sweets and fighting games a little too much. Noah couldn't suppress a smile as he watched Virgo with a sweet in her mouth, eyes focused, fingers blurring across the PlayStation controller as she played the fighting game like her life depended on it. They had just finished another question, their ninth, to be exact, and were given time to rest. Like always, Virgo used her points only for sweets and new games. They had grown closer compared to the start. After their first kiss, they had kissed again a few times, basking in the warmth of each other, laughing and even joking, trying to understand him better. Virgo realized that Noah was not all bad. In fact, Noah could only be described as a gray person. He was bad, for a reason. And he was good, for a reason. Learning that, Virgo tried to understand why he was good to her. It was a useless endeavor, because she would never know that he was good to her because he wanted her power. But she didn't need to know that. Actually, she only needed to know that this was how Noah acted when he liked someone. And he liked her. That, she managed to discover. You could have seen how giddy and happy she was. At that moment, she was at hair's breadth away from jumping on him and confessing that she, too, had started to feel comfortable in his presence. It wasn't love per se. It was almost at the level of a crush. Maybe a little higher than that. Still, she was happy to be with him, and now, Virgo's feelings for you have reached 50%. Honestly, this white oval room helped Noah immensely in gaining Virgo's affection. He almost wanted to kiss whoever was behind all of this, but that thought died as quickly as it was born when the mechanical feminine voice boomed once again, asking another question. The 10th question: will you kill Virginia T. Raneth Virgo if it were your only way of reaching perfection? Noah Weaverheart. Noah's mind reeled at the question, but it didn't stop there. Will you kill Noah Weaverheart if it were your only way of reaching your dreams? Virginia T. Raneth. Virgo froze instantly, her mouth open as the sweet slipped from her lips and fell to the ground. Now Noah was ready to destroy this goddamn place. Chapter 353. Why? Both Noah and Virgo were surprised by these questions, their hearts skipping a beat. Their bodies recoiled in awkward disbelief at the sound of them. Virgo was the most affected. She had just begun to feel at ease. No. She was at ease in this white place where the headache of the universe and the weight of existence seemed to be blocked by the pale ceiling above. It was here she discovered she loved sweet things and games she hadn't even known existed. It was here she began to bond with a man who intrigued her, a man she wanted to be close to, and maybe, just maybe, build something tangible. Something real, not something wrapped in a beautiful ribbon of lust and temporary warmth. It was in this place that her hope, her dreams for the future, were rekindled like flame on dry wood. And now, this same place trapped her, forcing upon her a question she didn't want to answer. Or rather, a question she didn't know the answer to. Because to know it, she would have to think about it, and she refused to even do that. She refused because she was afraid of what her choice might be. Because either way, she would lose something, either her dreams, or the budding connection she was forming now that she had been abandoned by existence itself. It was a heavy question. And Virginia T. Raneth was afraid of it. Noah, on the other hand, was calmer. But that didn't mean he was unaffected. Would he kill Virgo if it meant achieving his goal of perfection? He was tempted to destroy this place entirely at the sound of that question, but he couldn't help pausing to think about it. Would he really? Would he kill a woman he'd come to like for power? For his goal? Would he spit on the affection she held for him for the sake of a dream? Would he, weirdly, or maybe not? Noah didn't even need to think that hard to know the answer. He would not because he was a good person. Not because he valued love or relationships over perfection. But simply because he didn't need to kill someone who liked him to reach his goal. That would be foolish. Especially for him, he had become who he was because of affection, because of love. Providence made him, and his wives shaped him. To say that without them he'd be nothing was wrong, but he certainly wouldn't stand at the height he now did, admired by all, feared by many. So for him, the question was merely annoying. And so he answered, even as his mind prepared to end all of this. I will not kill her for my goal, he said. His words made Virgo, who had been lost in a harrowing battle between logic and emotion, snap her head toward him. Her red eyes widened. Her mouth, still glistening with the sweet she was eating, formed an O. She had never thought Noah would say something like that. She knew he liked her, but she believed it to be something superficial, like the excitement of a child finding a new toy. Nothing deep enough to choose over a dream. It was no small thing. She knew that at their level, any dream or goal that endured had to be meaningful enough to survive time's cruelty and the desolation of a path shrouded in mist. And thus, her heart shook. Her eyes, unwillingly, began to glisten. She bit her lower lip hard, forcing the rain back. Noah noticed her reaction and smiled, ready to say something corny or teasing, but as always, the mechanical voice knew when to interrupt. Why? It asked. Noah tilted his head. Why would you abandon your goal for a person you are not familiar with? There was something different in that voice now. It had lost its mechanical tone. And indeed, it began to speak more than ever before, because of arrogance? Of pride? Of loyalty? Or because of love and kindness? It fired question after question, then fell silent, giving Noah time to answer. Virgo watched him with wide, unblinking eyes. She wanted to know too. No, she needed to, so she listened. Noah stayed silent for a heartbeat, letting the tension stretch. Then, multiple reasons, if you want the truth, he began, intentionally avoiding Virgo's gaze. Simply put, I don't need to sacrifice someone to achieve my goal. Doing so, I believe, would bring the opposite result instead. And also, he turned toward Virgo, meeting her dilating red eyes, and smiled. And also because I like Virgo. I'm just starting to know her, and she's as fascinating as the idea of another universe existing beside ours. He took a step forward, closing the distance between them until they were only an inch apart. Their bodies were close and Virgo could feel the heat radiating from him, wrapping around her like the embrace of a phoenix's fire. Her heartbeat steadied. Her breathing softened. Her trembling stopped. Noah was taller, and she had to tilt her head up to meet his gaze. He leaned forward, back slightly bent, and their breaths began to dance together. I will not kill you for my goal, darling, he whispered, his breath warm and sweet like musk against her face. I want to know you more. I want to see you licking your sweets like a 5-year-old girl. I want to keep watching you play your games. And most importantly, I want to keep learning more about you, W.I. Virgo barely managed to whisper. Her heart beginning to race again, this time, for an entirely different reason. Why? Noah echoed. Why me? She corrected. Why not you? I tried to kill you. I would have if you hadn't been stronger, and I made you alone in this universe, darling. So by your logic, why am I hearing your heartbeat so loudly? And he reached out and took her chin gently, his white runic eyes sinking deep into her ocean of crimson. Why are you gripping my clothes so tightly, as if afraid I might leave? Only then did Virgo notice her white knuckles clutching his white clothes. Realization struck her like a drowning soul finding the shore, but she didn't let go. Instead, she leaned closer until her lips hovered a breath away. If you do this, how can I resist you? You were never meant to resist me. His corny tone made Virgo laugh softly amidst the thick, tender air. A smile bloomed on her lips, one that dispersed the last lingering doubt in her heart. You're a player, she whispered. Did anyone ever tell you that? Noah shrugged. No one ever did, she laughed again. And me, I'm the record's favorite child. Noah was ready to reply, but before he could, Virgo's lips pressed against his in one fluid motion. The kiss didn't last long, but the emotion poured into it was greater than ever before. When their lips parted seconds later, Virgo smiled dreamily. I will kill Noah Weaverheart for my goal, she said, answering the question. Noah smiled widely at her words. He didn't look angry, or disappointed, or sad. He looked almost proud. Now you own my heart, darling, he laughed softly. Virgo gave him a playful smile. I'll soothe it for you, and then, the mechanical voice rang out once more, and indeed, this time far less mechanical than before. Answers acknowledged. Chapter 354, Relic. Too fast. That was what Virgo wanted to scream as she felt her heart pounding against her chest like a wild horse on a goddamn race, but her inward shouting changed nothing about the situation, not when she was staring at Noah's bright and open smile. It was truly unjust. She didn't want to describe Noah's beauty again, she believed people had already grasped it by now, but even so, she couldn't help but think that no. They didn't actually understand how utterly and harrowingly beautiful Noah was. And the most unfair thing about him was his attitude. Noah always acted carefree, looking at all of creation as if he were its born ruler. His demeanor reflected someone who truly believed that nothing in the universe could ever threaten him. Virgo wanted to believe it was arrogance. And maybe it was. But she, more than anyone, knew that arrogance alone does not make a law creator. You need more. Oh, you need so much more, Answers acknowledged. The mechanical voice said, dragging Virgo out of her chaotic thoughts. She turned, still clutching Noah's clothes tightly, and looked around the white room. Noah stood beside her, a faint smile on his lips. She smiled too, softly, sincerely, because he had understood. He had understood why she would kill him for her goal, for her dreams. It was simple, really. It was how she viewed existence, and what made someone unique in her eyes. Noah had said names, she had said dreams. If she was Virginia T. Raneth because of the dreams she held dear, then who would she be if she abandoned those dreams for a man? She would lose herself. She would no longer be who she was. She would become an empty husk, stripped of individuality. The worst fate imaginable, because Noah liked her for who she was. He liked her with her sweets, her candies, and her love for games. He liked her soft nature and her dreamy mind. And so, out of love for the man who loved her as she was, she would kill him to remain herself, even if he would no longer be there to see who she became. A smile, as soft as melting snow and as warm as the morning sun in summer, crept across her lips and refused to fade. She finally uncurled her fingers from Noah's shirt, her hand sliding down timidly, searching for his. She found it. Her fingers stretched, brushing his skin, scratching lightly, a shy signal for what she wanted. She seemed too embarrassed to take it directly. If she hadn't been red-skinned, everyone would have seen her face burning crimson. Once again, she thanked the pillars for her skin. It was life-saving. She got embarrassed far too easily. Noah sensed it and found it amusing. He was tempted to act like he hadn't noticed, but since Virgo had made such an effort, it didn't feel right to tease her now. So softly, his hand opened like a blooming lotus, intertwining with hers seamlessly. The heat and softness of his skin flowed through Virgo like water running through the soil of a river, tranquil, peaceful, unstoppable. Virgo sank deeply into that warmth. It felt like a blanket after a storm of ice. They stayed that way, in perfect silence, their minds drifting, their hearts linked, trying to understand, to feel each other. Well, not entirely. Noah was different, because ever since answering his question, Noah had raised his perception to the absolute maximum, providence itself acting in ways he had never tested before. Threads, so thin they were invisible, escaped his body, wrapping around the white room in search of a way out. Just in case, he would have preferred a gentler approach. He didn't want to show this unknown entity that he carried a world inside him, not even to Virgo. It was still too early. Her affection wasn't yet at 70%, let alone 100. Not that he needed it to access her power, but to make her part of his race and world, he would. That would make him stronger, because whether it was world or race, he was the progenitor. And everything about the progenitor was designed to make him stronger. By using his subordinates, every time he thought about that, he became more aware of how powerful the other progenitors must be. They've lived long lives, accumulating power, followers, worlds. Killing them won't be easy, he thought. Then smiled faintly. Well, not for me. But let's not kill. I'm a goodman. I negotiate first, and kill next if their eyes remain blind. Before his thoughts could wander further, the cold, feminine, mechanical voice cut through his mind like a blade. The questions have been answered correctly. Each of you responded in a way aligned with your own existence. A tense line appeared between Noah's winged eyebrows. His threads hadn't found anything even as the voice spoke. He sighed inwardly, weary that he might have to use his world, but the voice wasn't finished. But there is one more thing left. Both Virgo and Noah frowned, lips pressing into thin lines as unease began to rise. Noah's fingers twitched. Another question, he murmured, surprisingly, no. Not a question. A simple statement for you two, Noah and Virginia, to ponder upon, if you wish to reach your goals. It is a reward granted to all who succeed as you have. After this statement, you are free to use your points to ask questions before being teleported anywhere you wish, except Earth. Again, Noah and Virgo frowned, both for the same reason, anywhere but Earth. Why, what do you mean? Virgo asked, her tone sharp. What do you mean by anywhere you want except Earth? What does Earth mean to you? The mechanical voice didn't respond. Virgo clicked her tongue, frustrated. Noah remained silent, unreactive. After several seconds, the voice spoke again. Here is the statement. One, if understood deeply, might help you traverse the greatest ordeal on your path. It paused for a heartbeat. Then, to reach the truth of all objective and imagined realities is to know how to swim upstream to the great river. Virgo and Noah both shuddered, but for completely different reasons. Virgo shuddered because the words sparked something deep within her, a strange resonance, a flicker of revelation. Noah, however, froze for another reason entirely, because these were the exact same words Echidna had told him when he summoned her. The same words she had read in the ruined place where she found Lucy, who, in the beginning, had been nothing but a simple malleable metallic sphere. And with that thought, Noah's mind ignited like a flame of clarity burning through the fog of uncertainty. Not clarity of meaning of these words, but of the origin. He suddenly understood where Lucy might have come from. His gaze swept across the room anew, perceiving it in a completely different light. It was advanced, unfathomably so, and filled with technology beyond anything that could exist on Earth. It felt like a world eons after Earth. Eons of progress. And if humanity on Earth had already created robots and artificial intelligence, then what would stop a place like this from creating living beings, with blood, flesh, and organs, using the blood of another species? Noah's mind reeled. Still, he needed confirmation. He couldn't build assumptions alone. So he opened his mouth and asked the question burning inside him. The one that had to be answered first, what is this place? Silence fell, and for reason unknown, both Virgo and Noah felt an unseen tension swell across the room, choking the breath from their lungs. It lasted only a heartbeat before fading. Just as the voice answered, a relic. It paused. The silence stretched thin. Then, Relic of Earth, Chapter 355, How long? Noah's eyes were confused in a way that was starting to become recurring in this white oval room. Since entering here, there were many things that simply didn't make sense to him. Everything here was just so strange, not because it was particularly hard to understand, but because he didn't know where all of this could have come from. Noah could have attributed it to the simple fact that a higher world or civilization with technological prowess far beyond Earth's might exist, something that dwarfed human knowledge in a way almost embarrassing to admit, but no. He actually couldn't, because what he was seeing was too similar to Earth's own technology. It was like the Earth he knew was merely a downgraded version of what this place had to offer, and that was why he had asked the question about what this place was. But, relic? Relic of Earth? Do we have the same definition of relic? Noah wondered to himself as his perception sharpened and his eyes scanned the room once more. At his side, Virgo had just finished her small contemplation of the words the voice had spoken, looking around the room in a dazed state. She didn't even seem to have heard the response about what this place truly was. How far gone was she? Noah didn't have the luxury to ponder upon that for long, as the voice spoke again. Noah Weaverheart, you have 150 points. Virginia T. Raneth, you have 100 points. Even amid the tension, Virgo couldn't stop her lips from twitching at the mention of her points. She snapped her head toward Noah, her crimson eyes narrowing accusatorily, clearly blaming him. Noah made an offended face, tilting his head as if to ask, me? And the worst, or maybe the funniest, thing was that Virgo actually nodded, even going as far as pointing her finger at him. Noah almost laughed in outrage. The girl always bought sweets and games, and now it was his fault that she had fewer points than him? Okay, granted, he might have used his silver tongue to make her buy some things for him, but that wasn't actually the point. Neither was this talk about points. Noah had numerous questions now that he knew the name of this place. Because with a name, he could at least guess, to some degree, what it might be. If taken literally relic of Earth, then this place was, in that case, something ancient, or perhaps something sacred that had survived from the past, of Earth. But how? It doesn't make any sense. This place is far too advanced compared to the current Earth. Or wait, he unconsciously tilted his head, and Virgo moved closer to him, watching with eyes that clearly didn't understand what was going on. She wanted to use her points to learn the path toward her dreams, or simply to surpass the law creator rank, but seeing Noah so deep in thought, she didn't dare disturb him, so she simply stood there, her head resting against his shoulder, eyes closed, trying not to think of sweets and games. No. No sweets, Virgo. No games either. Focus, our goals first, she screamed inwardly, doing her best not to imagine sweets. But it was a futile effort. Her lips began to drool soon after, saliva touching Noah's shoulder just as he was in the middle of forming another possibility. Maybe it's not the same Earth I know, Noah concluded. He found this one more plausible. But if that was the case, then why was the voice behind all of this stopping him from reaching Earth? And also, this goddamn realm or place, or whatever you wish to call it, had only opened up when they were just at a distance where his sneeze could blow Earth into a rain of splintered debris, so they had a link. Somehow, fuck, he cursed, his mind going in all directions, making all of this seem pointless. He didn't have any solid lead, which made him feel like he had to use his points to ask this question, but Noah wanted to keep those points for his real question: how to reach perfection. Doubtless, that kind of question would cost a ridiculous amount of points. So he saved his own, and without any shame whatsoever, used Virgo's points for his own sake. In fact, he was proud of it, but now, there was no other choice but to use his own, or was there, really? He sighed softly and raised his head toward the ceiling, a habit he had now developed whenever he was about to do something that could cost him greatly if it went wrong. I have 3 more protections from the records, huh? He mused, his eyes curving into a crescent shape. He moved lightly, causing Virgo to wake up from her dream of swimming in a sea of sweets while playing games. She shook her head to regain focus. Wiping the saliva dripping from her mouth with the back of her hand, then she looked up at Noah and saw the devilish smile on his face. She shuddered. She hadn't known him for very long, but she had already learned that every time he wore that smile, something was about to happen. What are you planning to do? Virgo asked, her voice hesitant. She eyed him suspiciously. Noah turned his head toward her for a couple of seconds, then looked back up at the ceiling. He shrugged and replied, nothing too crazy. I'm just going to try speaking to whoever's behind this, nicely and respectfully. So stay silent and watch your man swindle his way out with his tongue. Virgo's eyes went blank the moment Noah said your man. She blinked, staring at him dazedly, then stammered out, my man, she echoed, not quite believing it. She had imagined it could someday reach this stage, sure, but the way Noah had said it, so casual, so brisk, like it was a matter of fact, made her heart stutter. Her eyes darted around the white room, searching desperately for something to look at, anything to escape her embarrassment, useless endeavor. She was already deeply embarrassed. Noah laughed faintly at her reaction. He still couldn't believe that the woman who had once appeared before him, ready to swallow him whole with her ruinous power, could be like this. He shook his head, deciding to continue the thought later. Once his current situation was settled, he stepped forward, leaving Virgo behind, and moved to the center of the room. He didn't have his usual clothes, so he couldn't put his hands in his pockets. Lacking other options, he crossed his arms over his chest, taking a deep breath, he parted his lips and began to speak. How long, unknown being, will you go on abusing my patience? His voice was calm, but there was an undertone of inexplicable authority beneath it. He paused for a moment, then continued. I've played your games since I entered this place. You might think it's because I had no other choice, but if you think that, then you're a bloody fool. I accepted and tolerated all of this because I believed there was something to learn here. Which, to be fair, there was. I've learned plenty, and I've benefited greatly from this place. And that is why, he raised a finger upward, his white eyes glowing with an indifferent hue, that is why I'm giving you one chance. Only one, okay? Tolerance and patience are not among my virtues, unfortunately, so tell me. Another pause. A longer silence. Will you accept to meet me face to face so that we can talk about how beautiful life is? Or do you want me to take the harder way and discuss the cruel side of life instead? He shrugged lightly. Choose wisely. Pettiness is an art I happen to master rather well. Behind him, Virgo nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at grain. I can testify to that, she said, raising her hand as if standing before a judge. Noah didn't speak anymore. He waited. He was ready for any outcome anyway, even one that could help secure the lives of Aurelia and Asimon. After a few seconds, the voice finally responded. Noah Weaverheart, what goddamn arrogance. This time, it had lost not only its mechanical tone but almost its feminine one. It sounded like a strange mixture, both male and female at once. Noah's eyebrows rose as the voice continued. But I guess it's just my bad luck. My bad luck to have a goddamn abomination heading toward my world. Noah smirked widely. So you know, who wouldn't? I can feel the goddamn enhanced scrutiny of the records. And on top of that, the bastard and the bookworm came here with you, threatening to destroy this place if the youngest is harmed. Noah cackled, and as he did, the ceiling above parted like a curtain being pulled away by some divine hand, revealing a curious sight. I'm not actually happy to meet you. Third abomination. Virgo appeared beside Noah, watching the strange creature above. Noah chuckled. Oh really? You hurt my feelings. He let the words hang, clearly fishing for a name. The creature hesitated for a moment before sighing and parting its lips. Evadam. It paused. Evadam. Progenitor of humans. Chapter 356. Evadam. Now it was a curious thing. Not only the fact that he was meeting a progenitor in itself, but also because of the being itself? Himself? Herself? What? Theyself? Come on, Noah didn't even know how to define Evadam. The creature seemed to be a strange mix of both man and woman. It was tall and slender, human-shaped with 2 arms and 2 legs. Its face had that touch of femininity that was jarring, eyelashes longer than normal, deep pink lips, and a small, sharp nose that fit perfectly on its delicate features. But there was always a trace of masculinity too, an Adam's apple clearly visible at its throat. Its form was almost curvy, but not quite. It retained a whisper of manhood within it. Its eyes and long hair were deep brown, as if molded from clay and sand. It wore a simple t-shirt that any Earthman could wear, along with shorts and sandals that looked perfect for a beach. On its lips was a candy. It sat on a steel chair glowing with all colors, both real and imagined, surrounded by an assembly of flickering screens and electronic devices scattered in organized chaos around it. The strange creature, Evadam, seemed to notice the heavy, scrutinizing stares it was receiving from both Noah and Virgo as it finally spoke. Have you looked enough? Again, that strange voice. Noah truly couldn't stop himself from cringing every time it echoed through his ears, shaking his head. He offered Evadam a small smile. Did we stare too long? Sorry, but it's just. His smile turned silly. It's our first time seeing a creature of your genre. Evadam looked at him as if he were a fool. Is that supposed to be a compliment? It shook its head in disdain. I'm a goddamn progenitor. Of course you won't see anything like me anywhere else. Then it tilted its head, and the sound of bending steel echoed faintly around them. Are you a fool? Noah's lips twitched at the affront. He opened his mouth, ready to show this, whatever it was, who the real fool was, only for Virgo to interrupt him with a light laugh, trying to disperse the tension. How should I address you? Oh great being? Her voice faltered slightly. Noah snapped his head toward her, staring as if wondering who the hell this woman was and what she'd done with Virgo. But Virgo ignored his stare, her attention fixed entirely on Evadam, or rather, on something inside Evadam's mouth. Evadam was no fool. It noticed. I won't give you my goddamn candy, little foreign girl. Don't bother. It waved its hand dismissively. Virgo's lips twitched. I don't want the one you're eating. But maybe you have another one around you could give me. Great being, Noah was dumbfounded. Is this girl serious? But Virgo was absolutely serious. I do, Evadam said, and Virgo beamed like a child about to receive her snack time reward. But immediately after, the light in her eyes dimmed as Evadam added, but I won't give it to you. But why? I don't want to, I have points. I can buy it. But can I get a discount, please? No. It shook its head, once again, a refusal. Virgo cursed under her breath, then turned to the only person who could help her, Noah. She immediately noticed how he was looking at her, like she was some cheap girl in a bad street deal. Her eyebrows twitched. I just wanted the candy. I know, it was nothing else. I know. Are you even listening to me? I know. Virgo fell silent, glaring at him like she'd been wronged by the entire universe. Noah ignored her and turned back to Evadam, who was now watching them while munching popcorn, its mouth stuffed full. Are you really a progenitor? Noah finally asked. I am. It nodded, doubtful, he thought, then he looked around the room, recalling what Evadam had said earlier, that Earth was his world, a progenitor of a world without even an ounce of mana? What was the point of such a world? Was there anything valuable in a place where mana didn't exist at all? It was a curious thought, and he had the perfect being to ask. But first, he raised his hand and showed the strange device embedded into his skin. Will you please remove this thing from me? It's kind of uncomfortable, if you know what I mean. Oh, and for her too. He gestured toward Virgo with his chin. Evadam stared at him silently. It didn't like any of this. But it knew there wasn't much choice left now that it had revealed itself. It hadn't even wanted to begin with, but it did because, at the moment Noah spoke earlier, it had felt the oppressive gaze of the records. Whatever this man was planning, it was going to involve them heavily, and it was always a pain to displease the records. They had rules, yes, but hundreds of ways to twist them. This is why the universe hates them, the records. Evadam shook its head subtly, calling the records idiots, because a day would come, a day when beings willing to die just to drag those spoiled bastards down to hell would rise. No, in fact, those people already existed. They just hadn't found the perfect opportunity yet. But once they did, they'll have no one to blame but themselves, and the records. Thinking that, Evadam clicked its slender fingers, nails sharp and glinting, and the devices embedded in both Noah's and Virgo's skin detached and fell to the ground with a metallic thud. Instantly, they both felt their full power returning. Noah smiled. Now give me back my clothes, and we can talk. Are you a he? A she? Or? Noah smiled. They'd no offense, but it's quite hard to define you by your appearance. Noah was sitting on a chair, a massage chair, to be exact, with Virgo at his side. Eyes closed, enjoying the wondrous rhythm of the chair's massage as if it were the greatest invention ever conceived. Behind Evadam stood a screen showing the room where Aurelia and Asimon were. And they were. What the hell are these two doing? It was a legitimate question, because Aurelia was surrounded by mountains of books, novels, to be precise, sitting in the middle of the bed and reading as if her life depended on it. Asimon, meanwhile, was on the floor rolling and laughing, playing with a small snow-white dire wolf puppy whose eyes were a deep, vivid red. Did we have the same experience here? Noah wondered, about to ask Evadam if it was playing favorites when the progenitor's voice cut through his thoughts. Answering his earlier question, I have no gender, Evadam said flatly. Call me whatever you want. It hardly matters. Now stop wasting my time, ask your questions and get out of my place. Noah tilted his head at those last words. Ancestor, I didn't ask you to drag me here, did I? Why are you complaining now? Evadam scoffed. Do you think I wanted to bring you here? I had no choice. Third abomination. How so? Evadam didn't hesitate. There was no longer any reason to. I needed to do this if I wanted to keep intruders away from Earth. Or do you think you're the only ones who've wandered here? It shook its head, its pink lips pressed into a hard line. Many have before you. And many will come after you. But Earth is my main world. I can't allow people to enter it. Now it was Noah's turn to be surprised. Main world? A world without mana was the main world of a progenitor, did I hear correctly? Because it seems I just heard some nonsense, Noah said, his tone incredulous. All the while, Virgo was eating sweets and relaxing beside him. Noah almost envied her insouciance. Ignorance might truly be bliss. You heard correctly. Earth is my main world, Evadam said simply, and so this place. Noah asked, the question that had been gnawing at him since earlier finally leaving his lips, this place. Evadam said, then paused. It looked around the room, its eyes carrying a faint hue of nostalgia and pain. Then, with a small, wry smile that showed teeth as white as milk, it spoke again. This place is a small part of Earth. But the Earth from a distant time lost across the clouded histories of the universe. Noah immediately straightened, his eyes widening. What? He asked, his voice thick with surprise. Evadam shrugged lightly, then made a slow, graceful motion with its hand, gesturing around the room that surrounded them. Take a glimpse, third abomination, take a glimpse of what my world was, before my own creation dragged it all to destruction. Chapter 357, Story 1. The silence was loud. Noah didn't know what kind of face he was making upon hearing the revelation. But it must have been a funny one, for Evadam took out a camera and snapped a picture of him. He let him do it. He didn't care. At that moment, his mind was still echoing again and again with the words Evadam had just uttered, a part of Earth. From the past, he thought, his mind still hazy with questions. He looked at Evadam again, his expression holding an obvious note of incomprehension. What do you mean by that? He asked. What else? Evadam shrugged. Do I need to spell it out for you to understand? That would be much appreciated, actually, Noah retorted dryly. Evadam stared him down for a second, his brown eyes clearly judging him, before sighing. Then, let me tell you a story. Then, he said, making Noah groan in exasperation, I've heard enough stories with all the questions you threw at me in that white room. So no, thank you, ancestor, he said, shaking his head vehemently. Just spill the beans. I'm a busy man. I've got things to do. You simply do not want to know, then. Evadam shrugged again, unfazed. Noah's lips twitched. You do know I can use my points and ask you directly, right? You'll have no choice but to answer. True, Evadam nodded, acknowledging the truth in Noah's words. But it's within my right to choose how I answer. He smirked, his strange face somehow attractive despite its peculiarity. And I can decide to answer you by telling a story or... Wait. His smirk widened. Maybe you'd prefer a riddle? You seem like the smart type, third abomination. You want to try one? I'll give you one of my best. Noah fixed his white gaze on him for a long moment before sighing and brushing a diagonal motion through the air with his hand, exasperated. Fine. Go on, tell me your story. He relented. He truly had no will to argue with a progenitor. Still, he decided to make the best of it. Sitting comfortably in his massage chair, he asked for a bucket of popcorn, a few sodas, and a pair of robotic massagers to soothe his shoulders. Evadam complied. With a click of his metallic-sounding fingers, everything Noah requested appeared around him. Once everything was ready, Noah nodded with his chin toward him, signaling him to begin his seance of yapping. What a sight! Noah was not yet aware, or maybe he was and simply didn't care, but no one in the universe would act like this in front of a progenitor. They were, after all, the very beginning of a race. The beginning of an entire existence. The beginning of civilizations. Their status in the universe was unique, revered, and untouchable, making them among the few beings unafraid of abominations. Some even found them cute, and yet here Noah was, in front of one of them, acting as though he owned the place. It was a strange, almost absurd sight. Evadam, however, wasn't surprised. He didn't care much about what happened outside the universe, but he had heard rumors. A new faction had risen. That wasn't something any random strong being could accomplish. No, you needed something else. Something unique, at the level of those called the firstborn, or even an abomination. So who was that being? Evadam observed Noah lazily, though his gaze seemed to pierce deeper and deeper. The man before him didn't belong to any race he had ever seen in his endless existence. And only the records knew how much he had witnessed. That could only mean one thing. This third abomination was the leader of that faction, so Noah was both a progenitor and an abomination, two distinct statuses fused into one being. That was something worth worrying about, for others, that is. Evadam couldn't give a goddamn fuck about it. Regaining his focus, Evadam parted his lips and began his Soidizon story, in the beginning of the universe. Noah immediately rolled his eyes at the cliché opening, but Evadam pretended not to notice and went on. When resources were abundant, when the air was clean from the foulness of the living, and when mana existed in its purest form, multiple beings began to emerge. Evadam paused, and as he did, the screens around him flickered, the words leaving his mouth manifesting as luminous imagery. Noah saw many young-looking beings, though their faces were hazy, all except one. Around them, in that strange chamber, a soft, melodramatic tune began to play in the background. Noah, and even Virgo, couldn't stop themselves from being drawn into the sudden atmosphere. This guy is definitely the beginning of humanity. Noah thought dryly, finding in Evadam one of humanity's most enduring traits, the love for melodrama. Evadam continued, these people were the firstborn of the universe, and later they would come to be known as the progenitors, as they expanded and created their own races. Amidst this group of distinguished beings who, at that time, were still close to one another and even liked each other, there was one among them. Here, the screen flickered, revealing Evadam himself, but somehow younger, not in appearance, no. His body looked the same. But in the depths of those brown eyes, there was a glimmer of childish curiosity and love, something entirely absent from the Evadam standing before Noah now. There was one among them who possessed a deep sense of curiosity and adventure that the others lacked. When the rest were preoccupied with building solid foundations for their power, some dreaming of becoming the tree that would hold the universe together, others the blinding golden light of justice, some the beasts of the end, and others the devourers they would one day become. Evadam chuckled, shaking his head softly. Funny how they all turned out in the end. His amusement faded, replaced by a faint, pained smile. Well, who am I to talk, he added under his breath, before smiling again, this time with quiet melancholy. Noah and Virgo remained silent. Noah was almost tempted to tell Evadam to call back Aurelia and Aseman, but he held his tongue, so he let him continue. And continue he did. Driven by his curiosity, he began to wander across the vastness of the universe. At that time, it was truly a wonder. A universe overflowing with resources and phenomena you would never find now. Through countless worlds, realms, and dimensions he traveled, collecting every kind of resource imaginable, learning, observing, creating. Until one day, he stumbled upon something he never thought could exist in a universe made entirely of mana. Evadam paused, and behind him, the screen flickered again, showing a vast, endless black void, the same void Noah and the others had passed through before being dragged here, a place with no mana, Evadam said, his tone lowering. Can you guess my shock at that moment? Noah nodded slightly, admitting that such a discovery would have been extraordinary for any being born in a world saturated with mana. But the most fascinating thing, Evadam continued, his voice lifting with excitement, was that within that place, within that void without mana, there existed a solar system. A complete one. Entirely different from the systems above, from the worlds woven in mana. His tone became animated, his gestures alive with memory and wonder. I was thrilled. So I began to study the stars one by one. The sun. The moons. The planets. It was incredible how each one was different, how they all had their own rhythm, their own story. And then, I found a world I particularly liked. A blue planet appeared behind him. To me, this planet was a wonder, he said, his voice softening as his gaze lingered on it. It had the perfect conditions for life to emerge without interference. And the timing was perfect, for I had just begun to think about creating my own faction back then. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in before continuing, and that's what I did. I took that planet, I named it Earth, and from the clay of its deserts, I shaped my first creations, those who would populate the whole world. My greatest achievement. He smiled, his voice almost tender, Adam and Eve. And with them, humans were born. Chapter 358, Story 2, and with them, humans were born. At his words, behind him, the screen shifted and formed two beings. They were impossibly tall, in a way no human should be. Each of their steps made the earth beneath them crackle even though they held no power. They had the same brown skin and eyes as Evadam, but theirs were filled with curiosity and something naturally beautiful. They were naked, nothing covering their private parts, but none of them seemed to care. Noah and Virgo were awed. This was the first human? Virgo uttered, her red eyes slightly wide as she watched in surprise. Her mouth was full of popcorn she now chewed slowly, completely enamored by the sight in front of her. Noah too wasn't spared from awe. For him, it went far beyond Virgo's curiosity. For Virgo, this was simply an interesting story, the beginning of humanity in this universe. After all, her own world had humans too. But compared to this one, where the highest known pinnacle was the progenitor, her own was different, yet for Noah, this sight was more than just history. He was human, in the past, after all. And more importantly, he had been an inhabitant of Earth in his first life. He felt something akin to pride when he realized that Earth was the first cradle of humanity in the entire universe, the womb of humans, where the roots and beginning of mankind started. But this knowledge raised new questions. Leaving aside the fact that Earth had no mana, strange, but not the strangest thing in the universe, he assumed. What puzzled him was how a world carrying the distinction of birthing humanity could be so ordinary. It couldn't be. The records were always fair, as long as he wasn't involved, of course. So, what happened? He blurted out. Impatience breaking through his confusion, Evadam smiled faintly, noticing the sudden seriousness in Noah's face. You seem very interested in my world, third abomination. You were even planning to go there. And that made me think. His smile faltered slightly. How do you know this world forgotten by the ashes of time? And how do you even know its location? Noah didn't respond. He just stared at him. Evadam shrugged. You will answer those questions later. For now, let me tell you how things went after the birth of Adam and Eve. The scene behind him flickered, forming new images, humans working together, praying, farming, the first sparks of society. These humans were still tall. Their frames radiant and powerful. Adam and Eve conceived and had children. By some miracle, each of Eve's pregnancies resulted in twins, a boy and a girl. To continue and expand humanity, the boy of one pregnancy would marry the girl of another, and vice versa. In that way, humans began to multiply and spread, until the last pregnancy of Eve, when only one child was born, a boy appeared on the screen. He was small, harmless, with a smile that could light up the stars and make the sun dim just for him to feel at ease. Noah didn't know why, but the image of this boy struck him with something he never thought he would feel for someone he had never met. A strange, instinctive duty to protect that purity. He frowned, brows tightening, not liking that feeling at all. He fixed his gaze on Evadam, his eyes asking the question his mouth refused to voice. Evadam only smiled mysteriously and ignored it, continuing his story. His voice flowed fluidly through the room, carrying a certain charm that compelled anyone to just listen for hours. He showed how humans grew, societies forming. In the beginning, they all worshipped one being, him. Adam and Eve had known and met him, after all, but as time passed, the descendants of Adam spread, taking the seas, the mountains, the lands, and things began to change. Murders began, the first committed by Cain. With that act, the first thing no other human had ever dared to do. He ushered in a new era, a harrowing one, where killing one's own kind became a possibility. Then came cultures. Traditions sprouted. Societies grew more sophisticated. Religions changed, from worshipping one being to worshipping many, and thus, diversity bloomed. Humanity no longer worshipped one god but countless deities, a separation. Evadam didn't react or involve himself. He liked to believe he was a fair creator. He had given them life and free will. What they did with it was theirs alone. Unlike his fellow progenitors, he wasn't interested in gathering power. Maybe that was why he made humans inherently weak, but with limitless potential that made them able to achieve anything they set their minds to with enough effort. He was simply curious, and then deeply satisfied when a new age came. The age of technology. Here, he felt proud. He had taught Adam and Eve the nature and knowledge of all things, knowledge some humans had inherited and expanded into wonders beyond imagination. They evolved step by step, discovering atoms, light, gravity, electricity, then computers, phones, and dreadful things like nuclear weapons, and countless others. Their architecture soared too, buildings rising so high he almost believed they might pierce the sky to meet him. His children were incredible. And indeed, they were, for soon they looked beyond their world. There was barely no challenge left on Earth. And space called to their curiosity, and humans were curious. They built ships to go beyond Earth's sphere. And that was when humans finally left their birthplace and met the wider universe. Some stopped at the Moon, Mars, Jupiter, and other parts of their solar system. Others went farther, until they reached lands where mana flowed. Humans were no longer confined to Earth. The first beings to step into a mana zone awakened instantly, their power unlike anything seen before. They became high humans. But they soon died, victims of the universe's cruelty. Yet if humans were known for one thing, it was procreation. They were never wiped out, even as the legacy and memory of Earth vanished. Dying with those first wanderers, still, life on Earth continued. After conquering space, they became bolder, reckless even. And then they created something Evadam had never believed possible. Artificial intelligence, it was such a vast concept that even his immortal mind couldn't imagine mortals without mana achieving it, but they did. At first, he was proud. But soon, things began to deteriorate. The world had never been peaceful, but it was tolerable until those in power began exploiting the weak. They forced children to work in mine and dangerous places to fuel their experiments. Wars erupted over resources. Millions died. Human life lost its worth as artificial intelligence became more advanced. And then one day, a country succeeded in creating life. A small metallic, malleable sphere said to birth a real human when touched by a drop of blood. At that moment, Noah's eyes widened. One of his questions was finally answered, the origin of Lucy. His next question followed soon after, as Eva Dam showed the aftermath. The first life born by mortal hands through science ignited wars unlike any before in history, and with the level of weapons they had developed, Evadam chuckled softly, they destroyed the world. He looked up, eyes distant. These humans destroyed the very world they needed to survive. Chapter 359, Talk with Evadam. Oh, an exclamation escaped Virgo's mouth as she heard Evadam's words. She stood there, her lips forming an O shape, black sunglasses framing her red eyes, unable to stop her surprise from showing. Noah spared her a glance, tempted to ask where she had even found those sunglasses, and more importantly, why she would wear them in a place utterly devoid of sunlight. But after a brief moment of internal debate, he decided to save himself the headache and let it go. His mind was busy with other matters. He sighed, then looked back at Eva Dam, who, after delivering those words like a judgment blade, had fallen silent and simply watched him. Clearly, the story had come to its end, and yet Noah found himself wanting to hear more, despite himself. It wasn't only that the story was fascinating, but rather the way Evadam told it. His voice carried weight, his words vivid and alive, filled with imagery and emotion so palpable that even through the cold, metallic screen, it reached Noah and refused to let go. It was an eye-opening moment. That was a level of storytelling he had never encountered anywhere. And strangely, the first thought that crossed his mind upon realizing this was to ask Evadam to teach his sister, Aurelia. That girl dreamed of writing a book. And having someone like Evadam as her mentor would be invaluable. But that was something he'd think through later. For now, Noah's mind was occupied with arranging the puzzle pieces before him. Slowly and steadily, they began to fit together, clicking into place like broken bones snapping back into alignment. He now had answers to most of his questions. He knew the origin of Lucy, and to his own surprise, she came from Earth, the same world where Brandon, his past self, had been born and raised. She was a being created by mortals who possessed no divine skills, no laws, no extraordinary gifts. They only had their minds, and with those minds, those fragile, mortal minds that every intelligent being across the universe shared, they had done something no other species had ever achieved. It was magnificent. It was something worthy of the highest praise from the records themselves, but all of it had turned to nothing the moment war consumed Earth after Lucy's birth. But was Noah surprised? He was not. Humans were smart. Some of them were so smart it was agonizing to even think about it. But if there was anything else humans were known for, it was their sins. They were greedy. They were envious. They were prideful. They were lustful. They were wrathful. They were slothful. They were the very embodiment of the 7 deadly sins upon which hell itself had been constructed. And with those traits etched so deeply into their nature, the fact that they caused their own downfall was no surprise to Noah. He knew well how sinister humanity could be. Still, what a shame, he sighed, right? Evadam's lips curved upward. Do you know what they could have become? If only they hadn't let their own twisted nature take over. Noah shook his head slightly. I do not know what they would have become, he said at last, then added, but I do know that they wouldn't be known as the weakest and most useless race in the entire universe. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Aren't you feeling a bit underwhelmed by that, ancestor? I bet it's not that pleasing to hear such things about your children. Even if they are kind of problematic. Evadam raised his right hand, placing it gently before his mouth, and then he laughed. Noah and Virgo, who had drifted back into daydreams, immediately shuddered in pure dread at the sound. It was like jagged steel scraping against their eardrums. And to make it worse, the way Evadam laughed, with his hand covering his mouth like a shy girl, twisted Noah's insides. He frowned, doing his best to keep his insolent thoughts buried deep in his mind. Evadam noticed their reaction. But if he cared, his expression betrayed none of it. Instead, he straightened his posture, crossed his legs, leaned his head against the palm of his right hand, and answered Noah's unspoken question with a calm, measured tone. I thought you had great observation skills, Noah, he said, his voice soft but edged. Do I look like someone who cares about any of that? He didn't wait for a reply. I do not. Is that why you didn't intervene when the humans were killing themselves? Noah asked. Curiosity lacing his words, he wanted to know, why had Evadam simply watched? Why would he let the end of something that could have been glorious unfold before his eyes? I gave them free will, Evadam said, his brown eyes holding a chilling seriousness. I gave them the ability to make their own choices, whether dumb or smart, and to bear the consequences of those choices. I didn't tell them to worship me. I didn't tell them to venture into outer space conquering worlds under my authority. I didn't even show myself to them. He paused. Noah and Virgo listened closely now, the room thick with sudden tension. Evadam leaned forward, resting his elbows on the metallic table. Eyes fixed solely on Noah. Do you know why you're a bad ruler? Noah said bluntly, his white eyes unflinching. I can understand your point about giving your creation free will. I do the same, but there must be a line. He raised a finger. A line that, when they cross it, you act. Otherwise, no civilization will continue to flourish under the thick fog of time. He tilted his head slightly. I don't think I need to give you an example for you to understand my point. You might be right, Evadam retorted. But if I do what you suggest, it would no longer be free will, it would be something completely different. Noah frowned. If you were so adamant about giving them free will, then you should have at least shown them the way first. Evadam tilted his head, curiosity flickering in his expression. Virgo stayed silent, realizing she had nothing useful to add, so she quietly unwrapped another candy, making sure not to slurp this time, while Noah continued. In my opinion, he said, raising his finger again, tip pointing upward, you made one mistake, Evadam. Only one, but a big one nonetheless. If I remember correctly, you said you gave both Adam and Eve knowledge and the names of all things. Evadam nodded. And those aspects were found in other humans throughout the centuries? Again, Evadam nodded. I thought you would have known better, Noah said. Tone sharp. How could you give knowledge to a bunch of humans without telling them how to use it? And please don't tell me free will. He leaned forward, voice edged with dry amusement. That's just dooming them. It's like giving a lighter to a child and leaving him alone. Tell me, what are the odds the kid burns himself alive? Pretty high. Evadam admitted. Noah nodded. Exactly. That's what you did with humanity. You gave them knowledge without showing them how to use it to better themselves. And that's where your free will should have come into play. He shrugged. You'd only show them the way, not force them to follow it, but at least that way, the probability of Earth being nuked by its own inhabitants would have been much lower than it was. Noah exhaled deeply, then asked, do you understand me, or do I need to spell it out for you? Evadam smiled. I understand, he said simply, then shrugged. But it's too late, isn't it? You could have been there since the beginning, Noah rolled his eyes. Since the beginning, my goddamn ass. Dude, I'm from Earth too, partly, he sighed, then glanced around the vast marble space surrounding them. Let me guess, he said, go on, you said this place is a relic of Earth. So, you mean this place was from Earth during the age of technology, right? Yes, how did it survive the destruction? Noah tilted his head. And how come Earth itself is still intact? Did you intervene? Evadam shook his head. The creation of life by mortals was no small thing, Noah. The records rewarded me for that, granting me the ability to make 2 wishes. He smiled faintly. 2 wishes. And whatever I wished for would come true. Do you know what I wished for? How am I supposed to know? Noah said, arching an eyebrow, I wished for the revival of Earth, with only half of its technological capabilities, yet still retaining a part of it. Then, oh? That was only 1 wish? Pretty generous, Noah thought. Then I asked for a way. Noah tilted his head. What way? Evadam smirked. A way toward perfection, slurp. Virgo licked her candy too hard in shock. Chapter 361, Sincerity. How about you give me Earth, lovely ancestor? Noah asked, his tone dangerously soft and inviting. The words that came out of his mouth stunned Evadam for a moment, his eyes widening in disbelief. Noah didn't know it yet, but what he had just done was something worthy of a title. He had said something shocking enough to make even a progenitor falter, but he wasn't sure whether Evadam was surprised that he had asked for a world so casually, like Virgo asking for candy, or if it was the audacity of daring to request a progenitor's main world. Maybe both. Did I hear you correctly? Evadam asked, tilting his head slightly, as if that angle might help him hear better. Noah's composure didn't waver. Still fixing his pale white eyes on Evadam's deep brown ones, he repeated, Earth. Give it to me, please. Evadam's expression began to darken, as though a veil of shadow had been poured over him, but Noah continued calmly, Tell me what you want, and I'll make sure you obtain it. He proposed it without malice, polite, even gentle, though both of them knew this wouldn't end easily. If Noah had already understood the specialty and uniqueness of Earth, then Evadam certainly did as well. Do you really think I'll give it to you just because you ask nicely? Evadam scoffed. That's not how things work here. Third abomination. He didn't use Noah's name this time. He used his title. He was pissed. This is the problem with you abominations, Evadam sighed, dragging a hand down his face in visible exasperation. You always think everything in this universe belongs to you. That we all exist as your whetstones, tools for you to sharpen yourselves on, to climb higher. That because the records favor you, and sometimes even protect you, you think you can do whatever you want. His brown eyes shifted, becoming cold, devoid of light or warmth. Lifeless, inside the room, light turned to darkness, and the air itself froze, then sharpened, like the edge of a drawn blade. At that moment, Noah felt it, the glimpse, the edge of power belonging to a progenitor, and only then did he realize that since the very beginning, Evadam had been restraining his presence, as if afraid he might hurt him or Virgo by accident, but now Noah could see. And what he saw unconsciously made his heart tighten, as if wrenching claws were scratching at him from the inside. He finally understood why Echidna had said he would die if he ever tried to attack Hell. He hadn't believed her at the time. A part of him had still thought that if he truly wished to, he could conquer Hell with his current power. Maybe with difficulty and setbacks, but eventually, as always, he would prevail. But here, standing before a progenitor, he realized, they are the peak of this universe for a reason. Virgo, at his side, stopped daydreaming as well. The relaxed and playful tension from before had melted away completely, leaving behind only one thick enough to choke the air from her lungs. She clenched her fist tightly, her knuckles whitening. Her crimson eyes hardened, like an ocean of blood frozen in time. She was ready to act the moment it became necessary. Evadam noticed, and if he cared, he didn't show it. His apathetic eyes remained locked on Noah as he parted his lips once again. I said you would answer some questions after my story, he began, and with every word, the pressure in the room swelled, coiling tighter, like a serpent ready to strike its prey. Tell me, third abomination. How do you know of Earth, and the way to reach it? It sounded like a question, but it wasn't. It was an order. Evadam could feel the deep and focused scrutiny of the records at that moment. They clearly didn't approve of this development, but Evadam couldn't simply let this one pass. Everyone had a limit, a boundary you should never cross if you wish to remain on good terms with someone, and for him, it was clearly Earth. Noah listened to Evadam's question, his outward expression calm and collected, yet inside his mind, countless possibilities were unfolding, different paths, different ways to solve this problem while keeping everyone satisfied. So, a negotiation, then. For a successful negotiation, Noah first needed to understand what Evadam wanted. Something he desired enough to make him willingly relinquish control over Earth. It was a good opportunity to try, now that Evadam had clearly shown both his dissatisfaction and his refusal to part with the world. That was perfect. Now that he had received a no, he simply needed to turn that no into a yes. As Evadam had already expressed himself and shown his discontent, that meant he would be more open to listen now. But first, Noah needed to show sincerity. And by that, he meant answering Evadam's question, how do I know Earth and the way towards it? Noah echoed, then added softly, I didn't want to tell you, but it seems I have no other choice. He sighed ruefully, as though it pained him deeply to confess. And with Noah's acting skills, even a progenitor could be deceived. He paused, inhaled slowly, and continued, You've already seen a glimpse of my power, he said calmly. In your opinion, what type of power do I hold? Evadam frowned, not particularly fond of being asked questions when he was the one doing the asking, but he let it slide and replied anyway, fate, destiny, and causality. He answered easily. Noah nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, that's my power. So tell me, wouldn't it be simple for someone like me to know the origin of a place, and the path toward it, if I already held something from that place? He asked with a confident grin. Evadam's eyes narrowed slightly as realization dawned. It was indeed possible. Even without the power over threads, he himself could have done the same under certain circumstances, so there was no doubt Noah could, but something was off. How could Noah have obtained something from Earth? And what exactly did he obtain? He wanted to ask, But he didn't need to, the confusion was already written across his face, and Noah, noticing, answered before he could speak. Yes, he said smoothly. I hold something from Earth. I'm talking about the Earth before its destruction. Eve Adams' frown deepened. Virgo's interest sharpened, her gaze turning focused and unreadable. Noah continued, I wasn't sure before, wondering if it was truly this. But now I am certain. He paused, letting his words settle in the heavy air, allowing the tension to thicken before cutting through it with his descending voice. Calm, measured, absolute. I have with me the life your children created with nothing but scraps in a world devoid of mana. Eve Adams' eyes widened. He parted his lips to speak, but before he could, Noah's voice sliced in first. You know I'm not lying, Noah said, a faint smile edging across his mouth. You can see through lies, after all. So now you know I have no ill intentions toward Earth. I came here only to see, to witness where a being without emotions was born. Eve Adam tilted his head slightly. Without emotions? Noah shrugged lightly. They were mortal in the end. They were flawed. And something flawed cannot create perfection. The being they created, now called Lucy, is one without an ounce of emotion in her existence. To her, life is simply life, no joy, no pain, no anticipation of the future, no dread of it. She is hollow. Eve Adam went still at those words, his gaze locking onto Noah's with an intensity that could cut through stars. Noah smiled, and Eve Adam cursed inwardly. He got me, Eve Adam thought. Now he wanted to see her, to see the being his children had created. He had never had the opportunity to retrieve her in the past. For some reason, the moment Earth was destroyed, she vanished with it, and not wanting that past tragedy to repeat, he had ordered only half of Earth's technological development restored, ensuring the same mistake could never happen again, but also making her irretrievable. Yet now, curiosity burned within him. No, it was more than curiosity. It was need, and Noah knew it. He knew he had Eve Adam's attention now and something the progenitor wanted from him. Compared to before, when Eve Adam couldn't have cared less, Noah now held the thread of power in his own hands, and so, Noah's smile widened. Shall we begin the negotiation now, lovely ancestor? Chapter 362, Hope. Shall we negotiate now, Eve Adam? Noah said, smiling faintly as his pale eyes locked onto the progenitor. The tension in the room eased. Eve Adam had stopped releasing his presence, and Virgo visibly relaxed, exhaling a soft yet meaningful sigh of relief. Finally letting go of the pressure that had been crushing her chest. It was terrifying to face an angry progenitor. But what was even more terrifying was how calm Noah remained before an event capable of erasing galaxies. Once again, Noah's standing and Virgo's eyes climbed higher. Eve Adam, meanwhile, didn't respond immediately to Noah's question. He simply stared back, clicking his tongue inwardly at how crafty and devious Noah truly was. At that point, he no longer had any choice but to listen. He got him good. Eve Adam sighed quietly. How problematic. All signs point to the third being far more troublesome than the other two, he said, looking at Noah with open dissatisfaction. Noah made a hurt expression, his mouth dropping open in mock offense as he pointed dramatically at himself. Me? Mind you, I'm just minding my own business. Everything I do is either because someone provoked me and I had to retaliate, or because I had no other choice. He defended himself, unwilling to let anyone make him sound like a reckless child. That's what tyrants say to justify their tyranny, Eve Adam replied flatly. You're no different from them. Oh, Noah thought, amused. Not a child, then. A tyrant. Well, I'll take that. Them? Noah tilted his head innocently. You mean the progenitors? Eve Adam didn't bother answering. Instead, he simply said, my attention span is limited. So, speak. Noah decided to be a good boy and play along. His thoughts began to drift, flowing like a soft breeze, as he considered the best path forward, one that would grant him what he wanted while still giving Eve Adam something to be satisfied with. Otherwise, the progenitor would never agree. So, what did he gather about him so far? Eve Adam wanted to see Lucy. That much was clear. That was the one thing he had openly shown interest in. But beneath that desire to witness the creation of his children, there was something deeper. A trace of longing and unspoken nostalgia. Somewhere inside him, Eve Adam missed the old Earth. That would also explain why he still kept a relic of it. It was to hold on to that era of light and glory, but Noah knew that understanding alone wouldn't be enough to win this. The true obstacle in his path was that Earth was still Eve Adam's main world, the core of humanity's legacy. Even if most humans were completely unaware of its existence, it wouldn't be easy for him to abandon it. Doing so would mean lowering his power significantly, cutting away at least 40% of it, since the world core was directly linked to his own. He would be left weakened. Not weak compared to others, but weak compared to the other progenitors, and that alone was enough reason to hesitate. Those beings were no longer as close as they once had been. Maybe that was another reason behind his refusal, besides the emotional attachment he held toward Earth. Taking all of that into account, Noah finally saw a faint outline of a path forward, a way to conclude this negotiation while leaving both sides satisfied, and so, he parted his lips. "I have a proposal for you," he said, leaning slightly over the table, placing both elbows upon it, then resting his chin on his folded palms. "First, listen to me and do not interrupt." Evadam said nothing. He simply fixed his eyes on Noah, the faintest flicker of interest betraying his silent acceptance. Noah exhaled softly, then continued, "Correct me if I'm wrong, but the situation of Earth actually pains you," he began. "You might act as though it means nothing to you, as though you don't care for power or the glory of your race, but," Noah shook his head slowly, "I don't believe that, Evadam." Evadam's expression tightened, the faintest tremor of irritation flickering across his face. But Noah didn't mind it. He continued, his tone steady, deliberate, "You're a progenitor. It's in your nature to care for your creation. It's in your nature to want your race to flourish, to be glorified, to be given the respect it deserves." He paused there, not breaking eye contact, at the side. Virgo watched with an unreadable intensity. "But I also know that what you pursue isn't the same as what the others do," Noah said softly. "You chase something beyond a concept as basic and widespread as strength." A faint smile tugged at his lips. "You pursue wisdom. You pursue evolution built upon knowledge, upon science. If you'll allow me to use the lexicon of your own world." Again, he paused, letting the weight of his words settle, letting them sink deep into both Evadam and Virgo before continuing. "I can give it to you," he said at last. "I can give you whatever you need to continue your path of research side by side with your children, in a world where no manna will ever taint. I will let you take that step, and I will give you the opportunity to make gods in a world parched of manna. I will give you protection. No one will find you, no one will touch you. And for anyone to reach you, they would have to reach me first." He chuckled softly, his tone carrying that dangerous confidence only he could wield. "And with all the modesty I have left in me, it's very unlikely. So tell me, Evadam, do you know what will happen then?" He smiled faintly. Yet before the progenitor could answer, Noah continued, "It means you will create your own power system, your own progression, from mortals to gods and even beyond. You will craft it step by step." Evadam instinctively shuddered. Something flickering deep within him, something ancient and long buried. "Of course, it won't be easy. Of course, you will fail many times. But you have me." Noah leaned back in his chair, that ever-present hint of a smile ghosting his face. "And you know me. I am an abomination. I am the blasphemer. I am made to walk paths forbidden to others, and with me, your chances will be far higher. With that, you will no longer be alone. Humans will no longer be looked down upon, their worlds no longer destroyed simply because others can." With that, Evadam, progenitor of humans. His voice lowered into a whisper, as though afraid the universe itself might eavesdrop. "You will become something beyond just a progenitor. You will take a step above your peers, now." His lips curled upward. "Do I have your yes?" Evadam fell silent. He didn't answer right away. It hurt to admit how deeply he still cared for Earth, and it hurt even more to recognize how his dead heart had begun to burn again under Noah's words. Yes. Noah was right. That was all he had ever wanted, to learn, to understand, to reach a wisdom that could only be found by bleeding oneself dry, not on the battlefield. Not in training grounds. But in the most dangerous place of all, within the mind. Strength had always been meaningless to him. Perhaps because he had been born at the summit of creation, with no predators save for his fellow progenitors, creatures who knew too well the danger of their own kind to provoke one without cause. The truth was, the time he had spent watching his children create something out of nothing but their own intellect, that had been his greatest era. His purest joy, and ever since the destruction of that world, the agony and loneliness had gnawed at him relentlessly, burning him like a murdered sun, blinding him in the darkness it left behind. So Noah's words touched something deep within him. They stirred something he thought had long died, hope, and oh, hope. What a dangerous word. What a dangerous thing. What a dangerous concept. Hope is a cloud, one that can either shield you from the darkness of the universe, or blind you from the light just beyond its reach. But he was trapped now. Unable to stop the fire of hope from spreading through his heart like oil-catching flame, sighing heavily, Evadam lifted his gaze to meet Noah's. What will you do with Earth? And what would be my place in all this? He asked. Earth will be integrated within me, Noah answered, prompting one of Evadam's brows to rise. Noah's smile deepened as he went on. Earth will be my heart. It will not stop turning until I stop walking. It will not die until I draw my last breath. My glory will be its glory. My light will bathe it in eternal radiance, and you, Evadam, you will be exactly what you've always wished to be. His tone softened, a faint warmth slipping into his voice. You will be the pioneer of a new path. A path to make humans something greater, by their own hands, their own methods, their own nature. He smirked. You will be, if you'll allow me once more to borrow the lexicon of your world. His smirk widened. An evolutionary biologist. Chapter 363. Welcome. Evadam was silent, looking at Noah, doing all he could to keep his expression frozen in time and not let any of his excitement slip through the cracks. It was not easy, though. There was always something wondrous, something deeply profound, about finally seeing the guiding light that could make your dream real. Most of the time, dreams were just that, dreams. They were stars in the sky you longed to reach. And you hoped that simply reaching out your hand would somehow shrink the distance and let you grasp them, but reality was often disappointing. And more often than not, despairing. Evadam had felt that despair. He had felt it pulse through his immortal body the way a fever grips a mortal. It made him sick. It made him weak. It made him unable to do anything to change his situation. Added to that was his inherent fear, the fear of watching his own creations destroy themselves again, the fear of failing once more as a progenitor, the fear of failing in his pursuit of wisdom. He was poisoned. Poisoned by his own fear, and thus came the words he always liked to whisper to himself. In the times when only drones and machines surrounded him, fear is poison, because he knew. Because he felt it, but in life, there was always a way out of any situation. Life might be cruel, but in the end, it was just a test. And every test had a way to pass it. You just needed to look for it. Evadam might have found one for himself, given enough time. But one came to him willingly, Noah Weaverheart. The third abomination, as he knew him. Not realizing he was far more than that, he was the blasphemer, he who controlled providence, he who had the affection of the records, he who grew stronger through love, and love, he had in abundance. It was that man who came to him, showing him a way, a path where he would no longer carry the burden of responsibility, where he could study alongside his own children, seeking a method to make them gods without manna. Study. Experiment. Fail. Learn, experiment. Fail. Learn, experiment. Succeed, and then. Knowledge, then. Wisdom. In the end, he failed to control his face, as an open smile spread across it, a smile that illuminated the entire room, brightening the atmosphere, making brown flowers burst from the air itself, swirling gently around them, filling the space with warmth and calm. This was the simple manifestation of a man's joy, a progenitor's joy. You are good with words, Noah, he said, then glanced at Virgo. Something I already noticed, to be honest. But still, your tongue is dangerous. Virgo blushed, though you wouldn't have noticed it. Noah, meanwhile, simply smiled. In that regard, am I not more human than you, progenitor of humans? Evadam cackled. Indeed, Noah. You remind me of my children, those of the firstborn. His laughter echoed, more joyful than Noah had ever heard before. I remember them, oh, I remember them. They were as shrewd as you. Some even more so, like that boy, Loki. Noah and Virgo smiled with him. They couldn't help it, they were infected by his joy. What a curious thing. After a few seconds, Evadam finally stopped laughing, wiping away tears of joy from the corners of his eyes. Looking at him now, you would never have believed this was the same man who had spoken a minute ago. It was different. Completely different. It was as if a massive cloud of darkness that had been hovering over him for countless years had been pierced, then shredded apart by a light too bright to ignore, and with that, his fear disappeared like mist swept away by a howling wind. With that, his hesitation melted like salt dissolving in boiling water. With that, hope arose in his heart, like the sun rising after a wrenching winter. With that, his joy bloomed within him, like a sunflower blooming beneath the golden light of dawn. All because he had finally let go of the responsibilities that had been weighing him down, and chose to let this abomination take over. How human, how fitting of him. Will you keep your word? Evadam asked, looking deeply into Noah's pale eyes. I am many things, Noah began, but not a liar. They all say that at the beginning, until keeping their word no longer benefits them, and they find a way to twist it, Evadam retorted, then smiled faintly. But I will believe you, Noah Veilgrim. Noah raised an eyebrow. Don't get me wrong, I appreciate this show of confidence in me, but. He tilted his head slightly. Why is that? Evadam shrugged. Hope, he said simply. Hope. Noah echoed, rolling the word around in his mouth as if tasting it, and only then muttered, What a nasty word. On this, I can only agree. Evadam chuckled. A sudden silence settled over the room. It was not a tense silence, but one filled with ease and warmth. Noah spoke again, his tone softer than usual. Then I guess Earth is mine now, ancestor. At that, Evadam finally voiced the question that had been trotting through his mind since the beginning. Why do you call me ancestor? And now that I think about it. He arched an eyebrow. How do you know the lexicon of Earth? Virgo also spared him a curious glance, wanting to know as well. Noah only smiled nonchalantly. Why ancestor? You know my power. I am whimsical. I like to say whatever whispers through my mind. Don't try to understand, and how do I know your lexicon? Well. He stopped for a moment, then continued, let's just say I've been enlightened in the ways of your world through a dream. A very short dream I barely recall anymore. Both of them looked at him strangely, eyes blank with disbelief. Finally, Evadam sighed. A secret then? He asked. We all have one, don't we? Noah retorted. True enough, Evadam said with a shrug, and another silence blanketed the room. Virgo was comfortable enough to open a chest of candy beside her, casually eating while secretly buying all kinds of games without using any points, thinking she was fooling Evadam. Not realizing this was his doing all along. So, when will you start? Evadam asked as he stood up from his chair, the drones around him following faithfully. He walked toward a nearby wall, and the wall shifted, transforming from steel to glass, revealing the view outside, into the void, and there, just before them, floated a blue planet orbiting peacefully. Beside the blue planet hung a sun and a moon, both at a safe distance, moving gracefully within their own paths. The sight was majestic. Noah and Virgo stood in unison, walking forward until they stood beside Evadam, their gazes fixed on the mesmerizing view. Noah, especially, felt something stir violently within him. His soul trembled. Shuddering in pleasure, that soul, the one that had once been born of this very blue planet and moon, was quivering in joy and excitement. It knew. It recognized. It was standing before its origin. It was standing before where it all began. Before starting the process, I would first like to visit Earth, he said softly, his voice trembling with anticipation. With my siblings in Virgo, he could barely hold himself back from breaking through the glass. Evadam nodded. You will have to seal your power, then. Earth is not strong enough to bear even a wisp of it. It would be destroyed. Noah nodded in understanding. We will do so. As for the process. Evadam began slowly. What do you mean when you say Earth will be your heart? Noah smiled faintly. Exactly that. I will make Earth my heart. I will rip out my current one and make Earth the new one. He turned his head slightly and saw Evadam staring at him as if he had lost his mind. How is that possible? Evadam asked, incredulous. Noah shrugged. I will make it possible, ancestor. His pale eyes locked deeply onto Evadam's brown ones. I will make a world my heart. The progenitor held his gaze for several seconds, then let his shoulders rise and fall in resignation. As you wish, now go do your visit, Evadam muttered, already distracted. My minds are being attacked by numerous inspirations. I need to start my experiments soon. As he spoke, a flickering panel appeared before him, and a pen etched itself across his hand as he began to write. What are you doing? Noah asked curiously. Never trust your memories, lad, Evadam said, suddenly adopting a sagely tone. Never trust them. Everything you have in your mind, write it down. You hear me? He then turned to look at him directly, his expression sharpening. Always write it down. Now, his face twisted into a snarl. Get out, goddammit. Noah's laughter boomed through the room, his voice echoing through the void. I'll take my siblings in Virgo with me, ancestor. Wait for us, and with that, he vanished. Taking his companions with him, finally, welcome back to Earth, Brandon, welcome to Earth, Noah. Chapter 364, Paris, City of Love. They entered Earth. The feeling was surreal, and this time, not only for Noah, but for all of them. None among them had ever seen a world that looked like Earth before. They stood weightless, high in the blue sky, their powers sealed yet still vast enough to keep them suspended effortlessly. They used the light around them to mask their presence, as Noah had warned them that this world had its own ways of detecting what shouldn't exist, so they stood there, watching. They watched the endless bodies of water glinting beneath the sunlight, the sprawling continents, the deserts, the seven wonders, the skyscrapers piercing the heavens, the airplanes gliding past them, and the bustling streets below filled with cars of every shape and color. They watched the humans, so weak, so pitiful, their eyes glued to glowing devices in their hands, many wearing earphones of all kinds, lost in their tiny private worlds. Their clothes, too, were fascinatingly diverse. Noah's gaze drifted toward a continent, Africa, more precisely, the western part. There, his eyes softened as he saw the traditional garments of a people called the Senegalese, their dark ebony skin glimmering proudly beneath the golden sun, handsome men and beautiful women. Doubtless, he looked elsewhere, at the Arabian Peninsula, admiring their elegance and tradition, then toward India, marveling at their diversity, and then toward Palestine, quietly taking note of their piety, and on, and on, and on. He absorbed it all, imprinting every image into his soul, feeling something within him stir, his very essence shrieking with joy. It was his first time truly seeing how beautiful his world was, but seeing its beauty also meant seeing its ugliness, and there were many of those, too, but for now, he ignored them. He wasn't here for that, not today. He was here to look, to feel, and to find someone. Not one person, actually, but two. Incredible, Aurelia whispered, her gaze fixed upon the United Kingdom. Can I go, youngest? I'll do nothing but read, I swear. Her voice trembled slightly with excitement. As for me. A seaman smirked, his crimson hair glinting faintly as his eyes swept over Africa. I'm curious about these people. Virgo, meanwhile, was gazing at Italy, her tone dreamlike. Ah, this one seems made for me. I can already sense so many sweet things there. Noah watched each of them and smiled faintly. Please, don't do anything that could cause problems. Lower your beauty, make it normal. You too, Virgo, change your skin color. Make it white, yellow, brown, dark, whatever you like, but not red. You'll kill people by heart attack. Virgo's lips twitched. Lower our beauty? How much? A seaman asked, his dangerously handsome face shining with arrogant amusement. Crimson hair and black eyes making him look divine. Noah tilted his head, then snapped his fingers, conjuring two images, one of Damson Idris for a seaman, and one of Angelina Jolie for the girls. Make it slightly less than these, he said. They nodded, lowering their beauty and altering their skin, and hair colors to match those of humans on Earth, and then disappeared completely, each heading toward their chosen destinations. Noah remained alone in the sky, his faint smile unmoving. He wondered what form he should take, but in truth, he didn't even need to think about it. He assumed the appearance of Brandon, an average man with simple black hair and dark eyes, around 6 feet tall. Lean-bodied, the kind of build one got from small, laboring jobs and quiet days. He took a deep breath, his mind expanding, scanning across the entire planet until it found the one he sought. Finding her, he smiled faintly, and then, he vanished from the sky. Earth, France, Paris. Night came, the sun sunk back into sleep, and the moon rose slowly above the horizon, bathing the world in its silvery luster. The city of Paris was alive, buzzing with movement beneath the glow of street lamps that painted the rocky ground gold. Cars and people flooded the avenues, laughter and conversation blending with the hum of engines and the rhythm of footsteps. You could see every kind of face, every kind of skin tone, every kind of style. In the distance stood the towering figure of the Eiffel Tower, shining like a beacon of light for the lovers scattered across the city. And at the very heart of Paris, inside a bustling bar filled with laughter, music, and the clinking of glasses, a woman sat alone in the corner, her hand resting on a half-empty glass of red wine. She was beautiful. Strikingly so. Her dress was tight and sleek, covered in faintly shimmering pearls that reached her knees. Jewelry glimmered at her neck, on her fingers, and around her wrists. Her eyes were chocolate brown, matching her hair perfectly. She wore makeup that highlighted her natural allure, sharpening the edge of her sensuality until it was almost dangerous. Her body was the kind that turned heads, effortlessly, every curve in its rightful place. Men stole glances at her from every corner of the bar, but none dared to approach. There was something in her posture, in her aura that showed her sinking mood. Another one. Emmy muttered under her breath, another fucking cheater. She cursed softly, lifted her glass, and drank. She didn't understand. With her looks, her charm, her body, how could any man cheat on her? Why would they? She gave everything. Every time, so why? She shook her head wearily, tired to her bones. Since him, I've never met a loyal man. The thought burned quietly in her chest, then, suddenly, she felt a presence beside her. She cast a lazy glance to her right. A man had taken the seat next to hers. He was holding a menu in one hand, face partially hidden behind strands of long black hair. He wore a silver suit that looked both simple and expensive. A Rolex gleamed on his wrist, the latest model, and a diamond ring caught the bar's dim light from his middle finger. A wealthy man, or someone pretending to be one. Either way, she wasn't in the mood tonight, so she turned back toward her glass, sinking deeper into the haze of her wine. But then, a matter of heart, the man asked. His voice was magnetic, a sound that wrapped around her like silk. Something in it made Emmy sober slightly, her instinct telling her to answer. She chewed on her words for a moment before sighing softly. Why would you think that? She asked, deciding to indulge both him and herself. Anything to forget that cheating bastard. The man, Noah, chuckled quietly. Aren't we in the city of love? I was just testing my luck. He smiled faintly. But it seems I was right. Emmy gave a tired little nod. You are, she admitted. Want to talk about it? Noah asked, still studying the menu, his face hidden beneath the gentle fall of his dark hair. They say confessing to a stranger is easier than to someone you know. Strangers are less likely to judge. What do you want to hear? She chuckled dryly. That I'd been cheated on? Please. That's something you hear every other day now, even a beautiful woman like you. Emmy laughed, the sound low and tired. Nice try, gentlemen. But yes, even me. Shocking, isn't it? Noah didn't look up. Indeed, shocking, he said softly. I would have believed that whoever held your heart would do everything in their power to keep it, and why would you think that? Because I would have done the same, he answered curtly. Emmy smiled. In that moment, she almost forgot her cheating ex. Speaking with this man was oddly satisfying. She couldn't help herself, she wanted to keep talking. And talk, she did. Would you treat me right if you had someone like me? She asked, her voice more animated now, tinged with curiosity and a faint hope she didn't expect to feel. Seeing her smile, the men around them cursed silently at Noah. I mean, yes, Noah replied, his tone calm, assured. Not doing that would be a kind of idiotic thing to do. Not just with a woman, but with anyone. If you're in a relationship with someone, the least you can do is treat them right. And if you can't. He paused, eyes flicking briefly toward her. Then why bother being with them at all? Noah's words hit something deep within Emmy, stirring a memory, a flash of her younger self, naive and bright-eyed. But his voice drew her back. So tell me, beautiful lady, he said smoothly, did you treat everyone you've been with the right way? Because if not, I'm sorry, but I don't think you have the right to complain. Emmy went silent for a moment, the corner of her mouth twitching before she laughed softly. Ah, well, there was one man I didn't. Oh really? Yes. Emmy nodded, then exhaled as if releasing a burden. I was younger. We both were. I was a woman in need, wanting someone to take care of me. I wanted what my friends had, someone who'd buy me gifts, take me shopping, invite me to fancy places. She smiled faintly, almost mockingly at herself. Noah didn't interrupt. He simply listened. She was spilling everything she'd buried for years, to this stranger. Maybe it was the wine, maybe it was the ache that needed release, but she did. She needed it. I wanted all of that, but I couldn't have it with him. He was young, an orphan, even. He couldn't give me what I wanted. But still, I liked him. I liked his grit, his determination, the way he worked small jobs here and there just to get by, and even though he didn't have much, sometimes he'd buy me a burger, she said, a soft laugh escaping her lips. And every time, I could see him already planning how to work extra hours to earn that money back. Her voice faltered. He loved me, Emmy knew. She had always known that Brandon loved her, she knew it, all of it. But still, one day, my friends introduced me to a man, a wealthy man who had everything a man could want, and everything I thought I wanted. I resisted at first, tried to stay loyal to my boyfriend, but, she gulped slowly, I failed. My friends succeeded in persuading me. At first, it was just a few harmless dates, then he started giving me gifts, showering me with everything I dreamed of as a woman, and I guess you succumbed to the lifestyle, Noah said calmly, his tone neither condemning nor kind, leaving the one who could barely afford to buy you a burger? A quiet, almost playful laugh followed. Quite fair, honestly, Emmy smiled faintly. That's what I thought too. But, it was a mistake, her voice softened, trembling slightly. He was a man who saw women as objects, something to be acquired with money, and I proved him right, she added silently, her heart tightening. Not even months later, after I bit my tongue and endured his constant cheating because I'd already crossed the line, he left me. Her laugh came out hollow, fragile. He told me, and I quote, "You're not my type anymore." She raised her glass and took a slow, deliberate sip, the wine trembling against the edge of her lips. Noah laughed. With her then? So you lost the one who loved you, the one who was ready to work harder just to buy you a burger, for a few months of high life? Doesn't look like a good deal to me. Emmy sighed deeply. I regretted it, she admitted. After that, I tried to call him back, but his number no longer worked. I went to the place where he used to work, but no one had seen him since then. It was as if he had disappeared out of nowhere, leaving nothing behind. I believed, back then, he just wanted to be alone. To start anew after what I did to him. She finished her sentence softly, then took another sip of wine, her eyes distant. Silence settled between them, comfortable, painful, unspoken, before Emmy finally spoke again. Her voice lowered and slightly slurred by the wine. I want his forgiveness, she said. Why? Noah asked. Because I regret what I did. I just want him to forgive me for betraying his feelings. He deserved better. She took another small breath. He was poor. But no man has ever treated me the way he did since him. I should have stayed. I should have stayed with him and supported him until we succeeded together, but I was too young. Too immature. Too narrow-minded. Too impatient. Money wasn't worth it, then? Noah inquired, his voice calm but edged with something unreadable. Emmy chuckled weakly. It's nice at first. You can buy whatever you want. Go wherever you want, but later, it all turns hollow. It leaves you with nothing except, she lifted her glass slightly, staring at the deep red swirl inside, except the money to buy good wine to fill the void inside your heart. She took a slow sip, her eyes glinting faintly in the dim light, and even then, she whispered, it doesn't last more than a few hours. So you start again, and again, and again, until you become addicted, she finished in her mind. Noah remained silent at her words, simply watching her. Then he raised his head slightly and turned toward her, finally revealing his face in full. Emmy sensed the shift, the weight in the air, and instinctively turned to look at him. Her eyes widened. Batum, the face. The hair. The eyes, all of them were the same. Brandon, she breathed, voice trembling. Noah smiled, calm, unreadable, yet filled with something that made her chest tighten. Well, Emmy, he said softly, your life has been quite eventful, hasn't it? Chapter 365, Closure. The world seemed to have stopped. It was a sensation Emmy usually laughed at, the kind of exaggeration she believed only existed in movies, in stories where everything was dramatized for effect. But at that moment, in that fragile instant when she realized she had been speaking to Brandon all along, revealing her deepest insecurities, her shame, her regrets. Her very soul, with wine running like blood through her veins, time truly seemed to freeze. The bustling bar dissolved into nothingness. The laughter, the chatter, the clinking of glasses, all of it faded into silence. And the only thing that existed within her reality was the pair of calm, dark eyes staring at her, eyes that seemed to devour everything they touched. She sat there, unmoving, her eyes wide, her delicate, rosy lips parting in a soundless gasp. Her hand trembled violently, threatening to let the glass of red wine slip and shatter on the floor, but she held it. There were people around them, and Emmy had long learned never to cause a scene, not in public, not with eyes watching. In a world ruled by the internet, one wrong gesture could twist into a story for millions, so she did her best to steady her breathing, to stop her heart from clawing its way out of her chest, and shakily parted her lips. Be Brandon, she stammered. Her voice was low, trembling, as if afraid to be heard, as if terrified of the answer that might come. But no matter how desperately she wanted to deny what stood before her, no matter how much she longed to run, to drown herself once more in the comfort of wine and oblivion, this time she couldn't. This time, life didn't give her that escape. How long has it been, Emmy? Noah asked softly, his tone almost wistful. To me, it feels like thousands of years have passed. He looked at her with calm, neutral eyes, no anger, no hatred, no trace of bitterness. None of the scorn she expected, none of the resentment she thought she deserved, and somehow, that hurt her more. Instead of relief, instead of happiness, Emmy felt something inside her shatter. Her heart screamed, shrieking in pain and in agony. She didn't respond. She couldn't even look at him now, This was truly him, the man she had abandoned for wealth, the man she had traded for comfort and luxury, and now here he was, dressed in silver, exuding quiet confidence, standing in front of her with more power, grace, and wealth than she had ever imagined. How ironic, seeing her in that silent storm of guilt. Noah simply shook his head with a faint smile, and stood slowly. His movements were unhurried, deliberate, composed, as though every second belonged to him. He extended his hand toward her, his voice soft and gentle, almost tender. How about a more silent place? Paris was certainly worth the hype. The Eiffel Tower was a sight to behold. It looked so close because of how colossal it was, yet it stood impossibly far away from where they were, just like the stars. They always seemed near, as if you could reach out, fly a little higher, and pluck them from the heaven, but nothing could be farther from the truth. Noah and Emmy stood together on a rooftop. Alone, surrounded by the cold wind that howled across the quiet Parisian night, they were both staring at the distant Eiffel Tower. It had been almost half an hour, and neither had spoken a word. Emmy was fidgeting with her fingers, her nerves fraying with every second of silence. She kept opening her mouth, then closing it again, over and over, like a fish out of water gasping for breath, as if she wanted to speak but couldn't form the words. In truth, she knew what she wanted to say. She wanted to know where he had been these past 6 years. She wanted to know what he had done during that time, what he had become. She wanted to know how he had felt when she ended things with him over the phone. When she had spoken to him in that cold, sharp tone that wasn't truly hers, she wanted to apologize for that. For everything. She hadn't meant it. She hadn't wanted to sound that way. But it was the only way she could let him go, the only way to avoid collapsing under his gaze, the only way to keep from cursing herself as a coward. So she had run. She had chosen to hide instead of facing him, but more than anything else, she wanted to ask him one thing: why are you gentle with me? Emmy blurted out suddenly, her voice trembling as she slowly squatted and sat at the edge of the roof. She couldn't stand anymore. She was tired. Not in her body, but in her soul. The wine she'd drunk was clouding her head. The world spinning and her skull pounding like a drum being beaten from within. It wasn't a new sensation, she had long grown used to it, but somehow, being in this state before Brandon made her feel deeply ashamed. Noah looked down at her quietly. Do you want me to be angry with you? He asked lightly, a faint joke in his tone. But, yes. Emmy nodded, her voice raw. Then she slowly lifted her head, her eyes shimmering under the moonlight. Yes. I'd rather you shout at me, call me whatever names you want, than treat me like this. Her throat finally unlocked. Yes, Brandon. I don't want you to look at me with those eyes, she said, pointing at his calm, unreadable gaze. Hate me. Look at me with anger. Look at me with something. With? She stuttered, with feelings, even if it's only scorn, she added silently. The world around them faded. The city blurred. The sound of cars, of footsteps, of laughter below, all of it disappeared. In that moment, there was only the two of them. Noah sighed softly and sat beside her, his movements quiet, his body sinking into the cold red tiles of the roof. Well, hate is a strong feeling, Emmy, he said. And honestly, I never hated you. Not even when you left me for someone else back then. Emmy's head snapped up, her eyes wide with disbelief. You didn't hate me, she whispered, barely breathing. She had lived the last 6 years drowning in guilt because of that, because she was certain he must have hated her, and through those years, no one had ever treated her the way he did. Emmy had left him to chase wealth, but now, she would give up every piece of luxury she owned if it meant having someone like Brandon again, someone who loved her, who respected her, who cherished her without expecting anything in return. Someone who didn't see her as an object, a trophy, a prize to be flaunted, but as a human being who needed warmth, and respect, and love. That realization made her laugh bitterly and hollowly. How fascinating life was. You leave something for another, only to realize what you left behind was everything you truly needed. And by the time you understand, regret blooms in your chest like a storm, swelling, bursting, flooding your heart with sorrow. I never hated you. Don't you know? Sometimes the love, the respect, and the consideration you feel for someone are too deep to allow something as filthy as hate, Noah said, smiling faintly. All I felt after that call, after that day, was disappointment. Disappointment in thinking that my 5 years of saving had been for nothing. Disappointment in realizing that what you meant to me was not what I meant to you. Disappointment in knowing that I had never been enough for you, even though I charred my hands and denied myself sleep only for you. Emmy's body began to tremble. Her eyes shimmered, her chest rising and falling sporadically, as if she were out of breath. Shame and pain were choking her. That's what I felt, Noah continued softly. And do you know why I was pestering you that day? Why I invited you to meet me on the beach? Emmy shook her head violently, panic flashing in her teary eyes. No, no, don't. She pleaded, voice breaking. She didn't want to hear it. She didn't want to know, but Noah said it anyway. Because he needed to. Because he also needed a release. And the only way to let go of something was to face it, to accept it, and to set it free. I wanted to ask you to marry me. Baitum, no, she whimpered. I had saved 5 years of my meager salary for that. I bought the ring you told me you wanted, the one you showed me on your phone with those shining eyes. I memorized the brand and the model, just to find it later. Noah faltered for a moment. He smiled faintly, but it was the kind of smile that came from pain too deep to hide. His soul trembled, his chest heavy with a cry he couldn't let out. For a heartbeat, the world became blurry in his eyes, but he held it together. He refused to let the rain fall. He was Noah Weaverheart. He was the one who would soon own this entire world, so with the strength of his will, he spoke again. I did everything I could for you, Emmy. You know that, right? Emmy could barely breathe. The tears streamed down her face in torrents. Like water cascading from a broken dam. Her sobs tore through the quiet night, her voice lost between hiccups and gasps. Her makeup was gone, smeared across her trembling face, her mascara staining her cheeks. She was a mess, but still, she forced her trembling lips to move. Why you did, Brandon. She stammered between sobs. You fulfilled your duty toward me. You honored me, you respected me, you loved me. Her voice cracked, breaking under the weight of her own guilt. You did everything you could, you did it. She repeated the words again and again, her body curled in on itself, shaking violently, as though she wanted to disappear from the world entirely. She was drowning in unimaginable pain and shame, but most of all, in regret, because now, for the first time, she could glimpse what he had felt all those years ago. And in that moment, she understood him, and in understanding him, she finally understood the full cruelty of what she had done. Noah stood up, then reached out and gently pulled her to her feet before wrapping his arms around her in a soft, steady embrace. Emmy froze. Her swollen, tear-stained eyes widened in disbelief. You did me wrong, Emmy, Noah said quietly. You were a coward, and ungrateful. But I don't blame you, because I understand the reasons you did it. So, he paused for a heartbeat, his voice lowering. Warm and unshaking, I forgive you, Emmy broke. Her sobs flooded the rooftop, replacing the sound of the wind. The night seemed to cry with her. I forgive you for everything, Noah continued softly, and now, you just need to forgive yourself, and accept that what you did was just a mistake any ordinary girl could make nowadays. Life won't end because of that, right? He added with a faint laugh, and then slowly let her go. When he stepped back, Emmy was looking at him with eyes that seemed brighter, lighter, as though a weight had been lifted from her heart. She tried to smile, but with her smeared makeup, glistening tears, and running nose. It was a strange, fragile sight. Noah laughed gently. Gods, you should see your face, Emmy. I should take a picture and call it our final farewell. The words made her expression falter. Final farewell, she echoed, her voice trembling. Noah smiled faintly. This meeting was a closure, he said, his tone calm. A closure for me, but also for you. He lifted a hand and placed it softly on her cheek. His palm was warm, his touch careful. Emmy leaned into it instinctively, closing her eyes. Don't waste your life, Emmy, Noah said, his voice barely above a whisper. Believe me, this is just the beginning. You've made your mistakes, you've learned from them. Now go on. Walk your path, don't chase love. Like death, it will find you at the right time. So go, leave the past in the past, and look forward to the future. Emmy nodded, though tears still streamed down faster than before. She didn't have the right to ask him to stay, or to tell him she wanted to make up for the years they'd lost. She wanted to desperately, but she knew this was the moment she had to face the consequences of her choices and let go. This was life. Not everything and not everyone was meant to be, and for Emmy, Brandon and she were simply not meant to be. That was why, I will live my life, she said at last, smiling sorrowfully, hopefully not one of an alcoholic. Noah teased lightly, the corner of his lips curling. Emmy laughed through her tears. No. I'll stop, I promise, she said, her tone weirdly cute and fragile. Noah smiled again, then slowly withdrew his hand and turned away, his steps silent against the roof tiles as he began to walk toward the edge. Emmy watched his back, her heart tightening. The words left her mouth before she could stop them. "Will this really be the last time we see each other?" she shouted, her voice shaking, almost pleading. Noah didn't stop walking, but his voice echoed back through the night, calm and distant, as Brandon. "Yes, this will be the last time," and with that, he disappeared into the darkness, leaving behind the sound of a woman's quiet sobs carried by the wind. As Brandon, chapter 366, Mark, high atop the illuminated Eiffel Tower, Noah sat there calmly, watching the vast metropolis of Paris stretching out before him like a labyrinth drawn by gods to torment mortals. But it was not made by gods, it was made by mortals themselves. It was awe-inspiring. He sat there, his legs dangling over the void, his mind swirling in many directions at once. After his recent talk with Emmy, Noah found himself freer than he had ever thought possible. He had believed he'd forgotten what Emmy had made him go through despite all the power and women he had gained after his death. But no. He had only been fooling himself, he hadn't forgotten. Even if his mind had buried it beneath all that had happened since, his soul never did. But now, things had changed. Now Noah had made peace with his past self. He had settled his grievances, choosing to forgive the imperfections of humanity rather than retaliate in petty vengeance against someone who had been drowning in her own pain. It hadn't been easy for either of them. Though Emmy had brought it upon herself, you could hardly blame a child for doing something she didn't understand, much less a clueless girl swallowed by the noise of society and the poison of her so-called friends. Where did she end up? An alcoholic. Noah found that, almost normal, as he expanded his senses and covered the entire world. Emmy's story was not unique. But in a way, it was, because Noah was part of it. And unlike many who never found redemption, she did, and because of that, Noah Weaverheart, the records didn't chime as they usually did. They spoke softly to him, like a mother whispering to her child as if they now understood something they never had before. Or perhaps as if they were finally seeing something they had long ignored. Noah smiled faintly, his eyes still fixed on the glowing streets below, letting the records finish their words. "You have made peace with the unknown past of yourself. You have now fully merged with both your past and present, becoming someone whole, in soul, in mind, and in body." Applause. "Then, you have obtained a distinction unique to you. You have received a mark obtained, the mark of self. You will not lose yourself. You will not lose your path. Your power cannot be copied, stolen, or devoured in any way or form." "Then, you have been fantastic, Noah. You have grown." Then the records fell silent, though their warm gaze never left him, watching as Noah sat quietly upon the tower. After the notification faded, a glowing silver sigil shaped like an ordinary human heart appeared on his chest, right where his real one rested. Noah closed his eyes for a brief moment, feeling a different kind of power veil his entire body, like a white shroud made for the dead, soft and solemn. A faint smile edged across his lips. "A mark, huh? It's my first time hearing of this," he murmured, curious. He could feel the strange power embracing him. It resembled an authority, yet on a far more refined and unique scale. He sensed that no one could truly take anything from him anymore. More than that, his self was anchored, absolute, meaning, his existence could no longer be denied or erased. If someone wanted to kill him, it would no longer be possible unless they destroyed the very reality he existed within, something unthinkably difficult, even for the divine. So the only way left would be to imprison him forever. It should have been comforting, and yet, Noah knew that sometimes death was the only true peace, the only rest. Still, he wouldn't reject this new power. And if the records had granted it, or rather, if he had earned it through his own merit at this moment, on this day, at this exact hour, then it was for a reason. But for what, exactly? Noah didn't know. It was ironic. For one who commanded providence, his own fate remained something even he struggled to decipher. It was tangled in countless threads, some he couldn't even trace the origin of, all interwoven into something maddeningly complex, and utterly without sense. "And despite all of this, life is still beautiful," Noah said with a grin, enjoying the view. "Right, Providence?" Its sudden interjection startled her, but eventually, "Yes, it is, Noah." Noah paused a bit, then continued, "This is the world where we met. The world where everything changed. Emmy left that day. I threw the ring into the ocean and ran after it. I drowned, then met you before dying and awakening in lay." He chuckled softly. "It was a series of events so improbable, so random, and so meaningless on their own, but together, these seemingly trivial moments created me." Noah Weaverheart, how curious, and all of this makes me wonder many things. He smiled faintly, then reached out his hand, summoning a bottle of soda Fanta, to be precise. He opened it with a fssh, letting the sound echo faintly around him, brought it to his lips, drank 2 small gulps, then lowered it again. He shrugged lightly, but I'll know eventually. For now, I just want to enjoy the place of our beginning, he said. You have come a long way. Providence said, We have come a long way. Things would have been completely different if I didn't have you. I only gave you the means, you were the one who used them well enough to stand where you are now. You are the owner of this world, the progenitor of a new race, the father of 2 talented children, and the husband of many incredible women. Noah chuckled lightly. Slow down, lady. It's been a while since I enjoyed the feeling of a creaking bed, he teased, making Providence chuckle. Then, softer, I've made many mistakes along the way too, made my loved ones suffer needlessly. His smile faltered slightly at that. Isn't that life? Noah couldn't see Providence, but he could feel her shrug. Life is built on mistakes and failures. Only through them can one learn and grow, so don't be too hard on yourself. You're unbelievably sweet today. I have always been sweet, today you're being extra, hey? Is this how you thank my deep emotional support? Have I not been a good companion to you? He said with a grin. Did I not even give you some first-hand experience of no need? I understand, war battle? Noah tilted his head, smirking. What did you think I was going to say? Providence fell silent in embarrassment before muttering in a small voice, I hate you. Noah laughed, and for a moment, it looked as if stars were dancing in his eyes. He lifted his Fanta and took another sip. A peaceful silence settled around them, broken only by Providence's voice. What's left now? She asked. You've made peace with Emmy. Is there anything else you need to do before beginning the process? Noah nodded simply. Yes. There's still something left. Someone I need to see before I begin. You want to know who? I already know who, Noah laughed. Figures. Then he vanished from the Eiffel Tower, leaving behind the weightless bottle of Fanta, which burst a moment later. But instead of the usual orange color, what poured out was a silver liquid shimmering like starlight. It fell, faster than anything in this world could perceive, touching a few humans and animals wandering idly below. Earth, Morocco, Rabat, space parted like a curtain, and Noah stepped through, appearing before a quiet graveyard, unseen and undetected. The air around him was still, heavy with the scent of loss and old grief. There were countless tombstones scattered about. Names etched upon each. Some looked new, the stones still clean, uncracked, with fresh flowers laid beneath them. Others were worn and forgotten, neglected by time. He stopped suddenly when he noticed, at the far left of the graveyard, a small group of people dressed in black, in the process of burying someone, their expression filled with woe. He watched for a few moments before quietly turning away, walking toward a specific spot. He wasn't disturbed by the sight, and how could he be? He had seen death, caused it more times than he could count. He was used to it, that's what he told himself, but the moment he stopped before a particular tombstone, his heart felt as though it had been pierced by a sharpened spear. The tombstone was weathered and cracked, the stone's surface veined with fractures like a web of faded light. With all this, Noah hadn't expected to find flowers there, but there was one. A single lily rested at its base. Beside it lay 2 pictures, one of Brandon and a beautiful woman with a gentle, motherly smile, and the other, a picture of him and Jemmy. Noah's voice came out weaker than he expected, his mind and heart collapsing in silent disarray. He slowly crouched down before the tombstone, reaching out his right hand to brush away the dust. The name became clearer as he wiped it softly, and Noah read it with a trembling smile, holding the pictures and the lily close in his hand. Halima Mariam Imane, his mother, or rather, Brandon's mother. Chapter 367, Halima, a beautiful woman. She had brown skin like polished copper, with long black hair braided into dozens of small knits falling over her shoulders. Her eyes were dark, but peaceful, like the darkness of the night. That beautiful woman became a single mother because of a foolish mistake in her youth, when she gave herself to a man who promised her the sky and the stars as the surplus after their wedding. She let him into her fragile heart, went against her parents who had warned her not to be with a man before marriage, all for the sake of love. But love is blind, as people love to say. Especially when it's your first love, your first real contact with the opposite gender. You'd think this was the promised one, the one sent directly by God for you and you alone, so you stick with him, ignoring the obvious red flags because no one is perfect, right? That was what Halima lived. And because of her naivety, born from being sheltered all her life, she accepted the ridiculous request of sleeping with the man before the official wedding. They did it 2 days before the date of the wedding. The man succeeded in convincing her that it was not so different, that there was nothing to worry about, that they would be married in 2 days anyway. Foolish, she accepted his persistent insistence. She lost her purity, and 2 days later, she lost her dignity and honor. As the man never came to the marriage she had painstakingly convinced her disapproving family to attend, the world crumbled under her frail shoulders, her breath choking on itself as she realized the painful truth that all she had lived with the man called Abdoulaye was nothing but a fake dream, an illusion of love and affection, and she was only a tool, a means to satisfy the ego of a man who wanted nothing more than to lure and steal the purity of women too bright for this wretched world. After that day, she changed completely. Her beautiful black hair lost its luster, her brown skin dulled and cracked, dust clinging to it from lack of care. Her eyes lost their innocent shine and turned hollow. Dead inside, the beautiful and always smiling Halima was no more. Her parents did not abandon her, they still kept her in their home, still gave her food and water. Yet their relationship grew cold and distant, awkward, but not beyond repair, until the day she realized she was pregnant. As a woman, her mother was the first to notice it. The shock was immense. Their family held purity sacred, believing deeply that only a husband could see a woman naked, only he could take her purity. It was their tradition, their faith, so when they discovered that Halima had lost her purity and now carried the child of a man who had deceived her, it left them paralyzed in silence. Her mother, already old and frail, saw her health decline even further until she was hospitalized, her life hanging by a thread. The life of Halima, only 20 years old, became hell on earth. Her family scorned her, their eyes heavy with disdain, not only for what she had done to herself, but for the shame it brought upon them in the eyes of their neighbors. To them, Halima hadn't just forsaken herself, she had forsaken them all. In that tradition-bound world, the sight of Halima's growing belly became one of the greatest humiliations and deepest pains her father could bear. To him, it was a living proof that he had failed in the education of his daughter, that he had failed his duty as a man. As a father, that realization broke him, leaving him bedridden, rarely stepping outside his room. Halima felt that pain deep within her, and combined with the difficulty of pregnancy, she could barely endure it. She didn't know how many times she had thought about ending the life inside her, or even ending her own and finding peace at last. She wanted it desperately. She craved that release, but Halima might have been naive. She was never weak-willed. She might have made mistakes, but she was the kind of woman who would bear the consequences of them, even if they killed her, so she accepted it. She accepted the child of the man she loathed with every fiber of her being, because she had no right to end the life of another. Life was sacred, as her tradition had taught her. To end one life was to end the life of all humankind. No human had the right to take a life, no one, it was not their place, but Halima knew she couldn't stay in her house anymore. Her child would never be raised in a loving environment that way, so she did the only thing she could do at that time. She took all the money she had earned by working as a housekeeper, babysitter, and English teacher, something she excelled at. With all that money she had been saving to help her future husband buy a house for them, Halima took a plane and went to France, to Paris, to start a new life, pregnant and alone, leaving behind only a few simple words of goodbye. I love you. You have not failed me. I have failed you, and she departed. Her new life began, and soon she gave birth to her child, a son she named Brandon, in homage to an old white man who had helped her find work when she had nowhere to go, allowing her to carve out at least a small space for her baby. Their life together began. Brandon was loved. His mother might have been too busy juggling multiple jobs just to put food on the table, but he received all the love he needed to grow healthily. His mother played both roles, mother and father, as best she could. Brandon, the old man, sometimes helped, but Paris was a harsh place to live, and everyone had their own burdens to bear. Still, his help was appreciated by both mother and son. Brandon grew up healthy and strong, and when he turned 18, he didn't hesitate. He began working small jobs for his mother, who had grown old and could no longer keep working as hard as before. She was ill, her body worn by years of stress and countless ignored ailments, all because she had prioritized feeding her son and keeping him warm through the winters. Yes, Halima had done her duty as a mother, it was Brandon's turn to do his as a son. But fate denied him the chance. Soon after he started working and began paying for her treatments to help her recover, she died. It was as if the only thing keeping her alive had been her will to see her son stand on his own. She was exhausted. She was tired. She was utterly spent. Brandon was 18 at the time. The day, October 3, 2023, in Paris, 19 arrondissement, he lost his mother, and with her, his entire world. He became alone in the world, drifting through life with bleak thoughts and no motivation for the future. And that continued, until he met one girl, a girl who pulled him from despair, who gave his life meaning, only to snatch it away again. Noah laughed brokenly, as visions of Halima's life flooded through his mind the moment he touched the tombstone. Tears streamed down his cheeks faster than he had ever experienced. He was overwhelmed by emotions he thought he had long outgrown. Emotions only mortals were supposed to feel, and yet here he was, kneeling on the muddy ground, clutching two pictures tightly in his hands, weeping like an abandoned child in a crowded marketplace before a tombstone. He had never known his mother went through all this. She had never told him, and when he asked his father, she only said he died before he was born. His mother had borne the pain of being made a fool, the agony of being shunned by her family, and the burden of raising a child in a foreign land, all alone, all that, while giving all her love, all her care, all her life, to the child she never asked for. "You have done your duty," Noah whispered, his voice barely audible between choked sobs. "You have loved me. You have protected me. And you have educated me. You gave birth to the man I am now. You are the origin of everything. Without you accepting my birth, then Noah Weaverheart would have never existed, and for that, let me do my duty upon you. I might no longer have your blood within me," he smiled crookedly, "but I have a piece of you in my soul. So, mother," he paused, "let me do my duty as a son. If you still consider me as such, then." His heart pulsed, earth paused. Chapter 368, paused, earth paused. Everything looked as if one mighty being had pressed a pause button on it, causing the wind, the molecules, the atoms, the water bodies, the earth itself, and all beings within it, to stop. All over the world, you could see beings in a statuesque stance of every form and shape, some in the midst of important tasks, others already asleep, but there were three beings who didn't stop alongside the others, excluding Noah, and they all raised their heads to the sky at the same time, their minds immediately thinking of the culprit behind this situation. There was no mistake, only he could make this world stop, and he was the one who dared to tell us not to cause trouble, Aurelia muttered as she sat amidst books and novels of every kind and color in the British Library, situated in London, with a couple of pastries beside her. She was enjoying her life. She had never seen such a wild diversity of books. She was holding one called Golden Sun. And goodness! Aurelia would do anything to witness an iron rain, and the best thing was that she slowly turned her head to see Morning Star, Dark Age, and the rest. Also, beside them, there was one with the covered demon in white. She closed her eyes briefly to contain her excitement and focused back on her reading, not caring in the least about what the youngest was doing. She sipped her tea, bit into a pastry glazed with honey, and continued reading calmly, her gold-rimmed glasses resting elegantly on her face. She was weirdly sexy. In another place, amidst a sea of green trees threatening to reach the sky, a seaman also looked toward the heavens. He was wearing traditional African red garments that exposed his muscled, chiseled body. Around him were other dark-skinned men and women, all of them speaking with great enthusiasm. Had the world not paused, the cries challenging a seaman to wrestling matches would have echoed through the forests of Congo, frightening even the most terrible beasts. That was what he was doing here, wrestling with both humans and beasts alike, quickly becoming popular among these simpletons. His face split into a huge grin. "The youngest always seems to do something interesting," he said. "I wonder what it is this time." He chuckled before cackling like a madman. Crouching down to grab a handful of the muddy ground beneath him, smearing it over his hands, and painting the faces of the ones he now called his friends, what would they say? They certainly wouldn't blame me. They'll be so surprised once the youngest finishes his thing. He laughed mischievously. He, too, was a simpleton. In another place, more precisely, in a well-known pastry shop in Milan called Pasticceria Marchesi, a woman with plain black hair and eyes was sitting before a mountain of pastries. She was drooling, eager to eat all of them, only to be interrupted by the sudden stillness of earth. She merely clicked her tongue and dove into her food again. Her mind whispering her buried thoughts. "Why can't this man just stay still?" she grumbled internally while eating. But these three were not the only ones who noticed the world's strange state. Outside of it, in the ever-expanding universe, Evadam suddenly paused and looked toward Earth. Not only Earth, he also turned his gaze to the sun and the moon and saw that all of them were frozen in place. They were no longer moving as they usually did. He sighed tiredly, tempted to see what that third abomination was doing inside Earth, but he stopped himself. He had promised not to look. And he knew Noah was not foolish enough to endanger a world he had painstakingly succeeded in acquiring from him. Still, keeping his word, what is that goddamn abomination doing again? Evadam spat, didn't stop him from wondering or from cursing Noah. How could he do that? How would he be able to do his duty as a son? It was a question worth pondering, but Noah didn't linger on it for long. He had always believed that the best way to make your mother, or even your father, proud was to show them that you were able to take care of yourself, to show them that you would become someone worthy of the effort and sacrifices they made to bring you into this world and raise you. But there was also that feeling inside parents, that quiet voice whispering to their hearts, the desire for their child to take care of them once they grew old. Yes, they might say it directly or indirectly, but no parent would ever deny the comfort and joy of being cared for by their own child at the dusk of their life. It was not merely a matter of money. It was a matter of feeling, of emotion and connection. It was definitely not easy, because the older people grow, the grumpier they often become, burdened by aches and complaints. But weren't you the same when you were a child? Always crying, always causing trouble, always keeping your parents awake, same thing. Different timelines. For Noah, the way to fulfill his duty was simple. He only wanted his mother, Halima, to live a peaceful life, free of pain or hardship. She had spent the majority of her life in agony, stress, and hidden suffering unseen by all and ignored by the world, and for that to happen, I have to give you back your life, Noah decided, his hand glowing with intense silver light upon the tombstone. He had thought it would be easy, but there was something Noah hadn't accounted for, the fact that his mother had been dead for a long time. And when people die, anyone in this universe, their soul is transferred to another plane of existence, one more commonly known as the soul realm. It was something Noah had always succeeded in bypassing because the restrictions didn't apply within his own world, inside himself. And when he was outside, he would always snatch their souls before they crossed to the other side. The process differed depending on the person and the weight of their soul. For mortals, it was much easier. But for divines, the process took time, sometimes ages, depending on their power and uniqueness. A soul like Noah's, for example, might take years, and that's if he didn't resist. But no one would kill a divine without destroying the soul at the same time, a foolish mistake to make. Halima, though, had died long ago and she had died as a mortal. Noah frowned. I cannot take back her soul, he muttered, feeling the enormous resistance pressing against him. He was attempting to breach a domain he did not control, and the resistance was immense. It wasn't something that should have posed a problem to him. He could force his way through, but that would mean using his full strength, and Earth would be completely destroyed before he could even save his mother. He clicked his tongue in deep frustration. Soul realm. He whispered. He already knew of this realm. Justicia had spoken to him once about it, saying there were beings no one wished to cross. Not because they were particularly powerful, but because they were unique. Their power was the dominion over souls, and there was nothing in existence that didn't have a soul. Even the progenitor had one, that made them terrifying, especially the rulers of the soul realm, whom the inhabitants themselves called the spirit world. He sighed, feeling an incoming headache. Clearly, if he wanted to retrieve his mother's soul, he first needed to make Earth his heart. That thought dampened his mood a little, as he was impatient to see her again. And somehow, for some reason, he was eager to introduce her to Celine. He wondered, what would she say? Would she still see him as her son? Or as something else? What would Celine say? And what would he tell his wives if they asked about Halima? Would he lie? No, he didn't like the sound of it. Noah had always liked to keep his own secrets. His system, for example, was one, but his reincarnation, maybe, just maybe, he would have to confess to his wives, and the best way to do that would be. I guess, Noah smiled faintly, it's time to reunite with my wives. Instantly, blinding light burst around him as, the wives had come, and Noah's clouded face brightened like starlight, like the now moving moon above. Gods, how badly he missed them. Chapter 369, Love, where is this? Alice asked in slight wonder and puzzlement as she looked around the grave they found themselves in. Not only her, everyone was wondering the same thing, their eyes settling on Noah, whose face was different, but all of them could tell it was him. They became even more confused. First, Noah started, as Celine and Alira stood beside him and hugged him immediately without any care for the current situation. Can you please lower your beauty? Or at least change how others perceive you? Seal your power too, he asked gently, feeling the huge strain Earth was bearing under the presence of his wives. The women obeyed, each of them feeling the strange, mannerless atmosphere around them cracking under their mere existence. They sealed their power and altered the perception of others, though none of them was willing to change their faces, but there were some who didn't bother with that at all. Neko, for example, transformed herself into a black cat and nestled on Noah's left shoulder, licking his cheek lovingly, but with an obvious reproach. Noah chuckled while caressing her soft black fur. I'm sorry, my dear. I missed you too, he said softly, as directed next, dissolving into shadows and merging with Noah's own, her voice whispering in his mind, I missed it, Noah. Your shadow feels so different now, she said, a sense of belonging echoing in her tone. You're different too, Esther. I feel like a whole realm lies beneath me now, becoming my shadow. He chuckled. Haven't we come a long way since those days in the Weaverheart estate? Esther laughed. Yes, so much that my mother is looking at you like a shy, lovesick girl meeting her lover after eons. She teased, and Noah barely suppressed a laugh as his gaze fell on Sari, fidgeting shyly between Lilith and Dominique, who were clearly teasing her. Shadiva stood beside them, smiling at the sight. Let it be between us, Esther. But your mother is a trap. She's acting. I swear, she's not as shy as people think. Noah snitched shamelessly, only to feel two warm presences embrace him, one from behind, one from the front, before he could hear Esther's answer. Yuki and Elizabeth, why do you love acting alone? Yuki said in a sulking tone. Did you enjoy your life outside, going around with your siblings, meeting a red-skinned woman, enjoying yourself while leaving us behind? Ouch, touche, Noah winced, feeling as if his heart were being shredded by a pointed blade. He looked directly at Elizabeth, who gave him a sly smile. Oops, she said mockingly. Noah immediately knew she was the one who snitched. He wondered how she could have known, considering he wasn't supposed to be seen, which only meant her seer ability had improved exponentially. He was proud, and yet, because of her, Noah, I thought you were going to take me to cause destruction. Anya said next, followed by Red. Sigh, our husband only thinks of women and enjoyment without us. Zara chuckled from the side as she watched all the women voicing their grievances to Noah. Even his maids had come out of their garden, blooming like lotus flowers while airing their own complaints about feeling ignored and deprived of warmth. Sophie stood quietly near Zara. Like her, she wouldn't complain, but that didn't mean she didn't share the same emotions, only they knew how difficult it had been to be without him for so long. Noah was being overwhelmed by all the voices blaming him from every side. Celine, Emily, Justicia, Crystal, and Elira, the MILFs, watched with amusement. Noah looked at them with pleading eyes, silently begging for help, but they ignored him. Even Celine, usually soft for her baby, turned her head away. He deserved it. He shouldn't have left them for so long to wander the universe with his siblings. They should have been together. Hell, they were supposed to be together, always. Noah understood their feelings. He knew he shouldn't have, but the urge to simply bond with his siblings and nothing else had been too strong. But now he knew. He knew that only among his wives could he feel truly himself, with no filter. They knew every side of him. The dark, the funny, the sweet, the flawed, the lustful, and they accepted all of it without complaint. Now thinking about it this way, I'm a dick, aren't I? He mused wryly before spreading his arms wide. Go on, he said, his tone high, voice melodramatic. Curse this unworthy husband for failing you once again. I will take it all. I will bear it. Let out everything in your chest and, his voice lowered, smooth and sweet. He smiled at them, and let me make it up to you all by showing you this world. This world that's yours to dominate, yours to rule. They paused instinctively at his last words, curious. What do you mean? Aphasia asked, transforming into an earring spirit and attaching herself to Noah's ear. Noah smiled. What I mean is simple, my dear wives. My heart is composed of each of you, each of your beings. It would be dead and incomplete if even one of you were missing, and this world, he said, making a brushing motion with his hand, a gesture that seemed to encompass all of Earth and its stars, this world will be my heart. Dominique chuckled. What's this madman of a husband saying again? Lilith laughed with her daughter. Yuki named him blasphemer, or did you forget? Each of them was surprised, not quite understanding. A world is a heart, what was Noah saying again? Was that even possible? But the sharpest among them thought of something else when Noah said this. Why this world, my child? Celine asked, slowly caressing Noah's left cheek with tenderness enough to melt the moon above. The others focused, wondering the same question. Noah smiled faintly at them, a strange smile all of them recognized as his way of signaling something important. They immediately grew attentive. But why not take a glance at this world first? Then we'll talk, he said, while Celine looked behind him out of curiosity. Noticing the tombstone of Halima and the teardrop still glistening on the muddy ground, she frowned, her eyes lowering to his knees, noticing the dirt stains. Raising her head again, she looked deep into his eyes and saw something none of them had, a subtle, buried sadness deep within his now black eyes. Unease flooded her senses like a murderous ocean, eager to drown her in its endless depths. Noah noticed her gaze, his heart skipping a beat at the thought that his mother might understand without him saying a word. Something Elizabeth and Yuki, still clinging to him, felt sharply as well. But before they could speak, Noah already did. You prefer I stop the world for you to enjoy or not? Tell me what you want. Ladies. I listen and I obey. Today, I am your slave. Enjoy it, he said the last words with a smirk, trying to brush off the weight pressing on him, the stress of confessing his past. The women noticed his subtle act. But, slave, you say? Dominique smirked. Then will you accept me to? Sophie immediately clamped a hand over Dominique's mouth, muffling her words, and whispered, Why can't you read the mood, you whore? Dominique squinted her eyes in amusement, her voice still echoing despite her covered mouth. Do you want me to show you how much of a whore I am by licking your palm? Sophie instantly pulled away from her, glaring in disgust. You'll die if you dare. Only Noah can lick me. But I licked you, though? Emily interjected with a mocking smile, You licked Noah's sperm off my skin. Sophie retorted, Same thing. Dominique, Lilith, and Emily said in unison, shrugging, Why are these women always unserious? Justicia wondered, her eyebrows arching, Isn't that what makes it fun? Illyra laughed. Morgan, Leona, Katie, and Nephice watched the wives in amused admiration of their lewdness. Noah only smiled, watching the chaos unfold among them. He had to admit once more, I'm a lucky bastard, aren't I? He mused internally, smirking before clapping his hands loudly to draw their focus back. I love listening to you talk, I promise you, my lovely wives. But, he smiled, his voice soft yet commanding, a paused world for us to enjoy, or do you want to mingle with mortals? Time's wasting, ladies. The response was swift and unanimous, something quite rare among them, aside from when sex was involved. Let's enjoy among mortals. And Celine leaned closer to her son, cupping his face gently and pressing a soft kiss to his forehead. And tell us what's bothering you, okay? She spoke gently, like a mother coaxing her son to talk after being bullied at school. Noah smiled, a smile too bright for the hearts of the lovesick women around him. Anything for you, my ladies. Chapter 370, Wonderful. The event that followed was as joyous as any reunion between the Veilgrim. They roamed the earth freely, living as mortals, mingling with its people without the faintest hint of reservation. They began in Paris, standing before the Eiffel Tower, admiring the towering marvel of human ambition. They took pictures together, laughter echoing through the air as each wife clung to Noah in their own way, while he grinned like a fool surrounded by the chaos he adored most. Of course, Noah had his own ulterior motive, continuing his private collection of embarrassing family photos. He was giddy like a child planning mischief. Dominique tripped while mocking Zara for staining her pristine white robe with ice cream. Zara's retort came sharp and merciless, and soon all the others joined in. Laughing, teasing, and fighting in the way only those who truly loved each other could. Celine watched it all with a soft, motherly smile, her blue eyes lingering on Emily and Illyra, who were glued to an arcade machine, competing like overgrown children. She sighed and shook her head at her sisters. After the Eiffel Tower came the Louvre, a cathedral of art and arrogance. They observed the priceless jewels and ancient relics, treasures worth enough to change the fate of nations, yet left to gather dust in the name of history. Noah was sorely tempted to stage a little heist, just to prove a point. But he restrained himself. He had faith his dear earthlings would one day do it for him. Their journey continued, hopping from city to city, country to country, rediscovering one another, rebuilding the bonds that time apart had stretched but never broken. They went to the cinema at Noah's insistence, watching an anime about a teary-eyed superhero who refused to give up. His wives found it surprisingly realistic for a child. Later, they attended a football match. Noah didn't particularly like Paris Saint-Germain, but he admired Ousmane Dembele, so he cheered for them with a grin. Anya was weirdly fascinated, her black eyes glowing as she whispered about how cool it would be to kick explosive balls as an attack. She was already designing a new skill in her head. Noah and the others exchanged weary smiles, deciding to let her dream in peace. They didn't linger only in France. They crossed oceans, to the United States, to China, to South Korea. The last one was Noah's favorite. It had been a dream of his when he was still Brandon, and now that he stood there, hand in hand with his wives, he felt something that almost made his chest ache. Fulfillment. Everywhere they went, they saw something unique, a pattern, a rhythm, a way of life. The architecture, the languages, the scents, the way strangers treated one another, even how animals were regarded, everything shifted from place to place. Each country carried its own pulse, its own colors. Its own gods, it was all so different, so alive, and for a moment, even the women, divine as they were humbled by the sheer, imperfect beauty of humanity's diversity. It was laughable. Because powerful they might be, most of them had actually seen any other world besides Lay. They only went to the shadow realm, and even then, it was to cause destruction, not to witness the wonder of the shadows, so this experience was one they didn't know they needed. They laughed, they joked, they pulled stunts on each other, and even on Noah, not sparing him in the slightest. He had dared to tell them he was their slave, and the girls, as petty as he was, didn't hold anything back. People on the roads even looked at him in pity when he was made to hold all the clothing bags the women had after going shopping. Noah was a divine, but that day he felt like a mortal in the midst of giving his last breath to the greed of women in shopping malls. All of that took them barely 3 days to do, but there are endings in life, and their little world tour finally came to one. Now they found themselves at the peak of Mount Everest, where the air was almost non-existent, making it impossible for any normal human to climb, and cold beyond understanding. They sat there, amidst a sea of clouds, watching the world as gods on earth. Noah sat in the middle, the girls around him. "This world is amazing," Zara commented, still feeling the rush of their travels and discoveries. All of them nodded in agreement. "There are so many different things. Histories, cultures, races. All of them are human but so different," Red said. "I don't know why, but I feel like this is how a world is supposed to be." "I can only agree," Shadiva chimed, leaning her back against Noah's, her head resting on his neck. "I've learned a bit of this world's history along the way," Justicia started, smiling with awe, quite complex and deep. "I was amazed by the Roman Empire, but not only that, the lost civilization of Islam was mind-blowing. To think a faith that started with one person in a small tribe back in the Arabian Peninsula managed to become an empire encompassing so much land and power." She shook her head, wondering how simple humans could achieve this. "But, the power of faith is incredible, isn't it?" Elizabeth interjected. "I was more interested in the Mongols, though." Red added on the side, "And we all know why," Aphasia said, rolling her eyes. The other girls laughed as they continued recalling everything they had learned, what they liked, what they didn't. Noah sat quietly in the middle, eyes closed, enjoying the chorus of his wives' voices like melodies sung by heaven to soothe his restless soul. At that time, it might as well have been that he was simply happy to be there, just to listen to them. But not only that, he was also wondering how he should bring up the subject of his reincarnation. Maybe that was why he didn't speak. For fear they might ask him to explain, for fear of what they would think once he did. Noah was mostly worried about his mother, Celine Weaverheart. No, worried was a small word. He was literally trembling inside. After all, no matter what he said, Noah had taken over the body of her legitimate son. He was not her son. He was the one who pretended to be him. The love she showed him wasn't for him, but for the true Noah. He was an imposter, he was a liar, and now he had to confess and bear the consequences of his actions. He hadn't done it on purpose, but Noah knew that even if he'd had the chance to choose, he would have done the same. His worry didn't escape his wives. Slowly, they fell silent and turned their heads toward him. Their eyes were soft and gentle, a silent attempt to soothe him. Well, that didn't work. It made him feel worse, but he had to talk, and talk he did. "Well," he started, a wry smile edging his lips. "How is this world?" he asked, looking ahead of him into the drifting sea of clouds. "Wonderful, I liked it. Worthy of your attention, husband," they all answered warmly about Earth. Of course, it wasn't as if they hadn't noticed the corruption and ugliness of the world. They had. But is there anything in life without a little strand of darkness creeping at its edge? There wasn't. Nothing is perfect. And whenever there is light, there is inevitably darkness, and that's what made it real. And that's what made them like it. Somehow, by answering his question, another one sparked in their minds, and it was Neko who asked it, perched on his head. "How do you know about this world, Earth, Noah?" All of them focused on him, while he smiled inwardly. This was the question he wanted them to ask, because with that, "Would you believe me if I told you I've known this world long before I knew any of you?" he said, making the women frown in confusion, but he wasn't done yet. "Would you believe me if I told you that once, I was just like any of the earthlings you saw today?" They took a moment to absorb his words. And once it clicked in their minds, their faces slowly twisted into shock, eyes widening, mouths parting in trepidation. But Noah was no better. His heart was in his throat, but he needed to finish, he needed to let go, and so, "Would you believe me?" he said, voice shaking, "that I am a reincarnated soul from this world, Batum." Chapter 371, Noah. Did the world stop? Noah couldn't help but wonder as he felt the sudden stillness that permeated the entire world, causing a chill to crawl inside his heart, fear blooming in a way Noah didn't know how to feel any longer. The women around him were stunned beyond measure, beyond recognition. All of them had their eyes wide in silent surprise, unable to put words to what they were feeling, yet, none of their reactions were as intense as those who had known Noah since he was a toddler. Selene, Esther, Neko, Sari, and even Luminara, the frostbeast always dwelling inside Selene. To put words to their current expression and feelings would be sacrilege, for no words could ever describe the emotion pulsing through their bodies like poison. Noah. Their Noah was what? A possessed soul from this world. What do you mean, Noah? Esther's voice trembled like a leaf caught between crashing winds. Unable to remain as strong and lively as usual, Selene couldn't speak. Her mind seemed to have stopped functioning, her brain's neurons working overtime to find meaning in the shock freezing her thoughts. Noah bit the inside of his lip tightly, doing his best not to fold at that moment. It was hard, as the eyes his women gave him were ones he never thought he'd ever receive from them. They were looking at him as if seeing a stranger for the first time. As if it was their first meeting. A feeling of alienation lingered in their eyes. Quiet yet piercing. Oh, how painful it was to see such a look on the faces of those you cherished most, but he only smiled, a forlorn expression plastered on his face, as he answered Esther's question. He stuttered, his voice dry as drought-stricken soil. The women grew even more alarmed, for Noah had never stuttered before them. Eventually, he gathered himself, steadying his trembling voice. I am not originally Noah Weaverheart, he said, and like a bomb, the minds of his wives detonated in thunderous disbelief. Selene staggered backward from where she sat, unconsciously creating distance between them. Her peaceful, motherly blue eyes began to shimmer, wide in unspoken horror. Noah lost his voice at the sight. For a brief moment, his mind froze in grief, but he pulled himself back and decided to end it. He would spill everything and let them decide. He wanted to end this agony, shredding his soul apart by confessing and emptying his heart. My original name is Brandon. Brandon Imane. I was a simple earthling, living an ordinary life in Paris, and so he went on, telling his wives about his life as Brandon. He wanted to be transparent with them, so he spilled everything. He told them how his mother came to France and gave birth to him. How she lived and sacrificed for him. And how she eventually died after he grew old enough to take care of himself. To say the women were shocked would be the understatement of the century, but even then, among them were those who somehow understood, who were not as shaken. Justicia and Shadiva, the two were surprised to know Noah had lived another life as Brandon before coming to Lay, but they were old enough, wise enough, to know that reincarnation was not, in fact, uncommon in the vast universe. The old ones had done the same, reincarnating through their bloodlines to expand their legacy further. And there were others who, after the initial shock, didn't care much in the end, like Red, Anya, Aphasia, and the maids among the rest. They had never known the original Noah. To them, Noah had always been Noah. And yet, not caring didn't mean they couldn't understand those who cared more deeply. Selene, Neko, Esther, Sari, Sophie, and Luminara, these were the ones who felt the greatest shock and were still struggling to grasp their emotions the more Noah went on. Finally, Noah told them about his death on the beach after being dumped by the woman he loved, and how he found himself waking up in a whole different body, in Lay. Within the Weaverheart estate, he didn't mention Providence, only calling it a phenomenon he still couldn't understand. Once he was done, silence fell. His heart was beating so loudly he thought it might fail him. And he almost wished it would, at least then he wouldn't have to see his mother's face. She was staring at him blankly, no emotion showing, her expression a fragile shell barely holding back the storm beneath. It looked as if she felt too many emotions at once, so many that they had numbed her completely. The surrounding space turned eerily silent. So silent that even the soft whistling of the wind could be heard whispering past their ears. "When?" Neko asked, shocked but slowly regaining control. Her voice wasn't judging, it was searching, trying to understand. I think Noah started, 2 days or so before my awakening. That was when everything clicked in their minds. They began to remember how Noah had suddenly changed, how he acted in ways they never expected from him. He became gentler, more understanding with others, and suddenly willing to show affection to his mother. Where is my son? Selene asked, almost brokenly. Her voice was mechanical, hollow, as if detached from her own being. Instantly, all the other women fell silent, feeling the crushing grief hidden behind Selene's question. Noah's body trembled. Where is my son? Celine repeated, louder now. Where is my son? I am your son, mother, Noah said, taking a hesitant step forward, trying to hug her. She pushed his arms away with enough strength to destroy a building. Noah staggered backward under the unexpected force. When he raised his head, he froze. Celine was crying. Tears streamed down her cheeks faster than a torrent, heavier than anything Noah had ever seen. She almost choked on her breath, her lungs unable to keep up with the breaking rhythm of her heart. The girls felt as if their own hearts were being pierced. Unconsciously, seeing Celine cry made their eyes shimmer with unshed tears, their chests heavy with unspoken misery. Celine was the mother of the harem. She was the one who kept everything together, the anchor who made women with vastly different pasts and temperaments blend seamlessly into a family. She was Noah's mother, and without needing to say it, she held the highest authority among them. It was unspoken, but known, and yet Celine had never used that authority for herself. She always preferred to talk with them, invite them for tea she brewed with her own hands, and tell stories about Noah when he was younger and more rebellious. She was the mother, the heart of them all. The most respected. So seeing her like this, broken, asking again and again where her son was despite him standing right in front of her, it shattered something inside the other girls. Some lowered their heads, afraid to look upon that face. Zara controlled her emotions, numbing herself, but even her power couldn't erase the pain of that moment. Noah might have felt worse than all of them combined. His mind was still reeling from the fact that his mother had refused his touch. Did it ever happen before? It never had. Celine had always been there for her son, never holding anything back. From the beginning, Noah was her world, her heart, her obsession. Even in the original book, she had died after going out to kill those responsible for her son's death. So when she realized that the one receiving her feelings and love all along was an unknown being, one with his own mother, and that her true son was, where? Dead, Celine seemed to lose her mind at that moment. But once again, Noah approached her, and this time he managed to hug her, albeit forcefully. Celine tried to struggle out of his embrace, but she was far weaker than Noah now. She couldn't do anything to him unless he allowed it. And Noah did. He let her hurt him. He let her tear open his skin with her nails, his pristine white blood gushing from his body in a cascade, spraying the girls beside them who watched in shock. She clawed at his back, then went on to scratch his face and slap him, all while shouting the question that hurt Noah more than any wound she inflicted. Where is my son? She screamed it again and again, and the whole world seemed to shake at her voice. The earthlings below thought an earthquake was happening all around the globe. The girls bit their lips at the sight, their mouths open in a soundless scream. They wanted to yell at Celine to stop hurting Noah, that he was still the one who loved them. The one who had made them who they were, the one who had taken care of them. He was the one who made Sophie an empress, who saved Elizabeth from enslavement by being still unknown, who saved Emily from Rome and gave her peace, who gave Zara closure with her father and mother, who helped Aphasia reunite seamlessly with her sister, who freed Shadiva and accepted her demand by sparing her siblings. He was the one who punished the woman who had raped Sari, by putting her in an eternal torture. He was the man who conquered an entire realm, a realm that all beings in the universe would die to possess, and still gifted it to his wife, his shadow, who had been with him since the beginning. He was the one. He might not have been the original Noah, but to them, he was Noah. He was the man they loved. The man they were ready to die for, if necessary. All of them knew that, even Celine knew, but at that moment, the pain of revelation was too great for her to acknowledge it. She needed to vent. She needed to let go, and Noah accepted that. So he closed his eyes, gently caressing her back, tears falling down his cheeks as Celine continued tearing his body apart, until his pristine white bones were visible for the world to see. The women gasped in horror. Elizabeth took a step forward to stop Celine, only for Sophie to grab her trembling hand, herself shaking. She shook her head, silently telling her not to. They were all suffering, but they needed to accept Celine's pain, so they sat there, silent, waiting in agony. Eventually, Celine stopped screaming and hurting Noah. She sat limply in his arms, drained emotionally, physically. By now, the entire Mount Everest was bathed in Noah's pristine white blood. It was a wonder he was still alive after losing so much of it. All around the world, people were witnessing the scene in astonishment, wondering if it was the end of time. Noah slowly parted his lips, his voice hoarse with pain. Not the physical kind, but one that came from deeper, from the soul itself. I am your son, he said indignantly, unwilling to accept anything else. You loved me. I loved you. You protected me and gave me everything I could ever ask for, even what I couldn't think to ask. You made me feel the maternal love I'd been missing in my final years in Paris, closing the gaping void of loneliness inside my heart. I know I've taken your son's place. I know that I'm wrong, a hypocrite, or whatever wretched name you want to give me, for even being here, for daring to ask for your love. Celine began to tremble. I know all of that, but, his voice grew weak, almost a whisper, afraid and broken. It was me, mother, it was me all along since the awakening. It was me. He whispered, his voice cracking. It was me. Your son. Celine's tears didn't stop. Memories began to flood her mind, the day Noah came and hugged her, the day she thought her son had changed for the better. But no. It had been someone else, and yet, since that day, her life had been nothing but fulfilled. Watching her son grow, becoming stronger, wiser, more loving than she had ever dared to hope, she knew. She knew Noah loved her. She knew he loved each of them, but she couldn't help but wonder, would her original son have been like him? Would he have loved her the same way this man did? Celine didn't know why, but she already knew her answer. She slowly raised her head and looked around. She saw the girls, her sisters, watching with faces filled with sorrow. Then she lowered her eyes and saw Noah's back, torn and bloodied, and her heart clenched as if someone were crushing it in their palm, ready to burst it open. She gasped soundlessly, and she knew, at that moment, that it was already too late to wonder about any of that. She knew that they had gone too far to turn back because of such things. She knew, deep down, that she loved the man Noah had become, more than she ever thought she could, and she knew then, this is your son, Celine. Luminara said within her mind. He is Noah. He is the man we all came to love. He is the man who brought us together, who made us love each other. He is the glue that kept us from falling apart. You know that, right? Oh, she knew. She goddamn knew, because even while anguish was shredding her being, there wasn't a single ounce of hatred for Noah, only love. There was only denial and pain, the pain of knowing she couldn't love her real son the same way she loved Noah, and that she didn't believe she could ever love anyone more than she loved the man now holding her tight, letting her break the body he had so painstakingly forged. He let her spill his divine blood, the blood of a progenitor, for all the world to see. No progenitor would ever allow that to happen. None, and at that moment, Celine's tears flowed faster. And as if they all felt it, all the women blurred into motion. Appearing around them, wrapping them both in a tight embrace, whispering again and again and again to the crying Noah and Celine that it was okay, and that they loved him. Him, and no one else, that for them, he was Noah, the man who loved them, who protected them, and that he was also, yes. Celine said brokenly, hugging Noah back, "You are my son." Noah's tears fell faster. "You are my son, Noah," and they wept. They wept together like the family they had become. That revelation had stunned them, had even made them doubt, but in the end, the awareness of a simple truth shone through their minds like sunlight warming the whole planet above them, that day, on the top of Mount Everest. The girls had never been so certain, so absolute in their belief of, "We love you, Noah." They loved him more than he ever thought, more than he deserved. Chapter 372, Je t'aime. Many times, Noah had wondered what he would have become if he hadn't met his wives and learned who they truly were, and many times, he had believed that he simply wouldn't have been strong enough, that he would have remained a simple man unworthy of owning a whole world under his name, and that would be true, but also, that would be wrong. At that time, on the top of Mount Everest, Noah realized he had far too deeply underestimated the influence his wives had on him. He couldn't believe he was shaking like a man trapped in the depths of Antarctica. Afraid of their judgment and abandonment once they discovered who he truly was, he couldn't believe he had let his blood spill, blood capable of birthing beings that could destroy this world a billion times over with a single disdainful snort. He couldn't believe he was crying like a homeless, parentless child while being embraced by his wives from all sides, their whispers of love and concern echoing deep inside his mind. Honestly, he had never thought this deeply about his relationship with his wives. But now he knew that what they had given him was not merely the power to be an anomaly to the very concept of reality. No, his wives had given him purpose. His wives had given him meaning. His wives had given him the courage and the boldness to be Noah Weaverheart. They had made him. And each of them was a part of him in the same way DNA formed the foundation of a being's existence. He remembered now why he had created the race of Elisiari in the first place. It was to create a safe haven for his family. To give them the ability to grow with him, so they could stand beside him, shoulder to shoulder, when he reached the very ceiling of existence. He didn't need followers, he had enough of those already in lay, and soon on Earth, and across the entire universe. What he needed were companions. What he needed were beings who would stand beside him when nothing else in existence could threaten them. And tell me, have you ever seen a better companion for a man striving to ascend, to improve, to climb higher, than a good woman willing to take his hand and show him she believes in him? Noah had several of those women, so, at the end of the day, Noah was made of love, he was a being of love, and had been, ever since he was Brandon. His mother, Miriam, had accepted his birth for the love of a child she hadn't even wanted to have. She gave him everything to grow healthy, all because of that love. In lay, as Noah, he received the heavy and obsessive love of Celine Weaverheart, his mother, and it made him bolder in his dealings. After all, who dared touch the spoiled boy of the Witch of Cold? And continuing from there, slowly and steadily, women began to love him, and with each love, he grew stronger, and with each love, he became more complete. Noah smiled, his tears still falling as realization finally dawned upon him. He didn't say any grand words, nor even a profound quote at that moment. He simply hugged his mother Celine tighter, and embraced his other wives with his power, so deeply that it looked as if all of them were fusing together. He parted his lips and whispered the words all of them had heard from him countless times, and yet, at that moment, "I love you, my ladies," those words felt impossibly heavy. They could feel it deep inside them, that this time the words came from the very core of his soul, and that he had never spoken anything more honest to his heart than this. They smiled contentedly, faces smeared with tears and even snot as they snuggled closer together, seeking each other's warmth. But soon, "You're too close to me, Yuki." "Move," Elizabeth snarled softly, glaring at her. "I'm trying to be close to Noah, not to you." "You should move elsewhere," Yuki retorted. That was only the beginning. As the girls started to squirm and curse at each other for blocking their chance to scent Noah's warmth, Noah only smiled, until he heard a distinct click. His expression froze as if carved in ice. He slowly raised his head. And there it was, the gloating face of Luminara in her cat form, holding a camera, grinning at him as if she had just caught him red-handed. "I got you, little crybaby," she teased, her feline face insufferably cute. Noah's face stayed frozen in confusion, then dread crawled up it, before annoyance and indignation pulsed through his blood. He immediately tried to get up and catch Luminara, only to not move a single centimeter. He froze. He slowly lowered his head and saw his mother Celine's tear-streaked face, her expression still wet with emotion but now carrying a playful light. "You made your mother and all of us cry. And you hid this secret for so long, you can at least allow us this right. Can't you?" Her voice was too sweet, too pitiful, her face an act of innocent guilt. The girls mirrored her completely, whining in unison while laughing inwardly at Noah's plight. The man stood there, arm reaching toward Luminara in useless agony. He clenched his jaw, imagining the embarrassing face he must have made, and looked at all of them. "If you dare show that picture," he said darkly, "I'll show what I've got in my collection." "I assure you, you wouldn't love that." Instantly, they fell silent. Then, "I knew it, damn it. I told you, Esther, but you didn't believe me. What the? Why are you blaming me now?" Noah grinned, his back and face slowly healing. His spilled blood began to flow back into his body. And then, click, he snapped his fingers, and the entire timeline of Earth reversed, stopping right before the moment Noah confessed. Only the Veilgrims, and 3 other beings who were already growing annoyed with Noah's antics, were allowed to remember everything. Celine smiled softly. "Seems we need to talk, now. Who dared to dump you?" Celine asked softly, with Noah's head resting on her lap. She smiled peacefully, her fingers gliding through his soft, foreign black hair, inwardly surprised by how quickly she had accepted Noah as both her son and the man she loved. Not only her, all of them were surprised by how easily they had accepted the fact that Noah was simply an earthling who had reincarnated and transmigrated into their world. But it wasn't only that. Some of them were wondering since when they had come to love this man so deeply. Justicia asked herself the same question. How could she love so profoundly the man who had killed her past lover? Crystal, too, questioned whether she was sane to love the murderer of her son, a love so deep she would die for him without hesitation. There was no manipulation, no brainwashing. It was pure, unfiltered love for a man who had done cruel things to them, things they once thought they could never forgive. Was that love? No, it was far beyond that concept. But that was the thing, if what they felt toward Noah, and what Noah felt toward them, was no longer love. Then what was it? All of them wondered, but their thoughts were interrupted when Noah finally answered his mother. "Well, Mother, you've heard my stories," he said, voice calm, "and you've seen this world, so you can probably guess it wasn't surprising that she left me." He shrugged lightly. "I was poor. And no matter how fantastic love sounds, it's not what puts food on your table, or clothes to warm you in winter, or vacations to ease your mind when life throws its tantrums." The women nodded in understanding, agreeing with him. "And yet, still," Elizabeth started, caressing Noah's cheek lovingly, "I don't like the fact she dumped you. It was before I became who I am now." Noah replied with a small teasing smile. Do you really think you'd have stayed with me when I was just the poor, dreamless Brandon? I would, all of them said in unison, completely confident. Noah only smiled. It wasn't that he didn't believe them, but it was always easy to say such things when you'd never lived that moment. Still, hearing them say it warmed his heart. Did you already meet her? Anya asked next, tilting her head. Lilith chuckled. Why? Do you want to make her head of football for what she did? Anya smirked. You know me too well, Lilith. The others rolled their eyes. Red cackled, giving Anya an earth-shaking tap on the back that made the latter glare at her with the promise of vengeance. I met her, Noah said, nodding. I made peace with her too. And also, he raised his hand, and two pictures appeared between his fingers. A soft smile curved his lips. She seems really sorry for what she did. She even went as far as visiting my mother's grave in Morocco, even though she still lives in Paris. The women raised their eyebrows, then murmured in acknowledgement of her effort. Yet as Noah spoke, their eyes drifted teasingly towards Celine's twitching expression. She was clearly struggling to maintain her calm, motherly smile. Elira grinned. I guess I'm the only one without any rival now. I'm his only master. She laughed openly. Now even you, Celine, have a rival. Another mother, she snickered shamelessly. Celine's composure cracked. She grabbed Noah's hair a bit too tightly, making him wince. Mother, maybe you should loosen your grip a little, he said awkwardly. Celine only looked down at him, her smile strained but eerily calm. Before she spoke, her tone too soft to be safe. Maybe we should make some things clear, don't you think? Her blue eyes shifting into something cold and lifeless. My son, goddammit. Chapter 373, Two Mothers. How do you deal with two mothers? Now that was something Noah would have rather left unsaid, or at least not addressed until the tension of this event became nothing but wistful memories for either of them. Something they would recall only when they were about to rule reality together. That would have been perfect. Or rather, it would have been way easier for him to find a way out of this situation, but that was clearly not something he could even envision, as he looked at the way his mother was staring at him. She was looking at him exactly as she did when a woman got too close to him or when someone dared to annoy him. Being at the receiving end of this doesn't feel so nice, Noah admitted inwardly, steeling himself for the upcoming conversation. I don't need to guess to know that you're planning to revive her, Celine said softly, her voice still carrying that chilling coldness. But before we talk about that whole process, I need you to answer one question first. She raised a slender finger, its sharp blue nail glimmering under the smile of the sun. Noah was still lying on her lap. He wanted to get up, but he knew better than to try that now. The women around him were watching with obvious amusement. It was so rare to see Noah flustered or uncertain, but lately, they had been blessed with plenty of such moments. They had seen Noah awkward. They had seen Noah cry. They had seen him uncomfortable. They knew they had to enjoy this, because moments like these only came once every few years with him. Noah could sense their mockery, but he only tightened his jaw. Already thinking of several possible ways to punish his wives later, and weirdly, or maybe not all the ways he was thinking of were things he fully intended to indulge himself in. For now, though, I'm listening, Mother, he said evenly. What do you wish to know? Celine didn't hesitate. Who is your first mother? She asked, her voice tinged with obvious jealousy, her lips pressed into a thin line. And how will you call us if you revive her? Clearly, you don't intend to call both of us mother, right? Noah expected this question, but expecting it didn't mean he knew how to answer without hurting either Celine's feelings or, later, Miriam's. The two of them were both his mothers. They came from different lives and timelines, but that didn't change the fact that both had birthed him and cared for him in their own ways. Now, Noah needed to think carefully, and as if understanding his will, Providence acted, making time flow unbelievably faster for him than for those around him. A year for him became a second for the others. Noah smiled appreciatively at her, giving a subtle inward wink before refocusing his thoughts. Now, how to call them, Mother 1 and Mother 2? No. That would only create differences and barriers between them. That would be the stupidest thing to do. His thoughts sharpened. If not those, then what? He mused. The most logical thing would be to discard the term mother entirely. He paused, then shook his head. No. I know Celine, she wouldn't like me discarding that name from my vocabulary. His mind boiled, possibilities swirling until finally, something began to solidify. A solution, a way to name them both. Mother Miriam and Mother Celine were good enough, but Noah was an extravagant man. He liked to go beyond what was necessary, and since he held power over titles, of course he would fancy the idea of giving them names. Names tied not just to him, but to the nature of motherhood itself, not like Shadiva's title. These two would be his mothers, not anyone else's. And that's why, maybe, Mother, Noah said with a faint smile, you would allow me to name you. It will be a name both unique and similar, one that Mother Miriam will also receive, if she wishes for it. Celine and the girls tilted their heads. Meaning? Illyra asked, voicing the question all of them were thinking. Noah rolled his eyes subtly, too lazy to explain in full but still indulging them. The title will share the same concept, Mother of Noah. But the attributes will differ, since each of you raised me differently, and gave me different things. Explained like that, Celine immediately got excited for some reason. Her curiosity bloomed, and she seemed to forget all her past grievances in an instant. She grabbed Noah by the shoulders and flung him upward before pulling him close, forcing him to meet her gaze directly. Her precious, once cold and lifeless blue eyes were now warm and gleaming with the same dangerous excitement she always showed whenever she knew Noah would soon shower her with his white milk. I'm listening, she said brightly, her voice carrying the shrill eagerness of a young maiden. The others approached too, curious about what title Celine would receive. They weren't jealous in the slightest. What they cared for was Noah's love and attention, and they knew they had both, and still, Celine deserved this much, they believed. Noah combed his mother with a gentle smile, then parted his lips. I've thought of many titles, he began, but I think I'll settle with this one. Celine had been a special mother to him. She had given him the foundation to grow strong, protecting him and making sure he always had the opportunity to rise further, and beyond that, her obsessive love for him was her most defining attribute. And so, you have many characteristics, Noah said softly, eyes locked with hers, but let me choose the most defining ones. Obsessive, loving, protective, compassionate, and for all those traits, your name shall be. Earth itself paused once again. In that instant, Noah thought he heard the furious curses of three beings calling him every imaginable name. Rather accurate thought, yet, he shrugged it off, thinking it might just be his imagination. He continued calmly, Mother of chains, as if his words carried divine power. Ethereal chains tore open reality itself, slithering out from the cracks of existence and wrapping around Celine in a protective embrace. Celine stood still, eyes wide. She could feel those chains seeping deep inside her, weaving through her soul, coiling around her entire being, and at that moment, she understood the meaning behind the name Noah had given her. He had seen her clearly, recognized the core of her nature better than anyone else. Her obsessive heart that forged chains not out of control, but out of love and fear of loss. To be chained by her was to be loved by her eternally, to be guarded, to be chosen, to be worth dying for. Her chains were heavy, but it was precisely that heaviness that had saved Noah time and time again, and that's exactly why. How do you like? Noah didn't even finish before Celine's chains pierced straight into his body, burrowing deeper until they reached a place he never thought she could touch, his soul. There, her chains of love wrapped around his very essence, then melted into countless butterflies of light, flooding his inner world. The result was immediate. Celine's face softened into a radiant, almost maddening smile, her eyes brimming with love and an even greater obsession than Noah remembered she was capable of. He could feel it through the tether now binding them, her voice vibrating through his very core. I will die if you die, Celine whispered, wrapping her hands around his neck and leaning closer, her lips brushing his until their breaths mingled. Warm and trembling, she closed her eyes, her forehead pressed against his. Don't forget, my baby, my love. The girls watched in rapt silence, the sudden closeness awakening something they had tried hard to suppress during their stay on Earth. Do not die, Celine murmured, shameless and tender, for doing so would kill your favorite mother. Noah's smile turned wry. Then why didn't you make it the other way around? Celine's smile didn't waver. No mother would wish her son to follow her to the grave. So I wouldn't wish that for you either, my dear baby. You have many responsibilities upon you. I cannot take you with me, she smirked, but you can take me with you. Noah smiled faintly, love swelling inside him. I will make sure that will never happen, he promised, and then, it's all really beautiful, I'm even crying, believe me. But I think it's time we address an important matter, Alice said, hugging Noah from behind. Lilith approached with sinful steps, her hips swaying, making her ass jiggle, her smile wide. Indeed, she said, crouching down at the thigh of Noah, showing him and the rest clearly her pink panties where her pussy was clearly visible, dripping with slick liquid. You have business with us, my master, she slurred, her voice thick with lust. You have wasted enough of our time. Our patience is limited, now come. Dominique whispered, how about you stop this world's time? Let all beings in this former world of yours stay paused while you. Elizabeth continued, fuck women their minds would never fathom? Esther added, and Justicia came, slowly touching his dick. Celine grinned as she bit Noah's lips sensually. Are you ready? Aphasia said. We are hungry, she finished. Noah only smirked. Hungry? He chuckled. Ladies. I am not hungry, I am starving. Forgotten, R18, they had forgotten, they blissfully realized, they had forgotten how insatiable and lustful Noah could be when he was in a mood. But most importantly of all, they didn't realize how much pent-up desire had been festering inside their own bodies. That day, Noah once again paused the timeline of Earth. Added to that, he raised a barrier atop Mount Everest, ensuring that not even his siblings, Virgo, or Evadam could witness what was about to unfold. It was not a matter of shame, it was a matter of Noah being willing to kill or erase the memories of anyone who dared lay eyes upon the naked bodies of his wives. His wives were his to admire, and his to taste, and so they began. Celine claimed Noah's mouth without hesitation, kissing him hard, sucking on his lips, her eyes clouded with lust. The wet sounds echoed through the room, stoking the desire of every woman around them. Justicia was already on Noah's dick, now revealed for the world to see, with thick veins slithering on it like a nest of snakes. Her eyes hazed in lust, her pussy wet and slick with her pussy juice, her mind already too far gone in the cloud of pleasure. She stretched her mouth wide open, then with a sudden burst of momentum she plunged down her throat around Noah's dick until all of it disappeared inside her mouth. She swallowed it mercilessly. Noah moaned inside Celine's mouth. Eyes hazy, the latter spit inside his mouth with a wicked and depraved grin. Justicia, meanwhile, had her throat bulged, the shape of Noah's dick visible through the skin of her neck. Her eyes teared up and rolled behind her skull. Her body spasmed as the scent and taste of Noah assaulted her mind, accompanied by the sharp pain burning her throat. She came. Lilith already took Noah's right hand and used it to rub her pussy with it, smearing it with her pussy liquid, her mouth wide open as she uttered again and again how much she missed her master and her dick. All of them were surrounding Noah like predators, using any part of his body to jolt themselves with unholy feeling. Their eyes became heart-shaped. Esther and Dominique was kissing and licking his back. Illyra was kissing Noah's left hand, then used it to penetrate her ass, her tongue out, her body arched, as her eyes went backward in primal desire. Alice joined Justicia in sucking Noah's dick, while Neko took his balls and licked them as if facing ice cream. She was obsessed. Aphasia was on his right side of his chest, sucking his nipple with fervent desire, using her power of spirit to enhance his sensitivity, with Anya doing the left side, her small cute body oddly sinful. Each one of them was taking their turns to enjoy themselves. And soon, things escalated. Unable to wait any longer, Elizabeth took the matter in her hand and sat directly on Noah's dick. A collective moan of pleasure escaped the bound of their mouths. She bit her lip, her head flung backward, tongue out in sensual fashion, while she continued to go up and down, bouncing on his dick as if it was trampoline. The sound of flesh hitting flesh sharp and loud. Celine left his mouth, crawled, then sat on his face. She held his hair and ordered him with obsessive intensity to lick his mother's pussy. She didn't stop at that. As she rubbed her ass on his face, her eyes dilating with lust, she was drooling. Sari stood aside, watching this passionate scene with growing excitement. Her clothes were still on, but her hand was already on her pussy, working tirelessly. Emily and Crystal appeared around her, then smirked. "Would you prefer your first time alone with him?" Crystal said, naked, her pussy dripping, her voice hoarse. "We will all allow you that, if you wish so." Emily said next, her mouth drooling, her eyes fixed on Sophie crawling toward Noah, her ass facing them, her pink pussy glowing with a wet shine. Sari didn't respond immediately, though her hand was still working hard. Then she smiled. "I don't mind," she said, barely holding her voice steady amidst the lustful atmosphere. "I think this is better for me. You watching, and seeing me being claimed by my love, you will give me then the courage to not fold and hide behind fear and trauma," she added, voice sweet. Emily and Crystal smiled at her words. Then in unison each of them held each one of Sari's hands, then dragged her towards Noah. The events that followed were one of pure degeneracy. Noah took Sari, giving her his finest attention even amidst the others. He officially claimed her by painting her inside and her body white, thus he became a Veilgrim. He fucked all of them next, using all kind of positions they felt the most excited about. He fucked Sophie while Emily was watching, something that seemed to excite both of them. Noticing how much their pussies tightened around his dick, he growled, lust consuming his whole mind and body and soul. Then he put Esther and Sari on top of each other, asses facing him, going in and out of their white dripping pussy in succession. While he put his fingers on Aphasia and Morgan, he painted all of them white, and they continued for so long all of them were exhausted, their bodies limp as they fell to the ground. The air was thick with semen, their bodies smeared by the white of Noah and the pussy's juices of each other. Their tongues were out, eyes hazy, some of them were still on top of each other, their ass stretched wide until it looked like a gaping maw of some unknown creature. Dominique and Illyra especially have their asses able to accommodate a wild hand inside no problem or whatsoever. sorry was on Esther, her tongue licking instinctively Noah's cum on her daughter's body with her own twitching holes leaking white. Noah stood there, eyes visibly tired, seeing mother, daughter, sister, former goddess, former enemies, past whores, all of them together bathed in his thick white semen, their asses and pussies swollen and puffy and red and streaked wide open with his dick, while they snuggled together with their naked bodies, their face wide with blissful smile. He smiled at this sight, and felt someone move at his right side. He turned slowly and found Leona, face white, smiling at him. "I missed you, master," she said, then with a kiss on his lips, "Please use us more. We are your maids. We are yours," she added, then rested her head on his left shoulder. Celine watched this with a soft smile. Then, wordless, she started to kiss her baby, whole body riddled with his own cum and the pussy juices of her own sisters. Noah's lips curved upwards, he looked at the sky, and for the nth time in this trip, "I am a lucky bastard, aren't I?" The sex sessions were great as they helped dissolve any lingering feelings of awkwardness or even loneliness from the hearts of the women. With that, they released their pent-up desire, which made them instantly happier and somehow even closer. There was something unique in seeing your mother's, sister's, or daughter's face covered in the remnants of pleasure, tears, sweat, or breathless bliss, and still shining with ecstasy. It helped bridge their relationships, making their sisterly bond feel more real and stronger. Now, Noah and the women were ready to wrap this up. And with that came the question all of them asked: what about her? Red asked, resting her head on Noah's lap. For a battle-hungry woman, she was surprisingly gentle with Noah. Her? Noah echoed, "The girl who dumped you," she clarified. "Yes," Alice added. "What will you do with her? Will you just leave her alone and let other men claim her?" Noah arched an eyebrow. "Why are you talking as if I own her, don't you?" Anya asked sweetly. Noah's lips twitched. "Of course not, I thought you considered every girl you once held romantic feelings for yours." Zara interjected, smiling. "Why does it sound like you want me to get her?" he asked, puzzled. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but rather, why they wanted him to. Weren't these the same women who once wished him to be theirs alone, who had twisted his beautiful Yanderas into something this tame? "She kissed you," Alira said. "You kissed her. She loved you. And you loved her. She made a mistake, and she repented for it. Now," Justicia said, "her redemption arc is done, now let's do her ascension arc, can't you understand?" Shadiva said next, smirking. "Everything that was once touched and loved by you cannot be let go. How would you feel about seeing a man, Stop right there, lady." Noah interrupted her, then sighed. "You want me to be the toxic man who collects girls like Pokemon, aren't you already? Embrace your path with dignity, so you want her?" Noah asked. "We want her for you," they corrected. Noah paused briefly, then slowly smiled. "Then how could I refuse the goodwill of my wives?" They smiled with him. They certainly no longer felt the need to stop him in his pursuit. All of them had made peace with Noah's nature, and without that nature, none of them would be here together sharing this moment with him. Honestly, they could not imagine how dull a life that must be. They thought themselves fortunate to have been chosen by Noah, without even fully realizing how much Noah was thankful to have them. But then, what about Mother Miriam? Maybe we can see the mother duo being fuck. Dominique began provocatively, anyway. Noah cut Dominique off with a forced, twitching smile. "Let me introduce you to my siblings and to Virgo, the new one. Then immediately we start the process of making this world my heart. As for Emmy," he smiled, "we will see after all of this is done." Chapter 375, Presentation. It was the first time Noah had seen, since he'd known them, Aurelia and Aseman actually being on the same wavelength. An interesting sight, he must admit, though it would have been a far greater experience if it hadn't happened because the two of them were equally annoyed by him. They didn't stop complaining. With Virgo in the mix, it was unbearable. Aseman's skin was tanner now, and he wore furred clothes he claimed were a gift from his black friends for his departure. He'd cried back then, saying how much he would miss them, even asking if he could take them into his own realm. Noah had given him a dead stare, silently daring him to try and take his soon-to-be people. As for Aurelia, after her first wave of irritation over him constantly interrupting her reading sessions, she'd immediately gotten excited and began rambling about the book she'd read. Her face was glowing, and a wide, foolish smile, one befitting a child, stretched across her lips. She told Noah she'd read the Red Rising series, and that she both hated and loved the author dearly. She hated him for killing her favorite characters every time, and loved him for writing such great books. Then she'd asked Noah if she could kill him and revive him back. Noah had smiled wryly at that statement, finding his sister sometimes even more impulsive than a seaman, but that wasn't the only thing she had read, it seemed. She had gone through all the novels he'd told her about, the one about the slave, the one about the demon, the one about the reader, but, "I didn't find that novel though," she'd said, finger on her lips and head tilted slightly to the right, "the one you said you liked particularly very much." She looked genuinely sorry for not having read something her brother loved. Noah immediately knew which book she was talking about, the one that was, in truth, his own life he had once narrated as a story. He smiled and brushed it off, telling her it was okay. But in the back of his mind, a strange thought began to sprout, one he hadn't expected. Where was the novel he had reincarnated into? The moment the question surfaced, he acted. He searched for it on the internet using his own power, without letting anyone know. He remembered the title clearly, "The Goddess's Champion is Her Lover." He found nothing, he frowned. There weren't even the first 50 free chapters he remembered reading. It was as if the novel had been completely erased. You know why? Noah asked Providence. There could be many reasons. Either the book has fulfilled its purpose and now it's gone, or when you reincarnated there, you gave it life and so it ceased to be a book, she answered. Noah frowned. How does that make sense? Hardly anything makes sense in this universe, Noah clicked his tongue inwardly and nodded. He needed to think more about it later, but for now, he shook his head, not lingering on the thought. Not at that moment, not when his wives were calmly standing behind him, waiting for him to present them to his siblings, but also, "She is really red-skinned," Alice said softly. But even her gentle tone made Virgo's insides waver in shock. Her crimson eyes bored deep into Alice's, only to find the latter just an inch from her face, smiling peacefully and leisurely. Since when was she this close? Virgo screamed inwardly. She didn't know why, but she felt a great wave of intimidation as the gazes of all those silver-haired women fixed on her, their differently shaped and colored eyes piercing through her like polished blades. She felt as though she was being scrutinized, as if they were silently judging her worth. Worthy of what? Virgo didn't need to be a genius to know the answer. Slowly, she turned her head toward Noah and saw him smiling at her sweetly before stepping beside her. "Alice, why are you using your power on Virgo?" Noah asked. Alice only shrugged. "Curious about her strength," she said simply, "and I barely used anything." Noah sighed and shook his head, then raised his hand and pointed toward Virgo. "Elizabeth already snitched on me, but here's the official presentation. Ladies, here Virginia T. Raneth, a sweet, kind, and dreamy woman. She wields the power of ruin, and yet the only thing she's ever liked to ruin is a PlayStation console and bunch of candy." Virgo's lips twitched. "Take good care of her," Noah finished, then pointed toward his wives. "Virgo, these are my wives. Don't be intimidated by their fearsome eyes, they're actually gentle on the inside. Except Anya. Don't be fooled by her cute appearance, she's the devil. Though her power is somewhat similar to yours, so you might relate to her." Anta cried out in outrage. "Sorry too, she's an actress who likes to act shy. But she's not. And don't mind Dominique and Lilith, everything that comes out of their mouths is filth incarnate. You might feel weird at first, but you'll get used to it, trust me." The girl stifled a laugh. "As for the rest, I trust you'll get to know them on your own." "But here, Celine, my mother," Virgo's eyes widened. Not only hers, even a seaman and Aurelia's eyes went wide. Yes, don't be surprised," Noah said casually. "My mother is my wife." Celine smiled faintly. "Pleased to meet you," she added. The wives smiled in unison. Virgo was overwhelmed. She seemed frozen until, "We won't eat you," Zara said, sensing the turbulent emotions swirling within her. "We're sisters now, sharing the same man. Let's get along," she added, taking Virgo's hand and gently pulling her toward the others. At that moment, Noah continued, "And you must already be aware, but these two are the rumored siblings. The rumored abominations. Don't be intimidated by their titles," Noah scoffed. "These two don't reflect any of what their names suggest," a seaman laughed. "Nice to meet you, sisters-in-law," he said with great enthusiasm, then turned toward Celine. "Hey. What should I call you?" "No, wait. Can I call you M.O.? I will kill you, don't you fucking dare." Celine and Noah cut him off instantly, both glaring at a seaman as if daring him to finish the sentence. The seaman only laughed harder, clearly amused. He raised both hands in mock surrender. Easy. Why so hard on me?" he chuckled. "Sister-in-law it is, then. I'm the tired big sister of the two," Aurelia introduced herself wearily, "and somehow, we understand you." Noah's already troublesome, But the big brother seems worse, must be hard taking care of the two. Hearing so many women immediately empathizing with her, Aurelia was almost moved to tears. She had been surrounded by loneliness and troublesome men for so long that seeing so many women she didn't instantly despise filled her chest with quiet warmth. "Thank you," Aurelia said, her voice trembling, eyes glistening with emotion. Justicia, Shadiva, and Illyra watched the scene with quiet wonder. If years ago someone had told me I'd meet the two abominations, hear them call me sister, and even say thank you. Justicia muttered, "I would have killed that person 1,000,000 times over for taking me for a fool." Shadiva shook her head. "I understand you. Being with Noah is such an interesting thing," Illyra smirked. "And do you know what?" she said. "There's still so much left to see, my dear sisters. Noah told us he intends to revive Mother Miriam, and that means spirit world," Justicia and Shadiva said in unison. Illyra's smile widened. "You know my power over souls, so you can imagine how eager I am to meet the Watcher of Souls." They smiled together, excited, yet apprehensive of what was to come. "Will it be all right, you think?" Justicia asked, glancing toward Elizabeth as she spoke calmly with Aurelia. "Will Noah really be able to keep up with all of our problems? He's done it before," Shadiva replied softly. "He'll keep up. And besides, aren't we all here?" They smirked together. "To touch our husband is to touch us, and anyone who wants to kill our husband must kill all of us first," Shadiva said, voice cold and serious. "We will be his shield," Justicia said. "We will be his weapon too, as he has always been for us." Illyra's lips curled upward as she watched Noah and Aseman banter like two brothers. Their smiles softened and turned fond and sweet, like mothers watching their son play with friends and laugh. "You know," Illyra said, voice like soft snow, "I am happy to meet all of you. I'm happy to get to know you." "Justicia, you're just a masochist, but you're not too bad." She snickered at the end. Justicia scoffed, but couldn't suppress a smile. "And you're an anal lover. That's why your ass is so wide like a pit." Illyra's lips twitched. Shadiva burst into laughter, only to fall silent at Illyra's next words. "Why are you laughing? Do you dare to do that after begging Noah to?" Shadiva moved in a flash and plastered her hand over Illyra's mouth. "Shut up, we have guests," she hissed, embarrassed. Illyra only smirked, intending to continue but forced into silence with a clap of Noah's hands. "Now, let's start the process," he said. Chapter 376, World as a Heart. Noah had done many nonsensical things since he became Noah. He had done things even abominations would find utterly absurd, and yet, the action he was about to take was something even more ridiculous. When they learned of his goal, Aurelia and Aseman looked at him as if he had grown a second head. They couldn't even speak, their mouths opening and closing in soundless attempts to form words. A world as a heart. No matter how much they thought about it, they couldn't understand how such a thing could be possible. But Noah simply smiled and said that if he could hold a world within his body, then why couldn't he make a world his heart? Once again, the siblings were left stunned by what they heard. In the end, they fell silent, deciding to wait and see what would come of it. Inwardly, a strange mix of excitement and inadequacy swelled in their chests and stuck in their throats, refusing to be swallowed down. They were thrilled and happy to have such a brother, and yet deeply apprehensive and afraid to have such a brother. Noah was intimidating, not because he wished to be, but because it was impossible not to feel that way when standing near him. He was like the sky, vast, eternal, enveloping the sun, the moon, the stars, and everything within its embrace. He was like the sky, so close, and yet so utterly unreachable. At that moment, they glanced at his wives, silently wondering how they could stand beneath that immense shadow and not feel crushed by it. But Aurelia and Aseman didn't understand that you do not fear the shadows that protect you. Instead, you deepen them, you welcome them, so they may shield you even more completely. The women knew Noah's blasphemous nature better than anyone, and yet, all of them had chosen to be the stars that decorated the sky he was building, not the hands that tried to shatter it into pieces. Yet you couldn't blame the siblings for their unease. They loved Noah, no doubt, but no one loved Noah more than his wives did. Noah knew this. And yet, he didn't mind. He accepted the love they were able to give him, because it was a love he had never known, one he hadn't realized he needed, and so, he treasured it deeply, and he would honor that love by elevating them. That was his extravagant way of showing affection, through creation, through transcendence. But all of that was for later. Because right at that moment, how should I proceed? Noah murmured as he stood within the void, gazing at the swirling earth, its sun and moon orbiting in solemn harmony before him. He had already sent his wives back to lay, along with Aseman and Aurelia. Behind him, in some far and unreachable space hidden from the folds of reality, he could feel the gaze of Evidam fixed on the back of his head. He was watching him eagerly. Noah raised his hand, resting it thoughtfully against his chin, considering how best to proceed with what he intended to do. To make Earth my heart, he thought, I need to take out my current one. Then I have to connect Earth to every part of my body, make it function as a heart would. That means creating pathways that link it to my blood, my muscles, my brain, everything. His thoughts began to swirl, twist, and reorganize until a clear pattern started to take form within the cage of his mind. But Earth alone won't be enough. I'll need the sun and the moon as well. I could make Earth function without them, yes, but the goal is to create an evolution pathway distinct and unique to Earth itself. That meant their living conditions must remain unchanged. Only through Evadam's study could they slowly evolve Earth along that desired path. By making Earth his heart, he wasn't remaking it, but merely shifting its emplacement from the universe to his own body. Now, both he and the planet would gain something from this transformation, many things, perhaps. He didn't yet know what, but he could feel in his core that it would be useful, meaningful. So, Earth, sun, and moon, all of them together inside me, just like Lay. But different, he thought again, and soon, everything halted. He slowly closed his eyes, breathing in and out in a rhythmic tempo. His chest drummed and quivered, as if something were raking at it from within. The void around him began to waver like disturbed water, and a faint scent of dread could almost be tasted in the air. Moments later, with eyes still closed, Noah slowly raised his arms, like the wings of a phoenix, wide and encompassing. From behind, one might think the earth, the sun, and the moon were all digging into his embrace, and they were. He clicked his fingers, and instantly, they stopped, frozen. Completely, paused in motion as if the universe itself had obeyed his command. With disturbing ease, he began to compress them, unhurriedly and steadily, until they shrank to a size small enough to enter his body. He made a beckoning gesture, and they appeared before him. It was staggering. The heart of the sun burned incandescent and searing, the moon exuded darkness and cold, and the earth radiated a rich, life-filled aura that made one's very soul feel at ease. Still with his eyes closed, Noah raised his right hand and plunged it into his chest, to the side where his heart lay. His chest ripped out open, his hand sank deep until his fingers brushed against the beating core. He shuddered instinctively, feeling the weight of the madness he was about to commit. But he smiled. Madness. That's the only path left in this universe if you wish to go far. The only path. The records rewarded madness, after all, so he continued. His hand gripped around his heart, tightened, and then, crack, in a single motion, Noah tore his beating heart out of his chest. Pristine white blood sprayed outward, smearing itself across the void. The void recoiled in horror, as if terrified of the blood itself. His blood vessels and capillaries still remained inside him, though they were badly damaged. Silver-white threads manifested within him, weaving themselves through his torn vessels and capillaries, repairing and reinforcing them until they were once more functional. He didn't stop there. He guided the threads deeper, letting them seep through every part of his body, strengthening it beyond measure. Then, without hesitation, he took the earth and placed it inside his open chest. His silver-white vessels and capillaries snapped toward it like hungry serpents, piercing through its surface and burrowing deep, linking themselves to its very core. The earth, like every world, had a will. Noah had claimed it. He didn't destroy it, doing so would have shattered the planet, but instead, he reshaped it into a special organ that would ensure the bond between his body and earth remained seamless, eternal. He called it the connector. Through it, the link between his body and the planet became whole, but Noah went further, fusing them completely into himself, making it impossible for anyone or anything to separate them. His chest was split wide open for the universe to witness, and inside, one could see the blue planet Earth nestled among silver-white threads, the connector embracing it like two outstretched arms. Next, he reached for the sun and the moon. He paused for a moment. He had thought about this countless times, and each time, the answer remained the same. He needed the natural cycle of the sun and moon, their eternal dance and their influence upon Earth. Which meant he needed them to orbit within him, exactly as they did in the cosmos. But now, Noah wanted to change some things. He took the sun and the moon and melted them until what remained were two shimmering essences, a deep, golden, viscous liquid, and a bluish silver one that pulsed with a soft, cold light. He took a portion of each and guided them into his body, letting them mix with his blood before fusing all three together. Noah's eyes snapped open in that instant. His body, from head to toe, became a network of slithering veins glowing white, gold, silver, and blue, with light coursing through him like rivers of molten divinity. He clenched his jaw, a low growl escaping him as pain gnawed deep within his being. His blood was changing, being rewritten in a way it hadn't been for ages. The process lasted several agonizing minutes before finally ceasing, leaving Noah gasping. He quickly steadied himself, his breathing even, and then made the final touch. "Your name shall be." "Circle of day and night," Noah murmured, naming his blood, now pure white, streaked with threads of gold, silver, and blue that shone like distant stars scattered across a pale sky. The blood blazed brightly for a moment, then dimmed, flowing once more through his body and beyond, spreading through and around the earth itself. This new blood would act as the cycle of day and night for Earth. As it flowed in and out of the planet, it would carry and reflect the attributes of the sun and then of the night, even manifesting the celestial bodies as vividly as the real ones once did. With that, Noah's chest began to etch itself closed. For a moment, it was still. Then, Batum, his chest thundered, the earth began to rotate inside his body, seamlessly pumping the divine blood, fulfilling the duty of a heart. Noah lifted his head and exhaled a steamy breath that blurred the void. From his body spilled an overwhelming light. Blinding and pure, staining the void in hues of white, gold, blue, and silver. The void shrieked in harrowing horror, its fabric cracking apart like glass struck by a hammer, shattering into splinters of nothingness that rained down upon Noah. He didn't move. He didn't even flinch. His eyes remained fixed upward, as if seeing or sensing things no mortal, no god, no being should. Then he chuckled softly, and then, once again, Noah made the universe tremble. Chapter 377. Oh my, the universe shook. This time, there was no sound, no chime of the records accompanying the quivering of the very fabric of reality. It was as if the records themselves were tired of announcing to all who could see, to all who could hear, to simply any living being, that Noah had done another ridiculous thing, and perhaps that was exactly what made this phenomenon more dreadful, more harrowing, than it was ever meant to be. After all, since when did the universe shudder without the sound of the records, in every corner of existence, across realms hidden within billions of folds of reality, in dungeons crawling with slumbering monstrosities capable of shaking the very foundations of creation, across every main world of the progenitors, the holders of origins, and the origins themselves, everyone paused, everyone listened. They listened to the whisper of reality itself, wondering what had just happened. Beings embodying the aspects of fate, destiny, and causality moved at once, seeking the source of the disturbance, but all they saw, without exception, was a vast, pale sky that stretched without end. A sky that swallowed all senses, that devoured every attempt to grasp it, that made even divine minds lose their sense of self within its bottomless expanse. Confusion gnawed at the insides of all who gazed upon it, but more than confusion, there was fear. A distinct, primal fear slithered through their hearts and coiled around them like a serpent wrapping around its prey. It was not their own fear, it was the fear of the powers they commanded, the trembling of fate, destiny, and causality themselves, shaking violently as if terrified of acting, terrified of moving, terrified of doing anything wrong before that pale sky. It was the fear of a child caught doing something wrong. Standing frozen before his mother, her slipper already in hand, her stance perfectly ready to induce trauma for generations to come, that kind of fear. But it was not only them, every being with enough understanding of the universe did all they could to trace back the origin of the event that had just occurred. Some used time, attempting to turn back the flow of the entire universe to witness it. Others scanned through the folds of realities, manipulating the concept of space to a degree no mortal could ever comprehend. Some used light, hoping to find the one who emitted such a distinct and dreadful radiance. Others used absorption, devouring fragments of the universe's timelines and histories to glimpse the truth. And there were those who wielded thought itself, manipulating the concept of thought across existence to look, to understand. All of them tried, all of them failed, none managed to find Noah, and with that, one of the oldest and most primal fears known to any being between heaven and earth crept into their souls with a chilling, suffocating grip. Yes, the fear of the unknown, the incapacity to know what was happening. The incapacity to know if what was happening was in their favor or their doom. The divine were not used to such restlessness, that anxious, mortal sensation of dread, and yet they were feeling it, and they were hating every second of it, and because of that, they did what any sane and sensible being would do when faced with something beyond comprehension, something that defied even the highest logic of creation. They sought help, they gathered. They banded together, standing side by side in silent, shivering awareness of what they could not see. They could feel it. Something was coming, and they would be ready, or so they hoped, to face whatever it was. Things are becoming rather bothersome, aren't they? But one being, a man with golden hair and matching eyes, wearing a white robe that flowed down his lean, muscled frame like pale water, spoke in a voice that could topple worlds. He sat within a garden carpeted with golden flowers that shimmered with bright, gilded luster. Above, the sky was equally golden, framed by a white sun that bathed the entire space in a pale, immaculate glow. The man floated slightly above the ground, seated on a golden chair with a concerning air of leisure. There was no one around him, and yet a voice rumbled through the realm, answering his question. Things have always been troublesome, Soleil, the voice said. And yet something more is happening lately, something we have no idea about. Soleil smiled faintly. Isn't that interesting? He chuckled, his tone both light and unnerving. It's been a while since I had anything worth my attention, you see. He paused briefly, the corners of his lips curving upward. Since the matter with the knower of light, in fact, at the mention of that name, silence swallowed the golden realm. Then slowly, the voice returned, strained and wary. You want something from me? Soleil suppressed a grin, his eyes half-lidded in amusement. Is that so? Cut to the point, Soleil, the voice growled. You wouldn't call me here and mention the knower of light for no reason. Don't take me for a fool, but aren't you a fool? Soleil taunted, his golden eyes gleaming with mischief. The growl that followed was sharp enough to shake the petals of the golden flowers. He brushed it off with a soft, mocking laugh. Then, in the midst of that levity, his voice turned cold. As you said, something's been happening in this universe lately. And among all those things, there's one that concerns me more than anything else. The voice hesitated. And what is that thing? Soleil's smile dimmed. His tone, once playful, fell like a blade through the silence. Justitia, his golden gaze hardened, the light around him bending in unease. I haven't received a single word from Justitia in years. His eyes fixed on the white sun above, the light reflecting in them until his golden gaze looked like a mix of white and gold. You know her importance, don't you? He asked. She is simply a useless caretaker, the voice answered dismissively. A caretaker to the one being we all wanted. Gone. Soleil retorted, that alone made her worthy of licking my toes, don't you think? And her silence with no news at all means an unpleasant event has occurred. Hopefully she's simply been killed and not that something happened with that woman. The voice sighed then, a rueful, exasperated sound. We should have just killed her, it said coldly, and risked the wrath of the light touched? Soleil scoffed, disdain in the motion of his head. The thoughts of the ignorant never fail to amuse me, he added in a dry, humorless tone. Without waiting for an answer and seemingly tired of speaking to a fool, he continued, use your men and find me a world called Lay. Use everything. Justitia has disappeared from her realm, left it untended. Her fate doesn't concern me, Soleil said slowly, but if you happen to find her or her remains, I sent her to you, the voice finished, but Soleil shook his head, golden eyes flashing with searing heat. I don't bother with trash. Just kill her and destroy her soul. A long silence followed, then, finally, the voice asked, anything else? Soleil shook his head, closed his eyes, and leaned back in his golden chair. I even doubt you'll do this job correctly with your foolishness. Don't ask for more. You can go, he dismissed it, and the voice complied obediently. Once alone, Soleil sighed softly under his breath. Bad feeling. He muttered. Bad feeling. He repeated it again, his tone lower, strangely restless. Now more than ever, he knew, something was coming. How interesting. Noah mused as his gaze settled on the glowing runes floating before him. Noah Weaverheart, you have done something worthy once again. You have become a world bearer by holding your own world, lay, inside of you. Now, you have made a living and functional world your heart, and refined your blood with the stars themselves. Glorious, your title has been upgraded. Title, bearer of world the world. You are walking an unprecedented path. You now hold the right to be the will of both Lay and Earth. Should you desire it, a wisp of the primordial energy of the universe now flows within your veins. Gather enough of it, and create the seed of a universe. The records ended their words there, needing to say nothing more, yet they were still watching. Noah stood in silence, a faint smile curving his lips as he felt the new kind of power coursing through his veins. He closed his eyes, letting himself drown in the sensation, feeling the difference, the shift, the gift he had been granted. By making a world his heart and earning his new title, oh my, oh my. Noah exhaled softly, information pouring into his mind like a tide of stars. His smile widened. What? He whispered. Am I becoming? Chapter 378, Elevation. Noah's eyes remained closed as he digested the flood of information from his latest elevation, and without question, it was glorious. For once, the threads of fate, destiny, and causality of Earth had detached themselves from the planet, flooding through his being, merging seamlessly with those already belonging to Lay. His body was no longer one of flesh and bone, it was made of threads, each strand pulsed with power, vibrating in harmony with the rhythm of existence itself. Soon, he would no longer use providence, he would become providence. With this new structure, his abilities expanded beyond all reasonable limits. In a single casual glance toward the void he floated in, Noah could see the threads that composed the universe itself, infinite, intricate, and begging for his touch, and he could manipulate them as easily as one stretches a sore limb. His body of threads was no weaker for it. On the contrary, with 2 living worlds and their stars pulsing within him, even a flick of his finger could reduce a mid-ranked world to cosmic dust, and a single serious punch could shatter a high-ranked world into a rain of broken continents and dying skies. With the sun and moon flowing through his blood, Noah now wielded partial dominion over their very concepts and, by extension, over the stars themselves. Merging the light of the stars with providence, his perception pierced the folds of reality with disturbing ease, allowing him to see and understand what few beings were meant to comprehend. And then there was the primordial energy of the universe nourishing his law of providence and deepening his understanding to terrifying depths, but that was not its only purpose. He could feel something else within it, something that called to him, a purpose that reached not only higher, but deeper. His instincts and unnatural perception sharpened as the words once spoken to him within Eve Adam's relic of Earth resurfaced in his mind. To reach the truth of all objective and imagined realities is to know how to swim upstream in the great river. Noah repeated the sentence inwardly, and his thoughts anchored to a single word. Upstream, his mind expanded and understanding poured into it like a waterfall filling a boundless basin. Upstream meant defiance. It meant moving against the current, against the natural order, refusing to drift along with the countless others who accepted the flow. To go upstream was to walk where no one dared, and Noah's goal was perfection. So he asked himself the inevitable question: had anyone who walked this so-called path of power ever truly reached perfection? He didn't know the answer, but he knew one who would, without hesitation. His lips curved faintly as he spoke into the silent void. "Tell me, dear." "Records," Noah said softly, his voice calm, smooth, and filled with quiet amusement. Has anyone ever become perfect by following the path of power this universe knows? Behind him, Eve Adam was still watching, but now with something far deeper than curiosity. Awe flickered and danced in his eyes like the reflection of a newborn sun. He had felt the trembling of the universe like every other god, monster, and hidden divine beings across existence. And in that instant, more than ever, he knew, no, he was certain, this man, this being standing before him was not merely extraordinary. He was the very definition of what it meant to go beyond. "Yes," Eve Adam whispered, his voice breaking into a breathless laugh before rising into a shout. "Yes, goddamn yes. This is what a goddamn abomination should be." His grin widened with feral excitement, his entire body trembling as if drunk on revelation. A being that devours reason. One that redefines it. He was ecstatic. Noah could sense the man's exhilaration even across the void, but he didn't turn. His attention was fixed elsewhere, because the records had spoken. "You have earned yourself an answer from us, Noah Weaverheart." The voice echoed in his skull, heavy and slow, each syllable a deliberate chime that carried through the folds of existence. A long pause followed, as though the universe itself hesitated to deliver the truth. Then slowly, "No being has ever reached perfection through this path of power." Noah did not flinch. No surprise marked his face. He only smiled faintly, because deep down, he had already known. This new knowledge cut through the darkness of his mind like a blade of light, stripping away all illusions. "I'd been an anomaly since the very beginning," he thought. "One who walks where others fear to look. I've defied the laws of creation, spat at the concept of divinity, and every time I've done it, the universe itself has shivered in disbelief." He had broken logic, rewritten laws, and played with threads meant only for beings as old as the universe. He was dazzling, but not yet truly unique, because in truth, he had still been walking a road laid down by others, the same path of power all beings followed. Even if he had twisted it to his will, that realization struck him sharper than any blade. "Even if I'm an anomaly," he mused, "then I'm still only a glorified reflection of ordinary transcendence. I'm no different from the others." He exhaled softly, the faintest laugh escaping his lips. "That's not what I want," he murmured to himself, the words resonating through the void like quiet thunder. His eyes opened, now bright and endless. "My own power progression. My own path. My own system." He smiled wryly, shaking his head at the irony. "How could I tell Eve Adam to forge his own path?" he whispered, "while I've yet to forge mine." It was so painfully, blindingly obvious since the beginning. All he needed was a path, his own ladder toward perfection. A structure that could be molded, broken, and rebuilt endlessly until something truly immaculate, something blasphemous beyond comprehension, emerged from it. Yes, he had to swim upstream the great river. Noah's eyes began to shine, brilliance surging through the void like a second dawn. For an instant, the mantless expanse was bathed in his radiance, until the light dimmed again, condensing back into his gaze, burning steady and alive. A slow smile stretched across his lips, his hand came to rest over his chest, over the world pulsing within him. Evadam will create a path through Earth's logic and knowledge, he said softly. Then his smirk curved sharper, hungrier. I will create mine through a logic only I can understand. He remembered Evadam's ambition for perfection, and amusement flickered in his eyes. How curious! How delightful! Well then, he murmured to the void, shall we see who reaches it first? The progenitor of humans, or a former reincarnated human, his thoughts burned bright with resolve. My own path, spirit world. My next steps are set in stone. He shook his head lightly, dismissing the flood of possibilities crowding his mind, and turned his gaze toward the object still floating before him, the heart he had torn from his own chest. It throbbed faintly, radiating a power so dense it warped the air and folded the fabric of space around it. Each drop of pristine white blood that slid from it fell into the void and birthed strange creatures. Before they drifted away, vanishing into the dark, Noah could feel every one of them. Their existence was linked to his pulse. But he didn't call them back. He let them go, granting them the chance to become more than they were meant to be. His eyes returned to the heart, his fingers brushing his chin in quiet thought. This heart. He murmured, there are so many things I could do with it. His voice dropped lower, almost fond, and I haven't decided what to do with it. But then, something stirred inside his mind, cutting through the storm of thought like lightning through mist. A memory. A promise, one he had made to an emotionless being, Lucy, the one born not of nature nor divinity, but of mortals. I wonder, Noah murmured, his voice low, tinged with curiosity and something almost amused. Will you feel something if I give you my heart? A quiet chuckle escaped him, soft and unhurried, rippling through the stillness. First, he decided, I'll need to cleanse it. Strip it of me. With a gesture, his will reached into the heart floating before him. The threads of his emotions, his attachments, his love, his fury, began to unravel like silk from a loom, each strand glowing with a distinct light as he drew them out one by one. He started with the love he bore for his wives. The gentle warmth that had once filled the space between his breaths. He lifted it carefully, like something fragile, and whispered, "Be." From that love, silver rings took form. Wedding rings, carved not by hands but by affection itself. Next came his hatred for the world born. He tore it free, and it screamed soundlessly as it left his heart. A black mark appeared before him, writhing with malice, then vanished, swallowed by the void, claimed by something unseen. His love for his siblings followed. A crimson wolf stepped forth from his heart, its eyes bright with fierce loyalty, and beside it, a colossal golden-green tome opened with a breath of wind. Its pages were blank. Then came his love for his children. Two necklaces manifested, silver gold and gleaming. One was shaped like a wolf, the other a fox, both small yet radiant, carrying the essence of the father who forged them. Finally, his affection for his friends created understanding. A clarity of purpose and direction, a piece of his own enlightenment. That understanding flowed away from him, threading itself through the fabric of creation to find those it belonged to. When it was done, the heart before him no longer pulsed with his emotions. It was clean, emptied of feeling, stripped of everything that tied it to Noah Weaverheart. And yet, within its depths, a faint glimmer remained, a single wisp of him. He reached forward, fingers closing around the heart, and then slowly turned his head. His pale gaze cutting through the unseen layers of existence, his eyes pierced through billions of veils until they met a pair of brown ones staring back at him. Evadam, the genderless progenitor of humankind. For a moment, silence stretched, then Noah smiled, wide and sharp. His voice rippled through the folds of reality, as if he were whispering directly into Evadam's ear. Are you ready for your new life, ancestor? Evadam blinked, then grinned with equal brightness, excitement flaring like wildfire behind their calm. You took your goddamn time, Noah. Noah chuckled, then raising a single finger, he pointed toward Evadam, and then at the white realm surrounding them. The sacred relic of Earth. From now on, Noah intoned, amusement and command laced perfectly together. You are mine. Evadam didn't resist. There was no need to. After all, when the voice of Providence declared ownership, the universe did not question, it obeyed. In that instant, the countless threads that made up Evadam were pulled into Noah's being. The white realm of the relic of Earth followed, unraveling like silk and reweaving itself within him. That day, Noah obtained a progenitor, and that day, he smiled faintly, the world heart within his chest pulsing once more. Let's go back, shall we? The Noah Weaverheart returned to lay. Chapter 379, Rings. Noah appeared back inside the White Castle. Finding himself face to face with his wives, his maids, his siblings, and also his children, Evadam stood beside him, scanning the space with a calm gaze, though a faint glimmer of curiosity slipped through his brown eyes. "Husband," his wives chirped in unison. In a heartbeat, they were upon him, wrapping him in a storm of warmth and devotion, hugging him tightly with boundless love, acting as if centuries had passed since they last saw him. Noah welcomed all of them, and somehow, impossibly, he managed to hold them all at once, his arms enclosing every one of them in his embrace, leaving no one behind. "Perks of being powerful, you actually did it," Justicia said, awe dripping from her tone. "You actually made a world your heart." She finished her words softly, her delicate hand pressing against his chest, feeling the tranquil rotation of the living earth within him. She was stunned. "Not only her, but all of them, even I, your mother. I'm starting to fear you, my dear baby," Celine said with a smile, before pressing a soft yet salivating kiss to his lips, earning a sharp glare from her sisters just moments before a rain of kisses began to fall across Noah's face. Dominique leaned close, pressing her lips inside his ear while coaxing the sweet Virgo to do the same, and yet, with how the latter grinned and licked Noah's ear like candy, she seemed to enjoy it a little bit. Too much. Noah laughed amidst the overwhelming love, accepting everything they did to him without a single complaint. "It wasn't that difficult, you see," he finally said, his tone light and unbothered. Beside him, Evadam gave him a sidelong glance. Not only him, Aurelia and Aseman were also looking at Noah with the same deadpan expression, silently wondering whether he was mocking them, or if he was truly mocking them. Illyra clicked her tongue alongside Emily, both noticing their expressions. "Our husband truly lacks common sense," Illyra said, prompting Shadiva to answer with a sly grin. "A being like him no longer knows what those words even mean." Their laughter filled the hall. Bright, teasing, affectionate, only to die instantly the moment Noah brought out a set of silver gold rings. In a heartbeat, the once lively space turned silent, as if the air itself had frozen. All the women unconsciously took a step back, hearts pounding, bodies trembling, minds struggling to process what they were seeing, looking at the cluster of radiant rings resting atop the outstretched palm of Noah's right hand. Noah's lips curled, his smile as soft as snow and as warm as the morning. "Son, I just remembered that we never truly had a wedding," he said. "I've called all of you my wives again and again, but besides the silver hair our race shares, there's nothing that shows we're together." "Is there?" None of them could answer. Their voices had vanished, stolen by emotion, leaving them only with trembling breaths, but their bodies spoke in their stead, their gazes blurring, their hearts pounding as tears welled without restraint. At the side, standing together, Premier and Foxy watched silently, soft smiles on their faces. "This is a real man," Premier muttered in awe, his fists clenching tight. "I want to be like father." His voice carried clear longing. "You just want a harem," Foxy snickered beside him. "You're a pervert, brother." "A pervert," Premier's eyebrow twitched. "You know nothing, woman. Stay silent in the matters of men." Then, with utter seriousness, he pulled out his notebook and began to take notes, determined to do exactly the same as his father once he built his own harem. Foxy snickered again, watching him. She then ignored her brother and turned her gaze back to her father and mother's. Unconsciously, her face softened into a loving, tender smile, one born of pure fondness. She loved her family too much. Very, very much, and that feeling was mutual. As the women, still struggling to find their voices, their lips parting soundlessly in failed attempts to speak, stared at the rings, what stunned them most was the sheer number of them. There were enough for everyone, for the official wives, the concubines, the slaves, the maids. No one was left behind. It was as if he was silently declaring that there were no distinctions among them, that all of them were his wives, that he claimed each of them as his own. It wasn't as if they didn't already know. They had always known that Noah treated them equally, but this act of his, this moment, it cemented that truth. "Well," Noah said with a gentle smile, watching them frozen in awe, "it seems you're too surprised to speak, so let me do it for you, okay?" He stepped forward, slow and steady, starting with his mother. Celine was trembling, tears falling uncontrollably down her cheeks, turning the world before her into a beautiful blur. Noah took her hand gently and slid a ring onto her finger. "The size perfect for her, oh? Maybe you need me to ask it properly," he teased, his smile soft and playful. "Will you do me the honor of being my wife, my dear mother?" Oh, did her heart stop beating? Gods, Celine didn't know. And she didn't care either. Her heart could fail her, but her love for the man before her would still flow through every corner of her being, denser and stronger than ever. Because she didn't love him with her heart, she loved him with everything that made her Celine Weaverheart Veilgrim. She then wrapped her arms around her son, her husband, her everything, and whispered in a tone that could make worlds weep from joy, For the emotion behind it was too heavy, too vast to be described. I accept. I accept. I accept, she breathed out, her voice trembling, breaking under the weight of overwhelming happiness. Inside Noah, Earth itself seemed to respond, the world grew warmer, and rain began to fall across every continent. Yet the rain was strange, for as it touched the Earthlings' faces, they could not stop their tears from flowing even as they smiled, asking one another what was happening with joy in their eyes. After Selene, Noah did the same for every one of them, for the wives, the slaves, the maids, all of them cried. All of them smiled. All of them whispered their love and devotion, all of them kissed him, when everything was done. They all stood there with smiles upon their faces, gazing absent-mindedly at their fingers where the rings now rested, feeling a deep sense of ease and protection wrapping their entire beings. On that day, they had gained something new, a sacred proof, a mark of belonging, a bragging tool they would flaunt proudly before all of creation. With these rings, Noah said, his tone warm and amused, you are officially the wives of Noah. Still, I know none of you are dissatisfied with your current positions, maids, slaves, and such, so stay as you are. These rings are symbols of our union, he continued, but they're also tools. Through them, you can reach me from anywhere. Their eyes widened, their smiles brightened. We can speak anywhere now, Noah added with a grin. Even if I'm standing at the edge of the universe, they grinned with him, but, don't tell me you plan to go again? Red suddenly said with a cold smile, her sisters mirroring that same expression as they turned their eyes toward Noah. He instantly raised his hands in defeat. What? Not at all, how could I dare, he said, defending himself from this false accusation. From now on, lovely husband, Elizabeth said, hugging him tightly, it's one step of yours, one step of ours. You walk, we walk, she smiled at him, a sweet yet empty smile. Okay, yes, ma'am. Noah said, saluting like a soldier standing before his superior. The women and the others burst into laughter at the scene. Next, Noah handed Premier and Foxy their necklaces, earning himself a warm, loving hug from his two adorable children. Then came a seaman, to whom Noah gave the Crimson Wolf. The grown man wept openly and even had the audacity to cling to Noah's feet while asking him to marry him. Noah had to restrain himself from sending him flying to the far edge of Lay with a single slap. After a seaman, it was Aurelia. He gave her the book. She held it close to her chest, clutching it with trembling fingers, seemingly understanding its purpose instantly. At that moment, Noah couldn't help but feel like an old man returning home after a long journey abroad. Bringing gifts for everyone he loved, it was funny to him in a strange, tender way. Once everything was done, and after telling his siblings they would talk later, Noah disappeared to meet Lay, with his wives following him, making his little sister jump all around him and wrap him in a tight embrace. Noah had almost forgotten how cute Lay was. He pinched her cheeks, earning a pout from her, before giving her the gifts he had prepared. But Lay refused everything he tried to give her, saying that the primordial energy of the universe was more than enough and that she would soon rank up. She just needed to finish absorbing the realm core Noah had given her. There. He also saw Noelle, sitting idly on her chair, a cup of tea delicately held in her hand. When her eyes fell on him, she smiled sweetly. Been a while, Noah, she intoned, her voice calm yet warm, her body moving almost on instinct, pulled by the urge to hug the man she had missed for so long, and she did exactly that, despite the intense glares of his wives surrounding them. Are you falling for me? Noah teased, his tone playful. I had fallen before I even knew your name, Noelle replied with a smirk. Noah laughed softly. How romantic. Then he disappeared, but not before Noelle leaned forward and kissed him on the lips, making his wives twitch in silent irritation before they, too, began to cover him in kisses as if to reclaim their rightful place. On his way, Noah came across Leah, the woman clinging to him like goddamn glue, shouting that he must never leave her, never abandon her, never discard her, or she would kill herself. Noah blinked at the outburst, mildly surprised, then sighed and gently made her fall asleep before taking her along as he headed toward his final stop of the day, before finally resting with his wives. And that was, yo, Lucy, Noah said, smiling. His wives gathered behind him, their eyes fixed on the blank-faced woman sitting at the edge of the hill. His smile widened. I'm here to give you my heart. Chapter 380, I think I love you? Lucy didn't even react. Her golden and red eyes fixed on the crowd before her in the same way they once fixed blankly upon the beautiful sky of Lay. Nothing coursed through those eyes of hers. None of them were surprised, though. They all knew Lucy was incapable of feeling emotions. She was like a blank sheet of paper, untouched by the filth of the universe's darkness and equally deprived of its beauty. Perhaps that was mercy. Perhaps that was a curse. One could wonder about that question, but to the wives, all they could feel toward Lucy was pity. Pity that she had never felt her heart clench in joy when love slithered its way inside. Truly, how hard must it be to walk through life feeling nothing but the void within you? It was a wonder she hadn't ended it, but perhaps that was the reason. She felt nothing, so the thought of dying had never even existed. You don't try to flee what feels normal. After all, Noah, however, wasn't thinking about any of that. His mind was fixed on his task. He simply strode forward and stopped an inch away from the young, beautiful woman. He crouched down to face her, eyes meeting eyes. He studied her expression with quiet seriousness and finally noticed in it the faint traits of Western features, reminiscent of Earth. He smiled faintly, raising his hand as a beautiful, otherworldly heart appeared above his open palm. Lucy's gaze immediately turned toward it, her body tensing as she sensed the overwhelming power bending the very space around it. An urge to kneel seized her completely. It felt sacred and divine, something that a being like her could only behold with her forehead pressed to the ground, and so she obeyed that impulse. Slowly, she began to lower her head. But there is no need, Noah said, waving his hand and dispersing the power of the heart. Stopping her mid-motion, she lifted her head back up, blankly meeting his gaze. Noah smiled. Do you remember, Lucy? He intoned softly. I promised to give you the ability to feel, to have emotions like anyone else, so I've come here to keep my word. And this, he said, pointing at the heart in his hand, this will be the tool through which you'll feel. I will give you my own heart. His smile deepened. Are you willing? He asked, though he already knew the answer, and indeed, Lucy simply nodded her head, her silence confirming everything. Noah turned his head just enough to glance over his shoulder at his wives. He noticed that Leah was now awake, her thorn-like body restrained tightly beneath Yuki's overwhelming strength, her voice silenced by Alice's power. She was struggling, desperately trying to move toward him, her mouth stretched wide in a soundless scream, her hands reaching out as if she could claw her way through the distance separating them. She looked like a dog unable to bear the absence of its master. Noah's lips twitched at the sight. Did I break her that much? Apparently, his face said it all, because all his wives nodded in unison. You completely did, husband. She's now unable to live without you. Are you going to take responsibility and accept the ex-wife of a world-born? Well, unless you plan to kill her, Aphasia added. Noah glanced at Leah again, then sighed. We've accepted worse, haven't we? He said, looking toward Crystal, Lilith, and Justicia. The three women smirked, shrugged, and answered together, guilty, and besides, husband, Elizabeth said, resting her chin on her hand with mock thoughtfulness, Solaris also plans to sleep in your bed, and you're fine with that? Noah rolled his eyes. Turning back toward Lucy, who was patiently watching him, waiting for him to begin the process, Emily shrugged. Why not? She's been with us since the beginning. And don't you want to add a new layer to your collection of degeneracy? Elizabeth added with a laugh. Like sleeping with a master and her disciple, Noah smirked, placing his hand gently atop Lucy's head. You know exactly how to convince me, my lovely seer, because you're a pervert, my dear baby, Celine said with a shrug. You're easy to convince, Noah laughed. Touché. Then Noah shook his head softly before making Lucy fall into sleep. Seeing it, the women fell silent, knowing he would need complete focus for what came next. With a single tap on her chest, Lucy's torso split open with a screeching sound, flesh tearing apart like the fibers of a human body being ripped in two. Noah watched, amazed, for he knew Lucy was not human. With her chest wide open, he could finally see her true self, and within her, there was no heart. At least, not one as we knew it. Her insides were a vast network of shifting alloys, all trying desperately to mimic the workings of a human body. The alloys gleamed in shades of red, white, gold, and black, a mechanical anatomy sculpted by mortal hands to imitate life. Where her heart should have been lay a dense cluster of alloys, pulsing faintly as it shifted shape, trying and failing to resemble a heart. It was directly connected to her brain. That thing was clearly incapable of feeling anything. Noah slid his hand inside her chest. He didn't wish to change too much. She was, after all, a masterpiece of mortal creation, proof of humankind's boundless ingenuity. All he sought was to perfect what already existed. He fused the cluster of alloy with his own heart, letting its essence blend seamlessly into hers. Once it nestled into place, connected to every line and circuit of her being, Noah invoked his law. A golden red thread appeared, shimmering with sacred heat. He guided it deep into her soul, where it unfurled into the form of a crow. Its purpose simple, yet immense: to elevate Lucy's natural talent beyond measure. Placing her among the universe's highest, then Noah summoned his mastery over emotion itself, condensing it into a colorless flame and placed it gently within Lucy's new heart. The flame flared to life, bathing her chest in silent brilliance, when it was done, he sealed her chest back together, his touch delicate yet firm. Then, placing a finger upon her forehead, he infused her with life essence. Bam! A single heartbeat exploded through the air with calamitous intensity, shaking the space around them as if the world itself had exhaled. Lucy's eyes snapped open, her golden and red irises glowing with a luster never seen in them before. She lay there on the ground, dazed. Her gaze fixed above her, at the white sky of Lay. It was strange, at that instant, with her new heart beating fiercely inside her chest, each pulse threatening to burst it open, Lucy's eyes widened more and more with every passing second. No one existed around her in her perception. Only the white sky of Lay filled her mind. It was a sky she had seen every day since she came to live here. After all, her favorite pastime was simply sitting atop a hill, staring at it until her eyes grew tired, then sleeping. But through all her observations, she had never noticed how much the sky of Lay was beautiful, she whispered, her eyes trembling as tears began to slip down her cheeks. The sensation made her shudder, as she had never cried in her entire life. That was when she finally noticed the flood of sensations slamming into her mind from every direction, the soft wind rustling her hair and clothes, the solid rocky ground beneath her back, uneven yet cool to the touch. She jolted upright, breathless, and began touching her own body in sudden awe. The sensation of her own existence was entirely new to her. Her height, her weight, the smoothness of her skin, the curve of her breasts. She even turned her head, looked at her ass, and slapped it, gasping as she felt how soft and bouncy it was. A small, mischievous grin formed on her lips. Then, without thinking, her hand began to drift downward, first to her belly, then lower still, until it slipped between her thighs. Her fingers slid inside her panties, brushing against. Young lady, please, have some decency, will you? Noah caught her wrist gently, his smile twitching as he stopped her. Behind them, his wives burst into laughter, unable to contain themselves at the unexpected scene. Lucy blinked, startled, and turned her head slowly toward Noah. She knew him. He was Noah Weaverheart, the progenitor, the absolute deity. This was the man who had given her the ability to feel, the man who had filled her world with sensations so vivid they bordered on ecstasy. But beyond that, he was also the most beautiful man creation had ever produced. Somehow, she believed it. She smiled at him, freely, joyfully, then raised her hand to caress his cheek, her heterochromic eyes glimmering with newfound life. Her heart pounded wildly in her chest as she looked at him, something strange sprouting inside her, like a seedling finally given water. My lord, Lucy whispered, I think I love you. The wives rolled their eyes. Noah smiled wryly, and Lucy's affections for you have reached 100%. Chapter 381, Fool's Feelings. After the event with Lucy, Noah retreated to his room with his wives, intending to finally get some well-earned sleep, but that was easier said than done. When dozens of women were squirming around him, tangled together despite the colossal bed they occupied, each one desperately trying to make contact with him while sleeping, Noah simply stared blankly at the ceiling, letting them fight for their places as some even went as far as to bite each other. The room had truly become a coliseum of a brutal, cat-like battle. He didn't even budge, allowing them to sort it out themselves while his mind drifted elsewhere, toward the future. This trip to Earth had given him many things, but it had also left him with more questions than answers. For one, he now knew that his transmigration to Lay had not been an event of pure coincidence. Perhaps some being was behind it. Or maybe it had been a cosmic force that had seen in him something he himself had yet to understand. There were many questions, but as always, very few answers. Noah could do nothing but set those thoughts aside for now. Then there was the matter of his mother, Miriam. Reviving her would mean entering the spirit world, not something he feared, but something he knew better than to approach unprepared, especially if his wives were to accompany him this time. He didn't dare leave them alone now. But before all of that, Noah needed to act on a grander scale. He had to spread his influence across the universe and gather intelligence on the other races, their movements, their motives, their threats. He could no longer afford to focus on one thing at a time while letting the rest fall stagnant. He needed to learn to coordinate everything at once, to weave all his threads together. If he was ever to stay one step ahead, it would not be difficult. He had many capable subordinates, and it was time to let them taste the immensity and diversity of this universe. Besides, with his providence, it would be easier for him to know exactly where opportunities lay. He had to become the all-knowing beneath only the records. But before all that, he first needed to create his own power progression. He needed to do it before leaving Lay once again. I also need to officially invite a Seaman and Aurelia into my race tomorrow. Then I'll bring Evadam to Earth and give him the necessary tools to begin his research. Somehow, he was eager to see what humans could become without mana. Would they truly be able to reach godhood? He couldn't wait to find out. Are you thinking about the future again? Yuki asked beside him, her voice cutting through his web of thoughts, her sword-shaped eyes locking deep into his white ones. Her words made the others pause in their playful barbarism. Their attention shifting to the ongoing conversation, Noah nodded at Yuki's words before slowly raising his hand to caress her cheek. Yes, he said softly, I need to think about it, don't I? He smiled faintly, will you be okay? Zara asked in a low voice. Will you continue to shoulder the weight alone? Yes, Esther added. I don't understand why you burden yourself so much. Aren't we here? Or do you see us as nothing more than trophies? Noah immediately shook his head, vehemently. Absolutely not. You know well how I see all of you, my wives, you're strong and talented women who could rule worlds if you wished, he continued. It's just, I can't bear the sight of my wives being hurt. Or burdened by something I can take on instead, he smiled faintly, his beauty radiating beyond what should have been allowed. Isn't it my duty as a husband? But isn't it also the duty of a wife to shoulder her husband? Celine countered gently, caressing his cheek. Or do you want us to feel unworthy of the rings around our fingers, my dear baby? At that, Noah could only close his mouth, finding nothing to say. After a few seconds of silence, he sighed, then spoke again, his voice softer now. This time, we'll do this together, he said. Then his grin returned, his eyes glimmering with familiar mischief, as my dear seer once said, one step of mine, one step of yours. I walk, you walk, the women smiled, an eager, but also cruel smile. We've been silent for too long, haven't we, husband? Anya whispered, her black eyes glowing with an intense light of destruction. Noah nodded. We have indeed, he swept his gaze over his wives. I'll need all of you to reach the world dominator rank as soon as possible. To do that, you must control the core of a world, make it submit to your will. The stronger the world, the greater the power and enhancement you'll gain. Once you've dominated its core, you can use it to understand your law. He paused, watching them closely, at least, that's how it's supposed to be. For now, just focus on reaching the world dominator rank. As for your laws, I'll find a way for each of you to create yours without wasting millions of years, he said, and inwardly, my progression system. I should create one for myself, but with what I have, I'll forge derivatives suited to each of their characteristics. If he was walking toward perfection, then he might as well bring his wives with him, and in the end, what would they become? A family of perfected beings. Well, that sounded far too broken, didn't it? And yet, the path toward perfection was still veiled in darkness as thick as oil. After all, Noah still hadn't the faintest idea what perfection truly meant to him. Maybe that was where he needed to start. He would first have to understand where he was going. Because simply wishing for perfection was too vague. Once he knew what kind of perfection he sought, the way to achieve it would reveal itself naturally. After all, as they say, you'll be lost amidst a sea of possibilities if your path itself is made of nothing but possibilities. Noah's lips curled upward, his world heart easing. Tell me, my dear wives, he said softly, in your beautiful eyes, what would my perfection look like to you? He was made of love, he was the sum of his wives, so, what better way to begin this path than by asking the ones with whom he would spend the rest of his immortal life? And so, the wives chirped, and Lay was veiled in darkness, before the sound of morning birds slowly lifted it away. The sun crawled back into the white sky of Lay, and Noah immediately set out to do what he was meant to do. The previous night had been refreshing. Even though his wives had all slept on top of him, leaving him barely able to breathe, he didn't doubt that, had he been mortal, he would have long been choked to death by suffocation under beautiful women. Well, guess what? I wouldn't mind that at all, Noah thought with a faint grin as he halted in his steps, his gaze settling ahead. There, sitting together on a massive rock, were a seaman and Aurelia, facing the vast expanse of a flattened mountain before them. The sight was magnificent. It looked as though a god had once slammed down a colossal mountain, flattening it, but paradoxically leaving it high enough to cast its shadow over the forest below, where trees grew like restless weeds. Noah's arrival didn't go unnoticed. Both his siblings turned their heads toward him. They smiled at each other. Noah approached, and the two shifted slightly to make room for him. He sat between them in silence, the wind brushing softly across the vast plateau. There was a strange stillness for a moment, not one of heaviness, but one of peace and acknowledgement. The wise often said that the night was a good advisor. It seemed it was a right statement. A seaman and Aurelia had both found the time to put their minds and hearts at ease during the night, acknowledging many things, and making peace with many more in the process. Sometimes, it was simply easier to accept the superiority of another and find peace within that truth. Comparison is the thief of joy, envy is a sin. The two siblings had accepted, and in doing so, they had managed to shed, or at least greatly lessen, the feeling of inadequacy that had lingered beside Noah's overwhelming presence. They realized they didn't have to compare themselves to him. Noah was Noah. And they were themselves. They might never be as blasphemous as he was, but they were still powerful, and would grow even stronger, until the universe itself trembled at the mention of their names. As for how they would achieve that? There were many ways. But the best one was obvious. Youngest, Asimon said suddenly, a shameless grin spreading across his face. How about you make us part of your race? Aurelia nodded beside him, smiling. Jealousy was a fool's feeling. Better to seize opportunity, to grab the tail of the one soaring ahead and never let go. You'll go farther that way than most ever will. And with that, you stole the words right out of my mouth, brother. Noah laughed. The abominations all became Elasiari. Chapter 382, Unseeable. The abominations were all now Elasiari. The implications of this statement might elude many of its importance without knowing the sheer magnitude of what had just happened inside a little world within a man. The records had favorites. That was something. By now, many beings across the universe acknowledged and accepted, even if it was not a truth they did so willingly. Being one of the record's favorites meant many things. But the most crucial aspects of all were the protection it granted, and the overwhelming luck that followed. Being protected meant you could afford to be daring, to take risks. Being lucky meant those acts of madness would end with you gaining strength and authority, and thus, the loop went on, until nothing in the universe could threaten you anymore. But then, what happens when all of the record's favorites belong to the same race, to the same family? Then that favoritism would no longer be confined to a few, it would extend to the entire race, though diluted in measure, because that day, Asimon and Aurelia did not merely accept becoming part of Noah's race, they accepted becoming part of his family. They were his siblings now, not only in name, but in blood. And with that came, naturally, a change in their names. They were now called Asimon Ride Veilgrim and Aurelia Sightless Veilgrim, and yet, it wasn't the end. Noah went further by giving each of them a name, a unique name created only for them, one that would enhance their respective talents to a whole new degree. For Asimon, Noah called him the origin of monsters. In honor of his ability to devour and obtain the powers of beasts and monsters alike, as a true and worthy devourer, in due time, no monster would exist between heaven and earth that Asimon had not already consumed. For Aurelia, Noah named her the Gazer of Records. A daring name, to say the least. He had felt, at that very moment, a vast surge of his authority being used in the process, and the close scrutiny of the records themselves. He didn't doubt that if it had been anyone else receiving that title, the records would have refused. But they didn't. And Aurelia became even more absurd. Her power increased immensely, granting her the ability to gaze upon the records of all things. Alive or dead, mortal or divine, concept or phenomenon, nothing could escape her eyes, and nothing could stop her from stealing the records she observed and making them her own. At that moment, elated and drunk on confidence from her newfound power, Aurelia did the one thing she had always wanted to do. She looked into the records of her brother, Noah Veilgrim. She didn't ask permission, she simply did it. After all, she only wanted to see his records, not steal them, but power veiled her mind like a silken shroud, making her forget that there were things in this universe not meant to be gazed upon, because the instant she tried to look into Noah's records, Aurelia's eyes shut themselves by force. And in that instant, she became the very concept her name declared, sightless, not because Noah acted against her, nor because he punished her, but because her very eyes refused to see his records. They refused to gaze upon something they were not meant to. They refused to obey, knowing that if they accepted the will of their owner, destruction would follow. There was something most beings often forgot about providence. The most basic aspect of providence was to see the future, the past, the opportunities, the dangers, causality, fate, and even destiny. The very concept of observation was born from it. It lay beneath providence's authority. And Noah was the incarnation of providence. So nothing, no one, could truly see him if he did not wish to be seen. That was why no being in the entire universe could find him after he made Earth his heart. And that was why Aurelia became sightless, and she would have remained that way forever, had Noah not allowed her eyes to open again. That event made both siblings realize just how deeply they had still underestimated Noah's power. How could anyone fight someone who could make you blind, in every sense of the word, whenever he wished it? It would be the wish of a fool to fight such a being, and at that realization, the first thought that crossed their shameless, mischievous minds was, of course, I can do anything I want. And escape without anyone knowing. They just needed their brother's help. Asimon was already preparing his next prank. deciding to go acquire a new monster's ability with his crimson wolf given by Noah. Aurelia, meanwhile, was looking at Noah with strange eyes. The more time passed, the more she found the youngest to be the embodiment of everything she had ever wished for in a man. It was as if he had been made for her, a thought shared by billions of women, by the way, and considering that even his own mother was his wife, then a simple sister might not make that much of a difference, did it? She began acting more openly around Noah, sending him obvious signs so obvious that even a seaman noticed and started looking at her with eyes filled with scorn. Aurelia ignored him completely, uncaring of the opinion of an ignorant. Her intent was simple, she wanted to be embraced by Noah. She was not the only one. After his meetings with his siblings and after installing Evadam inside Earth, Noah found himself in the presence of a woman in his personal black garden, located within the White Castle. Solaris had finally acted. "My lord," Solaris said as she lowered her head in respect toward Noah, who was wearing a simple white shirt, matching baggy pants, and soft slippers. He was lying on a tapestry of threads woven across the sky. And anyone knowledgeable enough would have noticed that those very threads were the ones responsible for the birth and death of countless empires and kingdoms across distant worlds. Noah was simply training. At Solaris's voice, he opened his eyes and spared her a glance. Then, with a faint smile, he asked softly, "How long has it been, Solaris?" Solaris slowly raised her head to look upon her god, and by the records, she had to resist the overwhelming urge to bow again. The being before her was not one meant to be looked upon lightly. Beautiful. Solaris never realized how bland that word was until she tried to describe Noah's beauty, but she didn't bother herself with that. Such attempts would be futile. She had more pressing matters, and to think that this was the same man she had once wanted to kill, the one who had captured her only because of Illyra. That man had now become the god of Lay. And rumor had it that his heart was no longer a heart at all, but a world. It was frightening how time moved. It was even more frightening how different everything became through the haze of it, and it was terrifying still to look into his white, runic threaded eyes that clearly saw her very essence. In front of such a being, Solaris could do only one thing to obtain what she desired, and that was simply to ask, "I wish to be your wife." "My lord," she said, doing her best not to fold under his gaze, forcing herself to look at him so she could prove she was worthy. "I have never been in a relationship. And there is no doubt I will never be in one. Even if you reject me, because my whole being belongs to you," she continued. "Needless to say, I will forever remain faithful to you, and do my best to be worthy of you." She finished speaking and simply waited for his verdict. There was nothing else to say. She had nothing else to offer him, all she could do was ask and wait. Noah listened to her attentively, a soft smile on his face. His smile was peaceful, not mocking. He already knew about Solaris's desire from Elizabeth, and even without that, he already knew, and his decision about her had already been made. With a gentle tone, he finally said, "My wives do not call me my lord." Solaris blinked, confusion flashing in her eyes. Until understanding began to dawn, her body started to tremble, overcome by emotion. Noah continued calmly, "I am simply Noah to all of you." And he vanished and reappeared just an inch before her, taking her into his embrace. "Welcome to the Veilgrims." And, Providence uttered with a smirk on her tone. "Don't blame me," Noah whispered inwardly while consoling the crying Solaris. "They all wanted this." Chapter 383, Solaris, "I still cannot believe it," Solaris said softly, her heart still pounding even hours after Noah had accepted her proposal. Am I that heavenly?" "Please, you're making me embarrassed," Noah teased, and Solaris's eyes grew more and more dazed. Did Noah just tease her? Gods, if this were a dream, may I never wake for eternity. They sat on the floor carpeted with black flowers, Noah's back resting against the bark of an ebony tree that stretched toward the ceiling, while Solaris nestled gently between his legs, her back leaning against his torso. The soft warmth of Noah enveloped her body in a way she had never felt before, making every thought she could possibly form dissolve like smoke, leaving her only with the chance to savor this moment, this feeling she had dreamed of so many times. This feeling that kept her awake at night, agony coursing through her veins like blood, as she imagined Noah's wives basking in his presence while she remained alone in a mansion vast enough to house millions. She had carved this moment into her heart, and now that she had it, Solaris realized how deeply she had underestimated her hunger for this man, and how little she had fathomed the height at which she now stood. "I could probably die at this moment and not regret a thing," Solaris whispered, taking Noah's soft hand and brushing her head against his palm like a cat, a peaceful smile blooming on her lips. "Die?" Noah echoed, then chuckled. "None of my wives will die, my dear Saintess, not before I myself am dead. And I believe I need not tell you how difficult that task would be," he said with a faint smile, "so let's just enjoy this feeling." And let me assure you, no harm shall befall you or any of you. He kissed the back of her hair softly before whispering, I will make sure of it. Solaris's body trembled at those words, at that act of love. Wordless, she turned her head a full 180 degrees to face him, and immediately her lips met his, her tongue seeking his in a daring, feverish dance. Noah welcomed her gladly, parting his lips so their tongues could meet in a storm of heat and saliva. His arms wrapped around her curving body, pulling her closer until her breasts pressed against his chest and her body melted into his embrace. Between his legs, Noah's rising dragon strained hard against his pants, forming a mountain worthy of Everest itself, drawing a delighted smile from Solaris before she mounted him shamelessly. Her now drenched thighs pressing directly against the peak, a moan of pleasure threatened to escape but was swallowed by their kiss, neither willing to break away. Solaris's hand slid to the back of Noah's head, gripping tightly, while Noah held the soft, trembling curve of her ass. She began to move slowly, rubbing herself against his hardness, eyes closed in a trembling effort to contain her moans, yet her flushed face betrayed everything already. Without a doubt, she wanted it. She craved it, but neither of them wished to rush something so sacred. It would be the first time for Solaris, and yes, it would have been romantic to do it amidst a special black garden grown from Anya's tears. A garden of destruction, how romantic to do an act of creation inside a domain of ruin. Thinking on it, they were both tempted to simply do the deed, and yet, slowly, almost reluctantly, they parted their lips, saliva smearing the corners of their mouths. The kiss was voracious, they smiled at one another instinctively. I want to do it, Noah said, kissing Solaris's red face on the forehead, but there is no need to rush this. We have all the time in the world to do whatever we want. Let's make it worthy. A warmth rose inside Solaris's head and spread slowly. I think I am obsessed with you, Noah, she whispered, her heart beating loud and hard like the thunderous stomping of furious horses. She truly would have smiled at death if it dared to come for her soul at that moment. She might even have hugged it, were she not the woman of Noah now. He-hey. I like it. Woman of Noah, he-hey. Her mind derailed, but her smile only grew more dazzling. Noah laughed at her words, a warm feeling settling in his chest, before giving her a playful smack on her rosy lips. And my dear, I am obsessed too, he said, widening Solaris's smile. Then, but it's time to make you a proper Elisiari. You are under the branch of Elizabeth's fate Elisiari, aren't you? He asked, earning a nod from Solaris. Noah nodded in turn. There was Virgo to add, and Lucy, and Noelle. Leah too, but what should he do with that dog-acting woman? Beside them, there was Emmy from Earth. For Emmy he did not yet know if she would accept a place in his harem. In truth he doubted whether it was even a good idea, but he could not deny that he wanted it. He wanted her back. Call him simp. Call him weak. Noah would not blink an eye. Emmy had sinned, and she had repented, and besides, she visited my mother's grave, Noah added with a smile. That alone made her redeemable. I will make you Elisiari at the same time as the others, Noah said then. You don't mind, do you? Solaris shook her head. I don't. She no longer cared for much else. As long as she was with Noah, nothing else mattered. But Noah's question set her wondering. How many are they? She asked. The new ones, like me, I mean. She rested her chin on his shoulder. Noah tilted his head. 3 or 4, depending on whether the last one accepts, he answered, caressing her silver hair. Solaris chuckled. Who will dare tell you no? If that happens, let me burn her in the name of heresy, she cried, fist raised high as if performing a holy deed. Noah cackled, his laughter rolled through the black garden like an unbearably soft bell. I will definitely let you burn her, my dear, he said with a cold, cruel smirk, and Solaris mirrored him. Soon their evil laughter echoed through the black foliage as Noah and Solaris bonded more deeply. Trying to compress years into hours, something they achieved with disquieting ease. Shadiva, what will you do about your siblings? Zara asked as she lay face first on the bed, her voice still clear despite her position. Will you let them remain in prison forever, or? Shadiva sat before a large mirror, her reflection gazing back as she idly played with her hair. Neko, in her cat form, was on the floor sniffing Noah's clothes and underwear shamelessly. The two women ignored her eccentricities, they were the only ones in the room, everyone else was occupied elsewhere. At Zara's question, Shadiva paused for a heartbeat before resuming the gentle smoothing of her hair. Then parted her lips. I don't know what to do, she admitted quietly. They dared to touch our dear babies, Foxy and Premier. It's hard to forget that. Even harder to forgive. Besides, what do you want me to do? To them, what they did wasn't wrong. In their eyes, they saved me from certain death. And imprisoning me for millions of years in solitude was mercy. She chuckled humorlessly. Neko stopped sniffing and glanced toward Shadiva. You can't help someone who believes they've done no wrong, Shadiva continued. Everything you say to them will only sound like criticism in their ears. So, Zara said, all the races are behind this, right? Along with the progenitor of elves. Lul, Shadiva nodded. Seems like it, Zara smiled faintly. Then it's fine. It's fine. We were supposed to go against them all anyway. Either they submit willingly or unwillingly, Shadiva mirrored her smile. But I think Noah wants to make a stop in the spirit world first, to retrieve Miriam's soul. I wonder what the spirit world is like, Shadiva mused. You've never been there? Neko finally spoke up. Shadiva shook her head. Only souls can enter. Once you set foot there, you might as well forget about returning to the waking world. Her smirk turned faintly sharp. And don't be fooled, we call it the spirit world, but it's far more than a simple world. After all, the spirit world is a divine realm. Zara and Neko's eyes widened. What? Shadiva's smile didn't waver. Yes. The spirit world stands at the same level as the main world of any progenitor. That's exactly why we must be careful, because the will of a divine realm can kill even a world dominator with ease. So imagine the beings who dwell within it. Shadiva turned toward her two sisters, her gaze sharp but playful. Still eager to go, a brief silence followed before, slowly, Zara and Neko grinned. Now even more. Chapter 384 Fog. Nothing could be seen. The entire space was drowned in thick gray fog, so dense it could cloud even the greatest seer known to the universe. The fog rolled upon itself, undulating endlessly like a living storm. As if it possessed a will of its own, but to speak of the fog was to speak of the space itself, an expanse so vast it stretched to half the size of Lay, and yet it was only the dwelling of one being. If one's eyes were special enough, they could pierce through the haze and glimpse a figure, a woman, to be precise, sitting upon a throne of gray stone wrapped in the souls of beings powerful enough to destroy worlds with a mere breath. A ridiculous, suffocating power radiated from her, so immense that the fog itself quivered and bowed in her presence. Her skin was gray, her body adorned with black tattoos, and she wore a white, immortal-like robe made of gemstones and white zir, a rare stone found only within her domain, perfectly framing her curvaceous form. Her face was obscured by the fog, committing the crime of hiding her otherworldly beauty from any who dared look. Atop her head were 6 black horns, engraved with gray runes, circling her like a crown carved by nature itself. She was looking downward, toward a man, a human, in every sense of the word. He stood there with a relaxed smile, facing her. The fog refused to come near him, recoiling as if afraid, despite the fact that he was mortal, in every aspect. I have news for you, the man said, his black hair and matching eyes contrasting sharply with the gray world around them. His words rolled lazily off his tongue. The gray-skinned woman said nothing, but the man knew he had her attention. So he continued, you must have sensed that little quiver across the universe not long ago, he began, sliding his hands casually into the pockets of his black trousers. So you already know something inconceivable has happened. He paused, then began to stroll through the mist. The fog split open hurriedly to clear his path. But what if I told you that it was because of him? For the briefest instant, a moment too fleeting for even time to record, the entire space trembled. And then, as suddenly as it came, all went still again, as if nothing had ever happened. But the man knew better. How do you know? The woman finally spoke. Her simple voice made the fog crackle like lightning. Ripple like a restless sea, as though the very space could not withstand the weight of its queen's words. I tried to see the origin of that event, she said, but the threads were against me. The man shrugged lightly. The threads obey him. Of course no one would see him if he wishes to hide. This brings me to my first question. She leaned forward slightly on her throne, her tone low. How did you know? The man paused in his steps, turned his head to look at the gray-skinned woman on the throne, and smirked. Because I am special. He laughed. But my way is not the subject of discussion today, you see? You must know by now that trying to understand me is but a dream. And I am here to give you good news, but also bad news. He tilted his head, raising 2 fingers. Which one first? The gray-skinned woman stayed silent for a moment, then slowly, with a low growl, bad news, clap. The man clapped theatrically, smile widening. Perfect. I enjoy giving bad news, you see. He laughed, then continued, this universe has been gathering too much attention lately. Especially because of the many unnatural events happening here and there. The woman focused, his voice turned strangely serious now. Chances are, there are already beings from other universes sleeping in, doing things that would certainly not benefit you. And that means only problems and doom for all of you. Especially for you, girl. He pointed at the gray-skinned woman. You cannot go on with squabble politics in this place. Wrap it up, obtain full control, and be ready for the upheaval about to come. The gray-skinned woman clenched her fists tightly, the fog swirling violently in response to her turbulent emotions. Clap. Clap. The man clapped again, and the fog immediately stilled. He smiled. No reason to be so worked up, girl. Let me give you the good news, though I dislike it, he chuckled. He has done a ridiculous thing. Something I have never seen. He smirked. I wonder, between him and that sneaky one who likes to play benevolent, or even the one of fire, who will surprise me more. His smile turned eager, then continued, he will surely come here soon. And he will be able to help you in your endeavor. In that way, you will finally meet the one you sacrificed so much for. Am I not a giver of good news? He asked, then waved it away. Don't bother, girl. It was rhetorical. Then his body began to crack, slowly shattering into billions of transparent feathers. He won't meet me. Too soon. Too soon. But tell him to take care of her well. She is my favorite among them, after all. Oh. What did he name her again? Nothing comes. My mind failing me. He laughed again. Now, he grinned, let our next meeting be more for lore. Oops, I mean joyous. Ha! He laughed as he disappeared completely into a storm of feathers, swallowed by the fog, none able to sense him. Just as none had sensed him arrive, the gray-skinned woman did not speak, her gaze still fixed on the spot where the man stood seconds ago. The fog around her was utterly still, frozen in time. Slowly, she leaned back in her throne, weariness settling on her features, then raised her face toward the endless gray sky, her expression distant. Soon. She whispered inwardly, before closing her eyes, thinking back to the man's words. Meanwhile, while all of this was happening, on Earth, a rather bizarre event was unfolding high in the blue sky. Utterly invisible and undetected to all, Noah stood there, his silver hair dancing wildly with the wind like a sea of fog, wearing his usual loose shirt and baggy pants, his white eyes fixed on the city of Paris below. Around him were, of course, all his wives. Some wore skirts and tops, others robes, others jeans, and a few simply pants like Noah himself. They were all relaxed, yet somehow excited to witness the event about to unfold. After all, Noah was here to ask Emmy to join him on his journey. What are you waiting for? Aphasia asked, her tone teasing. Don't tell me the great Noah Weaverheart is scared? She chuckled, and the wives around her joined in laughter. Don't tease him. Crystal said with a smirk. It's always harder to meet your ex again, right? Oh? You speaking from experience, maybe? Esther retorted, stepping in to defend her husband. She was quickly silenced by her sisters before they continued their relentless teasing, their laughter echoing faintly through the wind. Noah just stood there, his lips twitching with every word. Finally, tired, he sighed. I'm not afraid, he said, shaking his head. Just wondering if it's a good choice. He paused, his voice softer. Sometimes there are things better left as they are. Just as there are things not meant to be. His gaze sharpened, able to see with harrowing accuracy the woman far below. Emmy, sitting in her house, eating while scrolling on her phone. On the table beside her lay a picture of the two of them together, the same one he had found on his mother's grave. Though this one was worn, creased, smudged, as if someone had gripped it too tightly or looked at it too often, Celine appeared beside him, following his gaze. What's holding you back? She asked softly. The others approached, quiet now, listening. Nothing much, he sighed. Guess I'm just being too hesitant because of my past with her. Do you want her? If not, there's no point in all this, Alira said, shrugging. I do, Noah answered simply. Then that's it, Lilith said with a smile. That's all you need to do whatever you want. Noah smiled faintly, listening to them. He didn't really know why he was hesitating. Maybe because he didn't want to disturb her peaceful life, a life where even the cruelties happening in countries beside hers were nothing but distant stories. After all, Eve Adams' work had only just begun, and by the time the results would manifest, Emmy, as a mortal human, would have long passed away. Introducing her to the supernatural world had to be done delicately. Otherwise, things could turn for the worse. Well, he said, smiling faintly. I'll believe in her mental fortitude. He chuckled softly, then snapped his fingers, summoning her, and an instant later, I am flying. I am flying. Ah, yes, fuck it. Chapter 385, Too Bizarre. In 1 second, she was in her own apartment, scrolling through her phone like any youngster of this age, trying to decide which show to watch to drown out the pain racking her heart, and in the next heartbeat, she found herself amidst the clouds. For a fleeting moment, one where her mind swirled with confusion, Emmy almost believed her heart had finally given up, that the misery had become too much, and she was now swimming in a sea of blue, with clouds as her only companions, which was strange, really, because she had always believed she would end up in hell for all she had done, but the thought lasted only an instant. Because the very moment she felt her legs dangling, searching desperately for solid ground that wasn't there, when her heart began to thunder in her chest as if adrenaline had replaced her blood, her eyes widened, her vision clearing enough for her to see not only the endless clouds but the world far beneath her. Her heart stopped, her mouth stretched so wide one could think it might split apart, and then realization struck. I am flying. I am flying. She twisted wildly in the air, panic flooding her, yet even with her erratic movements she found herself perfectly stable, like a sculpture rooted in the heavens. Her mouth opened again, ready to unleash another banshee-like scream, only to be silenced by a quiet, descending voice. Please, have mercy on my ears, she froze. Slowly, hesitantly, she raised her head toward the source of the voice, and there he was, a man, or was he even a man? She wondered, so beautiful it hurt to look at him. Seeing him, Emmy's face instinctively winced, as though the sight alone filled her with disgust. Her reaction was immediate, almost reflexive, hidden within the folds of space. Noah's wives raised their brows in collective surprise. They all felt it. Emmy was genuinely, sincerely disgusted by Noah. She even took a step back, still inwardly marveling at how she was walking on air. Though her heart remained far from calm, she bit her lip, forcing herself to stay composed. Maybe it was a dream, though that seemed impossible, because she could feel everything too vividly for it to be one, and if it was real, then is this one of those stories Brandon used to tell me, she thought. Those novels he couldn't stop talking about all day long. She remembered how Brandon used to explain to her every plot, every character he loved, and how he would always complain about never having enough money to unlock the chapters. Brandon probably thought she wasn't listening. But she was. And that was exactly why, you immortal from another heavenly tribulation-type world, go back to where you belong, she declared with great seriousness, her beautiful brown eyes narrowing as she dropped into a fighting stance. Fists clenched tightly, ready to fight. She was only wearing a black top and shorts that clung to her body, and the wind whispered relentlessly. She shivered, but gritted her teeth and refused to lower her fists. Noah, in front of all this, simply watched with visible amusement. He had seen her flash of disgust earlier, and now this, her quick reaction to something that would have made most people lose their minds. He smiled. Why are you looking at me like that? He asked, pointing toward her narrowed eyes. If you're trying to trick me into lowering my guard, give it up. Emmy snapped. I've already been trained. And you should go back. My world has bombs that could nuke you in one go. If you love your life, you should run, damn it, go. I'm cold, she screamed inwardly. Noah laughed. I'll go if you answer my question first, he said calmly. Seeing his persistence, and feeling the biting cold crawl up her skin, Emmy sighed and gave in, deciding to end it quickly. Ask, she said with a scowl, why are you looking at me with disgust? Noah asked, slipping his hands into his pockets. Emmy blinked, finally noticing his attire, eerily similar to those of Earth, but she didn't dwell on it. You're too beautiful, she said bluntly. Noah froze, silent for a moment. He could feel the truth in her words, which only made them more confusing. What do you mean? He asked again. Emmy rolled her eyes. She was strangely confident for a mortal standing in the air before something so far beyond comprehension. Noah realized then he'd worried for nothing. This woman's mental fortitude was far stronger than he expected. I don't know, Emmy said with a shrug. Your face is too perfect, it creeps me out. And what's with those white eyes? Too bizarre. And as a man, why's your hair so long? I swear it could cover my whole body. And why is it gray? You trying to look old or something? She clicked her tongue. Too bizarre. And why are you looking at me like you expect me to praise your beauty? I've seen better than you, she declared, nodding to herself with full conviction, from the folds of space. Noah's wives were cackling, finding the whole exchange absurdly hilarious. Noah's lips twitched, clearly hearing their mocking laughter. I cannot believe there are better men than me, Noah said, shaking his head. I might not be your type, which is weird, by the way, but better than me? Are you blind? Emmy sneered at him. My man more handsome than you, your man? Noah echoed, raising a brow. Emmy coughed, flustered. Okay. Not my man, but I'll find his Instagram, DM him, and take him back. Trust me. Anyway, I was saying he's better than you. Noah couldn't help but let a smile slip at her words. Now you've got me curious. Tell me his name. With my power, I'll find him for you, and at the same time, I'll see if he's indeed better than me. Emmy's eyes widened, and the logic somehow made perfect sense to her. Without hesitation, she said, Brandon. His name is Brandon Emain. And oh, great sir, I have another request, please. Noah smiled faintly, finding it peculiar that despite everything, despite even his divine beauty, Emmy's heart still belonged to Brandon. He didn't know whether that made him happy or not. Still, he nodded at her eager expression. What request? He asked. Emmy's face went blank for a second, all emotion draining away, before a strange smile slowly crept across her lips, tinged with a flicker of possessiveness. Can you please make him love me? I mean, really love me. Like, love me the same way I love him. Make him think of me all the time and dream of me. Yes, like that. You want me to make him obsessed with you, in short? Noah replied, barely holding back his laughter. The wives didn't bother holding theirs back. They burst into laughter, declaring they liked Emmy already. Yes. Emmy nodded firmly. That's the word. Now can you do it? If you do, I'll forgive this little trespassing into our world. She added with self-satisfied conviction, nodding to herself. First, Noah said, I need to know why you want me to do this. Because I love him. Duh, she retorted, rolling her eyes once more. Noah's eyebrow twitched. Ah, yes. I almost forgot how she is. He shook his head, suppressing a smile. You love him that much? Like, yes of course, she said, shrugging. Will you still love him if he's no longer the same person? If his appearance changes, he asked again. Emmy shrugged once more. What a stupid question. I love him for who he is, not for how he looks, she said, her tone now serious. His appearance might get disfigured because of an accident or whatever, but it doesn't matter. He'd still be the Brandon who loved me, took care of me, and respected me. I want to do the same for him. I want to show him my love, she added inwardly. Noah smiled softly at her words, then lowered his gaze toward Paris below them. Emmy, sensing no hostility from him, began to relax. She looked at him expectantly, waiting for an answer. When her patience finally ran thin, she said, Where is he then? And can you do it or not? Like, what are you waiting for? Noah didn't respond. He simply raised a finger and pressed it gently against her forehead. Emmy's eyes went cold at his touch, her body tensing. She was about to growl, ready to claw at him like an angry cat, but then her eyes flew wide in horror as visions began to flood her mind. Brandon's and Noah's life poured into her consciousness in a relentless cascade, his days working tirelessly for his mother's health, the first time he met her, the nights he skipped meals to save for a ring. The moment she broke him over the phone, the day he drowned at the beach, the moment he awoke in another world, one of magic, blood, and gods, his rise from mortal to divinity, accompanied by the women who stood beside him, his return to earth, their meeting in Paris, all of it rushed through her mind in vivid, merciless detail. Her body froze beneath the storm of emotion, hers, all tangled together until she could barely breathe. Slowly, she lifted her head, staring at Noah. Tears swelled in her eyes, shimmering, threatening to fall. Her mind refused to believe what it had just seen. And yet, don't worry, Noah said with a faint smirk. I just wanted my money back for the ring. It's not your fault. The tears fell. End of chapter 385, a super gift. Please, golden tickets, too, please. Thanks for reading. Chapter 386, yes, words were lost amidst a sea of overwhelming emotions. Emmy didn't know what to do, nor what she was supposed to say to Brandon, or rather, Noah, in that instant. She was lost. So she stood there, her mouth opening and closing in soundless attempts to express her feelings, yet to no avail. She stared up at the man in front of her. The same one she had just called, not long ago, disgustingly handsome, and now that she knew this man was the very one she had longed to see again, Emmy wished in that instant that the sky would swallow her whole. So her embarrassment might vanish with her, and yet her whole body looked as though it held too much blood, her face burning crimson. She was ashamed of those hurtful words she had thrown at the man she, doubtlessly, loved. But more than that, she was ashamed to even meet his eyes after what she had done to him. He had died, Emmy realized, her mind slowly catching up with the weight of it, though her heart only grew more frantic. This man, Brandon or Noah, might have said it wasn't her fault, but Emmy knew deep down that it was. And yet, there was nothing she could do anymore. Saying sorry at that moment would feel undermining, almost insulting, after everything he had gone through because of her. So she only smiled faintly, doing her best not to let guilt and sorrow poison her smile. Tears trickled softly from her eyes as she spoke. "Isn't that great?" she said, trying to sound bright. "You finally got the reincarnation you always wished for." "Ah, though it wasn't from Truckkuan." She forced a chuckle. "But I did a better job, didn't I?" And Noah suppressed a smile, watching her struggle to lighten the atmosphere with her awkward jokes. He wasn't surprised, honestly. Emmy had always been like this, joking, playful, and weirdly unhinged when it came to humor. She was the kind of person who rarely took any situation seriously, always throwing jokes no one understood, making everything more cringe and embarrassing, and yet, despite all of that, she was fun to be around, or maybe that was exactly why she was fun to be around. With that strange character of hers, Brandon's bleak life after losing his mother had found light again, but like any being, flawlessness was not in her nature. The same way she loved to put people in awkward situations with her jokes was the same way she loved money and, by extension, luxury, and that love for those fleeting, glittering things was what made her act the way she did with Brandon. "I should indeed thank you," Noah said, laughing softly. "The journey till now has been one of a kind." His words finally made Emmy register something within these visions. Her tears suddenly stopped. Her face went blank, devoid of all emotion. The guilt and sorrow that had once filled her eyes melted away, burned by something hotter, more primordial, something Noah recognized all too well, a deep, seething flame of obsession. Emmy had lived past years in silent agony, her mind fixated on the belief that Brandon was the only polished jewel who could ever protect and love her after meeting dozens of thorn-like jewels that only tore away at her spark. At that realization, a feeling of loss and dependence had begun to swell inside her, clinging to his memories and drowning herself in alcohol to bear the pain. Those memories drove her all the way to Morocco, where she visited his mother's grave. Hoping not only to pay respect to the woman who gave birth to the one she loved, but also to somehow see him there. She didn't. Then she went even further, searching for the father who had abandoned him. With the money she earned by scamming rich men, she managed to discover that his father was dead, murdered by a brother over the man's twisted games with his sister, a death worthy of him. She had thought, she felt nothing except distress, not for the man's fate, but for not seeing Brandon, and when they met again, in Paris, her emotions had been so overwhelming that she could do nothing but cry. But now she was calm, now she was ready to do anything to take Brandon back. Only to find that he had died, reincarnated, and somehow had dozens of wives? Wives? Not one wife, but wives. Emmy's brown eyes went void. She slowly, deliberately walked toward Noah, who stood there, quietly watching her approach. "This woman is just like Yuki," Elizabeth whispered, her eyes narrowing at Emmy. Yuki's lips twitched. "No," Zara said, feeling Emmy's emotions more clearly than anyone. "She's different." She finished with a knowing smirk, and indeed, once Emmy was within an inch of Noah, she leaned forward, resting her head against his chest. Her voice came out thick with turbulent, twisted emotions. "Take me," she said. "I'll do whatever you want. I'll show you properly how much I love you. I'll obey you. And it doesn't matter if I'm not the only one, I just want to please you," she added inwardly, her guilt, her love, her obsession, all of it wrapped together, twisting Emmy into a woman consumed by the desire to please Noah, to exist for his happiness no matter what he wished to do, anything and everything, except being left behind. Because that, she knew, she would not survive. These feelings had been bottled inside her for far too long. And now that they had escaped her chest, Emmy realized how heavy they truly were and how the alcohol had been the only thing keeping her from losing her mind under the weight of it all. Noah, meanwhile, listened carefully to her words. His lips curved into a peaceful smile as he raised his hand and slowly, unhurriedly, began to caress her hair. Emmy immediately purred in contentment, like a cat. "I have come here for you," he said. "Of course I would take you with me, if you are willing to accompany me, no, us, on our journey. Like, of course, I accept, you have many sisters. Will you get along with them? Like, yes. I'll even kiss their feet for you," Emmy said fiercely, nodding with determination. Noah laughed. "Well, no, not that much. Just get along with them, and yes." His smile suddenly turned razor-sharp as he placed a finger under her chin and slowly lifted it, white eyes against brown eyes. Emmy shuddered. "This time, darling," Noah began softly, "if you do the same thing as the first time, things will get ugly. I mean very, very ugly." His voice was cold, deathly calm, and yet Emmy only smiled even wider. "He cares about me. Like, yes. He cares about me, she screamed inwardly, before nodding rapidly like a chicken pecking at grains on the ground. My life is yours. My body is yours. My mind is yours. The only thing in my mind is you, and how to please you, and oh. Do you want me to cook for you? I even learned some of your mother's traditional dishes just for you. Emmy said brightly, nodding eagerly, her eyes glowing with childish excitement, completely unbothered by Noah's threat. Noah simply shook his head, smiling, a feeling of warmth and quiet relief swelling in his chest. Ah, he truly had missed her. Did the love Brandon once had for her still flow somewhere within him? It seemed so. And yet, he didn't mind. Let him love this woman, the second woman he had ever loved across 2 lifetimes and the first who had shown him what love felt like. He smiled again, this time more openly. I don't know if I should say this, but getting back with your ex is quite a nice feeling, he joked, making Emmy's smile widen, her eyes shimmering with joy. I have always been yours, she whispered. Then I welcome you in like family, Emmy Weaverheart, Noah declared. And finally, his wives, who had grown tired of simply watching, appeared all around him as Noah began the introductions. And here are your sisters, Emmy responded with bright enthusiasm. Nice to meet you. Let's do our best to please Bran. Noah, the wives paused, exchanging looks. Zara was right, Elizabeth said flatly. This woman is something else. Elira laughed. They began to talk and laugh together, while Selena, already standing beside Emmy, wrapped her in a hug. You and I are going to get along very well. Let's please my baby together, okay? Emmy beamed. Like, yes, of course. Chapter 387, New Elisiari, New Mothers. The space was one of sinful luxury. One would not believe it was a simple room meant for sleeping and waking until one was told so. It was enormous, vast enough to hold thousands of beings and still have space left to breathe. It was made of the leaves and bark of ancient green trees, with mosses here and there crowned by mesmerizing flowers of every shape and color. The power emanating from them was strong enough to make even an SSS rank being unable to move within this place. It was heavy. Grudgingly so, as one could expect from something created by the progenitor of elves herself. The room was decorated with a colossal bed of polished wood, a table, a shelf, a mirror, and all the useless furniture one would expect. The scent flooding the room was that of nature and tranquility, yet the owner of this sanctuary did not do it justice. Sitting on the edge of the bed was a golden-haired man, eyes closed, a sacrilegious beauty emanating from every pore of his being. 2 elven women stood behind him, barely covered by leaf-like skirts that concealed only their private parts, the rest of their skin bare to the world, massaging his shoulders. At his feet, 2 other elven women, dressed identically, were massaging them with green-tinted oil and fluffy leaves. Their faces were filled with suppressed bliss, somehow happy to be used by the progenitor's most cherished descendant. The man inhaled and exhaled slowly, releasing thick streams of green smoke, savoring a pleasure he never seemed to tire of. Then he opened his eyes, showing ones of deep emerald, gleaming like jewels, and his lips curled upward as a thought stirred within his mind. Aren't you curious, Klaus? He slurred, his voice sweeter than musk. The women almost fainted from excitement. Klaus, who stood by the door with his usual stern expression, was startled by the sudden question. Still, he lowered his head slightly in respect before answering. I am sorry, my lord, but I do not understand your words. That man, Orion said swiftly, that silver-haired man who threatened to exterminate our bloodline. Sometimes I wonder. Where is he? Klaus tilted his head. That's unexpected, my lord, he remarked. You never remembered anyone along your journey of destroying worlds, Orion laughed, but he couldn't deny that. His mind worked in a strange way, or perhaps it was simply arrogance. He never remembered anyone in his life. There were only the progenitor, his father, and Klaus, the only names and faces he could recall. He had even forgotten he had a mother, but that one, perhaps, could be forgiven. After all, he had only seen her twice in his millions of years of existence, so why that man? The man whose name he still remembered, Noah Weaverheart, he called himself. Orion shrugged dismissively at Klaus's question. Then took the hand of one of the girls behind him and licked her fingers. The girl muffled a moan. Then, it's indeed strange to me, too, he said. But I particularly remember not only him, but also all the women around him. His smile crept upward, and he gathered the girls around him, making them bend to kiss his feet. Klaus said nothing. Clearly, this was not a new thing. Those girls were somehow special. I felt something different in them, Orion continued. So sometimes I couldn't help but think of them and by extension, Noah Weaverheart, who seemed to be their man. He laughed. Klaus, at that point, knew exactly what his lord expected. Lowering his head, he asked, Do you wish me to find them? My lord, Orion's smile widened. Do you have a way? He intoned like a whisper, as if afraid someone might overhear. Klaus shook his head slightly, finding his lord childish. After all, he was the one who had taught him this. Still, he replied, yes, my lord. I have pieces of the destroyed world he came from. If we use them, we can track the inhabitants of that world, and more easily find those who were significant within it. Orion nodded, his green eyes sliding to the four stunning women at his feet. But we can't let anyone know, can we? He whispered, as if speaking to Klaus alone. Though the girls heard him perfectly, they froze at his voice. Mechanically they nodded, swearing an oath to say nothing. They would have spoken if they could, but Orion did not like toys that talk. They were toys, and Orion had millions of them, by the influence of his family and the backing of the progenitor, so without hesitation he leaned his head forward until he was inches from their faces. I am sorry, beautiful ladies, he smiled, but death is a must after you have heard these words of mine. They stayed silent, but as death, let me give you one blissful final night. Come, let us pass it together, as you slip away to the spirit realm. Despite the sentence of death, the girls' eyes widened with happiness, and without hesitation they threw themselves on him, their bodies already bare. Orion only had time to order Klaus one last thing before he was consumed by the lust around him. Find them fast, Klaus, if they are still alive, that is. Which I believe they are. Now do me proud, and tell the head servant to bring me new toys. These ones are. He did not finish. The girls could no longer wait. Klaus simply nodded and left the room, from which shrieks and moans soon echoed. His face never changed. His mind was clear on its goal. Time to catch some rats, he murmured. Meanwhile, in Lay, the past days went by swiftly. After officially taking Emmy into his harem, Noah formalized his relationships with Noelle, Lucy, Solaris, and even somehow Leah of Thorn. Now known as Leah Thorn Veilgrim, each of them had been transformed into Elisiari, now standing on equal ground as his wives. Noelle became the Elisiari of Void, her silver hair flowing to her ankles and her red-black eyes glowing like twin abysses. The very space surrounding Lay was now under her command. Lucy became the Elisiari of Crow, in honor of her talent. Her silver hair was cut short, brushing her ears, her eyes resembling layered feathers of 1,000 crows. Leah became the Elisiari of Obedience, as it was what she had begged to be for Noah. The woman was truly like a dog, unable to leave his side for even a single second. She had now gained the ability to transform into a dog, and together with Neko. The sight of them was truly one to behold. Solaris became the Elisiari of Faith, an honor worthy of her title as Noah's only saintess, a position none should ever take lightly. How special must one be to hold the title saintess of the blasphemer? Solaris hadn't understood her importance before, but now she did. Her power granted her absolute control over the terrifying and sacred concept of faith itself. She had become utterly fearsome. Emmy, meanwhile, became the Elisiari of Gold. A simple aspect, one might think, yet all the gold between heaven and earth now belonged to her. Every piece of gold could serve as her eyes, her senses, her will. Her body itself was forged of gold. Though none would know unless they tried to cut her skin, she could be anywhere gold existed. Her silver hair flowed elegantly down her shoulders, her deep brown eyes carried a soft hue of gold, and she had developed the habit of wearing glasses, a look that suited her beautifully. The family had grown larger, and Premier and Foxy found themselves both delighted and troubled by the sudden abundance of new mothers, some even younger than they were. Yet they had no choice but to adapt. Emmy had already captured their hearts. She was lively and extroverted, always approaching them with ideas for games and activities to bond over. She also cooked for them, introducing flavors and dishes never before seen in Lay. In no time, she became their favorite mother, of course, after Celine, and for Premier, after Celine and Shadiva. Since that day, Lay had been flooded with gold, making its people wealthier than ever. Crows filled the skies, watching and listening to the world's woes. Faith among the population burned with a brighter hue, their trust and confidence in the absolute deity deepening ever more, strengthening both Noah's power and that of his wives. During those days, Noah made sure to give each of his new wives their time alone, forging deeper bonds with every one of them. To call it bliss would be an understatement. Each encounter carried its own sensation, its own emotion. He liked Emmy very much. One might say he played favorites. One would be wrong, though no one could deny that Emmy, with her doing everything to please Noah mindset, quickly became beloved by all the women. For to please Noah meant also to cherish her sisters and his children, and with her earthborn mindset, she knew better than anyone how to socialize. Just like that, time passed in a hazy blur, and Noah found himself in his training room, with Leah and Neko, in their respective dog and cat forms, resting on his lap. They were glaring at each other, Neko letting out a low snarl every now and then, while Leah responded with her own growl. At this point, Noah was used to it, so he simply let them be. As long as they didn't fight on him, he didn't mind. He was about to enter seclusion for the creation of his own power system and planned to assign each of his wives a world to conquer and become a world dominator while waiting for him. But at that moment, a faint ripple of danger brushed against his senses. Oh, danger was a big word. It was simply an annoyance, and this time, his power was strong enough to know exactly where it came from. Worldborn, Noah mused, hand on his chin in a pensive manner. Then, with a widening smile, Klaus Worldborn, he clarified, it wasn't their time yet. But why not? Let's meet an old friend first. Chapter 388, Fine by me. It was strange. Klaus noticed, he had acted immediately after his lord ordered him to find those silver-haired beings from that destroyed world, not a special thing, he was used to these types of tasks. Orion might be an arrogant bastard, but he was anything but a fool. Sometimes, during the process of destroying worlds, some inhabitants managed to escape. And as someone who hated loose ends, he always made sure to kill all of them by tracking them down. It was not only to avoid the annoying vengeance trope beings like him were always subjected to, but also to avoid the death glare of his father and the displeasure of the progenitor that could confine him to their main world for hundreds or even thousands of years. He had lived through those times, and Orion would do everything to avoid that. It was torture, so Klaus was proficient in this domain. And with that mastery came the knowledge that tracking people from residual remnants of worlds was not an easy endeavor, and yet, why is this so easy? Klaus wondered, staring at the small green wooden branch pointing in one direction with eerie accuracy. This was the first time his technique did not waver or get blocked by something. No, this one was blocked, but so weakly it wasn't even enough to make him doubt, yet Klaus's danger sense was whispering to him. Only a whisper. But beings of their age and power would never ignore such a thing. They had lived through too many things to ignore when the wind churned in a different direction. Still, he had no choice but to go, only this time, he would need to be more prepared, he sighed, brushing his short golden hair upward with his right hand. He exhaled softly, then took out a large green leaf covered in runic inscriptions and activated it with his mana. The leaf glowed with radiant green light, then shot toward one direction at a speed faster than light. After that, Klaus immediately departed, his body turning into a rustling of leaves as he sank deep into the fold of reality. Here? Klaus spoke, his body reconstructing itself into his human-like form, his ears the only feature revealing his elven nature. The space he was in was void of any worlds, or even any beings. There were only low-level void beasts drifting aimlessly and some fragmented stars, yet, his technique had led him here. Either the beings he sought existed in another plane of reality, meaning a hidden realm or something along those lines, or his technique was defective, the latter being quite impossible, so the answer to his question was obvious. Without hesitation, his eyes began to glow, then shifted into their cloverleaf shape. Instantly, the void around him began to part away and reveal, I am here, buddy. Klaus immediately froze as he felt an arm wrap around his shoulders in an unnervingly intimate manner. It was a simple arm, yet he felt as though two worlds and entire stars had been stacked atop his shoulders. He winced unconsciously. His bones creaked, then cracked with a ghastly sound that boomed through the void. The pain jolted him from his dazed state. Instantly, he tried to use his body and create distance from the man radiating bottomless power beside him, only to find that he couldn't move. Not only his body, even his soul was slowly freezing, his mind dragging into sluggishness, his entire being sinking toward a forced sleep. Only his eyes could move. So, with his heart lodged in his throat and a fear greater than anything he had ever tasted, he shifted his gaze inside its socket. Straining his eyeballs to the limit, only to see a face he both recognized and did not recognize at the same time. Noah's face was dangerously close to his, a soft smile resting on his lips, but Noah wasn't looking at him. His wide eyes were darting across the void, his smile deepening as if he were witnessing something amusing. Tell me, buddy, he said, knowing full well Klaus could not speak, are you perhaps friends with a celestial? His words made part of the void rattle like a restless sea, as if caught by surprise. Klaus's mind was sluggish by then, but he remained aware enough to witness the nightmarish scene unfolding. The void around them twisted completely, folding upon itself like heaps of piled clothes. From the folded dark came a single tentacle tearing open the fabric of reality, then another, until the entire void was veiled by billions of sleek black tentacles tainted with silver at their edges, brushing and licking the nearby darkness. The body of the beast followed next, revealing itself to the universe, a hideous creature that could only have been born from a doom-cursed corner of creation. With dozens of silver horns atop its head, its arrival made the nearby void Beasts flee immediately, and the void itself spat out 4 other beings. Noah looked at the 4 beings, recognizing 3 of them as world-born by their characteristic appearance. The last had golden hair and matching golden eyes. An appearance Noah knew far too well. Klaus watched the celestial with shock in his half-lidded eyes, and Noah understood they had not come together. He used his power to confirm, his eyes unraveling into threads, giving him clarity about everything in mere seconds. He smiled downward at Klaus, while the monstrous creature behind him wrapped her countless tentacles around his body lovingly. It was Noelle, after all. Noah kissed one of the tentacles without a trace of disgust, making Noelle's monstrous face stretch into a smile, showing impossible rows of sharp teeth filling her mouth to the brim. Noah's eyes were fixed on the celestial. It was a short man, barely above 5 feet. So lithe one could see the golden veins wrapping his entire arms, and doubtlessly his whole body. He was clad in a golden robe with the insignia of the sun emblazoned on his chest. His golden eyes were locked onto the fearsome form of Noelle, staring at her not with fear but with clear disdain. A void beast? No, but you smell like one, he spat, his voice like the explosion of thousands of stars. Noelle didn't even bother acknowledging his words, continuing to caress Noah. Noah, meanwhile, looked at the celestial, then at the 3 world-born holding their weapons, before glancing back at Klaus, his arm still resting on the latter's shoulders. He smiled, and the entire void shifted, becoming nothing but silver threads. The threads lashed out at all of them, swallowing them completely before they even had time to understand what had happened, leaving only Noah and Noelle behind. Silence settled in the void once more, a silence soon shattered by Noelle's unholy voice. What will you do with them, husband? She asked, extending her black tongue to lick his face. Just bond with them and ask them some favors, you see, he chuckled. Ask or order? Noelle retorted with calamitous laughter. Noah smirked. What's the difference, Klaus? The 3 world-born and the celestial found themselves in a completely new place. One where everything was made of moving threads. The threads were of countless colors. Some white, others blue, others pink, and also black and red. Without knowing anything about what was happening, the instincts of Klaus, the celestial man, and the 3 other world-born all screamed at them to fear the black and red threads. Their bodies were shaking. It was strange and bone-chilling to realize just how weak and helpless they were. None of them had been able to do anything before being dragged to this place, and none of them could do anything now to escape it. A feeling of anger and deep, seething frustration began to swell inside their hearts. The celestial's small body began to glow with an incandescent searing light, one hot enough to turn low-rank worlds into melted substance within seconds. And yet, the threads remained unaffected by his power. He froze, his celestial instincts already sensing the uselessness of his efforts. He parted his lips, about to speak, only to be beaten by another voice, Noah's voice. No need to bother yourself. His words were accompanied by the churning of the sea of threads. They raised their heads and saw Noah's face plastered across the sky, formed from the same threads surrounding them. Who are you? The celestial man Ruoctave said. Why did you capture me? Noah's thread-woven face grew curious. You don't know me? His lips curved upward. Then why are you here? I am afraid, little boy, that it's none of your business. Ru growled. You might have some interesting power, but be aware of who stands before you. I am Ruoctave of Light-Torture, brother of Soleil Octave, the bearer of Sunday. His golden eyes began to glow with a noble aura so thick, so heavy that even the world-born around him gave him a second glance. You would do yourself mercy by releasing me, he finished, glaring at Noah's face with defiance, yet Noah's smile didn't waver. Instead, it widened, one of noble background. Enough to impress these goddamn world-born, no less. How convenient. He laughed softly. With your current station, then surely you have many worlds under your authority, haven't you? Ru's face twisted with disdain. I am Ruoctave of Light-Torture, fool, he repeated. I have hundreds of worlds under me. Somewhere, far off in the distance, angry shrieks erupted, clearly from women, but not only shrieks of anger. Noah noticed one exclamation of surprise and I fear, Ru, and the others were perplexed by it. But before they could process anything, Noah spoke again. Don't mind my wives. They don't like when someone insults me. You're lucky I'm a nice guy. He grinned. But tell me, little man, what do I have to do for you to give me all the worlds in your possession? His words baffled all of them. Ru's face twisted into rage. Do you wish death? He snarled, twisting against the threads binding him. His face blazing with anger. Die? You mean you have to die? Noah's grin widened. Fine by me. In a heartbeat, the space, Noah's own soul, erupted into an avalanche of threads. Before all of them fused into one colossal yet impossibly thin red-black thread, Ru instantly shuddered in heinous shock at the sight of it, because in that instant, he saw the deaths of all the millions of clones he had scattered across the universe for backup and the death of his main body nestled deep within the celestial main world. By Kilias's grace, Ru cursed in horror. Chapter 389, Nytherian Ielvarethos. Ru observed with eeriness the thread pointing at him, threatening to snuff out the life he had so painstakingly made sure no one would ever take from him. He had created countless plans and countless contingencies to avoid the exact situation he now found himself in, and yet in that moment none of those bloody preparations yielded any results. He would have cursed the moon for this misfortune, if his celestial heart were not already threatening to burst out of his throat at the sight of this simple red-black thread an inch from his forehead, crafted by a being he had never even heard of, and capable of killing him, a true death. One where reincarnation would be nothing but a cheap dream. He was not the only one whose fear pulsed through his blood like vociferous poison. Klaus, and the three world-born, too inconsequential to be granted the honor of names, also felt the same sensation. They were not the target of the attack, but their senses were sharp enough to feel the immense pressure of fate, destiny, and causality writhing within those threads, and yet, before any of them could gather themselves, the voice of the monstrous being they had the misfortune of facing rang out in the thread-woven space, amused, yet deeply terrifying. Let me go even one step further, just to make sure of the validity of our deal. Ru Octave, brother of the bearer of sun. Noah's voice was thick with amusement, then his tone shifted, becoming something no longer belonging to a mere being, but to a concept. The threads of causality inside the soul place thickened, then glowed with blazing silver light, searing the eyes of any who stared too long. All of them shuddered, feeling the sudden change in air press down on the very origin of their being. Now, Noah's voice rumbled all around like the thunder of heaven. If I kill all of you in one single strike, then all your worlds, your knowledge, everything you are, will belong to me. Noah's soul space shuddered under the harrowing distortion. Ru, Klaus, and the three world-born widened their eyes in horror as they felt the very power of causality begin to seep into them, trying to make Noah's words into truth, but in the process, it failed. Their vision began to regain its clarity, only for them to be presented with something even more soul-wrenching. The reason Noah had failed was unfair? Noah's voice was both incredulous and amused. His face plastered across the sky bore a mocking smile. I said killing all of them in one strike, and yet causality tells me it's too unfair. It tells me I need to give myself a handicap for it to work properly. Ru's mind seemed to stop functioning. What? He managed, too shocked to form proper words. By the tree's shelter. Klaus cursed, his mind finally catching up to the information he had once speculated about Noah the first time he saw him. The fact that Noah was an abomination. The third one, and if that was true, we are facing an abomination, he forced out, making the others hear him. They, too, began to grasp their situation. Their hearts froze. Noah's voice continued calmly, not minding in the slightest their realization of one of his countless identities. No one would leave this place the same way they entered. So, my dear wives, Noah said, what handicap should I give myself? Can you not force causality to obey? Solaris demanded, finding it outrageous that a simple concept dared refuse to obey her husband, her god. How dare it? Her voice echoed for all of them to hear. I can, Noah chuckled. But that wouldn't be as fun, you see. I am sorry. Emmy suddenly blurted, I know I'm still not used to this. But please, can I propose one? She asked sweetly, looking at her sisters. Without hesitation, they agreed, making the Elisiari of gold beam with happiness. With a wide grin, she said, I have so many ideas, Noah. But if you're too strong for this dwarf-like golden man and these ugly guys to survive one attack, then just change it. Instead of using Providence, use something like. Emmy grinned, and the sisters echoed her smile, a power you've never used. Like gold, maybe. Noah smiled at the suggestion. It was true, gold was a power he had never used. One he only obtained recently after Emmy awakened her gold affinity and became the Elisiari of gold by his elevation, and yet, knowing this, he still considered using a never-used power against beings close to the top of the universe, and kill them. The instant the possibility crossed his mind, causality acknowledged it, deeming it a suitable handicap for what he wished to obtain. A mistake, Klaus managed to say, interrupting Noah's musing. You are making a mistake, abomination. Killing me will bring you more problems than satisfaction. I am the guardian of the favorite of the progenitor of elves. His green eyes trembled with fear, yet remained cold. My life is closely observed by the progenitor. And you know it, abomination or not. He glared up at Noah's looming face. You will die against a progenitor. And against my progenitor, your death will come in a way never imagined. Follow the footsteps of your predecessors, Ru added. Know your place, and no one will bother the likes of you. Ignore it, and you will learn why progenitors still rule the universe. His sun-like eyes glowed. And not abominations. Noah listened to all their threats with the same smile plastered on his lips. Quite true, he said. But you're fools if you think I am like my siblings. I am Noah Weaverheart, dear friends. Or maybe that's not something you can relate to? He smiled. Fine. Let me tell you a name you will never forget. His grin widened into madness. Instantly, the wives' eyes widened in shock at his words. Instinctively, every one of them knew what he was about to do, something they were both excited and quite apprehensive about. Let me give you my true name. Only then will you glimpse the being you have in front of you. Please, don't collapse on me, okay? A deafening silence pierced through the soul realm. The hairs on their bodies immediately rose in dread, their hearts and minds seizing under a foreboding chill. Slowly, the sky of the soul realm parted like a veil, revealing Noah in all his beauty, descending like an immortal who decided to grace the lower world with his presence. His silver hair whipped gently behind him, his white runic-threaded eyes gazing down at the beings before him. He wore, this time, a simple black robe made from a single hair of Anya. He smiled. They shivered. Some of you have known me before, others not yet. So I suppose a presentation is needed, Noah said softly. Give me the honor to begin, then, as the host of this peculiar discussion. I am many things. But let me tell you the most important ones. Noah cut Ru off without even sparing him a glance. The atmosphere sharpened like a lethal blade at the sound of his voice and at the meaning behind it. He continued swiftly, I am the son of two fantastic women. The husband of stunning women, and the father of two troublesome children. The air grew heavy, choking the breath from their lungs. I am the third abomination, the progenitor of Elisiari and the patriarch of the Veilgrim's family. The wives shuddered in awe, pride and joy swelling inside their hearts. For the captives, their faces reddened, their chests heaving without air, they began to feel eyes ancient, unfathomable, merciless, gazing down at them. Noah smirked and continued. Unhurriedly, I am the record's most favored being between heaven and earth and anything beyond, without, of course, forgetting, the blasphemer of reality. Their celestial and immortal cores began to crack. Pieces splintered away from within, their mouths split and fractured like dried wood. Their eyes bulged wide, unable to contain the pressure burning through them. They could no longer continue. Noah's entire existence was being unraveled before them, and they realized they could not bear it. They could not bear to glimpse him, and finally, their eyes begged him to stop, desperate to speak, but nothing escaped their throats except a wet gurgle of boiling blood. But Noah didn't stop. I am Noah Weaverheart, he said, and then, for the first time since he obtained his true name, I am Nytherian I Elvarithos. Noah spoke his own true name, and the core, the soul, the bodies, and the minds of Klaus, Ru, and the three other worldborn exploded under the weight of his existence, tainting the soul space with streaks of green and gold. They died simply by hearing his name, and in that moment, causality acknowledged their deaths as fair, granting Noah everything from them, from material possessions to their most intimate thoughts. He owned them, and in that instant, with a calm, serene smile, come back to life. He paused, and, slaves. Chapter 390 I Slaves, Nothingness. That was what Klaus, Ru, and the three worldborn felt the moment they heard Noah's true name. It was strange, they all thought, how sudden and immediate their death came. As if the lives they had been living, everything they went through, their millions and billions of years of existence, were something that could be snuffed out simply by hearing a true name. It was even stranger and humbling to realize they could not bear the weight of one existence. It was not like they were in front of a progenitor. It was not like they were in front of an origin. It was not like they were in front of a legacy bearer. It was not like they were in front of a true child of a progenitor. They were simply in front of an abomination who rose to power not long ago. That was what they thought before Noah began to introduce himself, and now they knew who they had in front of them. And in that knowledge came the understanding of who now held absolute control over their entire being. They were slaves now, they painfully realized after coming back to life by the simple words of Noah. They could feel the deep power of causality inside them, and they could feel that even if they wanted to sever it, they couldn't. It was too strong, and Noah had put enough effort into making it even more special and binding. After all, they became slaves without any of their progenitors knowing anything about the event taking place here, not only because the place they were in was the soul of Noah, but also because Noah had applied his domain in Genesis all around his soul, making it even more impossible for anyone to notice. Taking all of this into account, as slave Rue stammered, his golden searing eyes wide not because of his death just now but because of what he had become. His body began to tremble in both pain and rage. And yet he could feel that he could do nothing about the situation or the man who had done this to him. He was powerless. That alone was something worthy of being killed in the light torture faction of the Celestials and still be granted mercy with your soul intact. But added to that, being a slave, death would be a mercy no one would grant you. And yet everyone would do their utmost best to make your life itself worthy of the deepest level of hell. He was not the only one breaking down. Klaus, too, was questioning his whole life. Yet the more he thought, the more his heart seemed to sink deeper and deeper into a bottomless pit of despair. A mistake, he painfully thought. Lord Orion made a mistake. He slowly raised his head and saw Noah standing just a couple of meters from them, his hands behind his back with a peaceful smile plastered on his lips. Klaus tried to suppress a shudder, but to no avail. This is a monster, Lord Orion. A monster. You cannot go against him. No. Not only you, he gritted his teeth so hard a cracking sound boomed through the whole place. We should not go against him, because not only was he an abomination, but also a progenitor. But it was far too late. Now, Noah said, slowly crouching down to be at eye level with them, there is no need to think too much about what just happened, okay? I was just playing with you. He smiled, then shifted his head toward Rue. Rue Octave, I see that you are here to search for Justicia, he said directly, already digesting everything about them, especially their memories. He saw many interesting things and understood more comprehensively how the celestial race ruled and lived, their political history and internal strife. One internal strife in particular caught his attention. One related to Justicia and, how amusing. Noah couldn't help but think. Smiling, meanwhile, Rue was surprised to hear Noah saying Justicia's name with such familiarity. You know her? He asked. Of course, Noah said, she is my wife. After all, Rue's mind went blank. Noah ignored him next and looked at Klaus. And you, Klaus, were ordered to bring us back, but mainly my wives. Noah's voice was cold. How daring. Wanting to capture us? Celine's voice echoed around. Ha! Do they think we are weak? Red's maniacal tone boomed next. Seems like it. Ah, I told husband to let us fight. Now see, people think they can capture us easily, Elizabeth complained. You want to fight? I just want candy and, shut up, red-skinned woman. It's not the time for that, Dominique, that was racist, Emily corrected her sister. Ha! You are all so fun. Emmy cackled, and Noah, who had slowly been becoming angry at Orion's daring order, slowly calmed down as he heard his wives talk and shook his head wryly. You heard my wives? Noah said with a smile, they want to fight. He looked at Rue and Klaus. Your worlds belong to me now, but they still worship you, making you stand at law creator rank. Now you see, I don't want to weaken my own slaves, it's counterproductive. So I have to look for other worlds for my wives to be world dominator. His lips curled upward. Tell me all your worlds. Not any worlds, I want high-level worlds. And not any high-level worlds either, I want each one specific to my wife's attributes. You understand me? Being now his slaves and unable to disobey, they nodded their heads in response. After that, Noah transferred into their minds each of his wife's attributes. Celine for ice, Zara for emotions, Emmy for gold, Alice for voice, and so on. Only Virgo was not yet an Elisiari because of a power inside her that Noah could not allow himself to touch just yet. He had asked her, and she said it was the power of ruin, a pillar. Now Noah didn't know what a pillar was, and neither did Virgo, as the only thing she knew was that he was called that and that he was extremely strong, but the power he had left tainting Virgo's core was harrowing in proportion. Yet Noah already had an idea on how to solve that issue. And somehow, he believed it would lie in the power system he would create after this welcome disturbance. For now, Virgo would stay as a red-skin alien, while Noah collected the information of all the worlds for his wives. At Noah's order, Rue and Klaus used the worlds under their factions to give him what he needed. Not their own, though. Klaus used the worlds under the House of Trevel, a subordinate of Worldborn, while Rue, petty as he was, used the world of one of his enemies named Baidu of Moon. After having all the worlds and the information about them, Noah discussed his next set of plans. At that point, his wives were already all around him, causing the captured men to feel pressure rarely experienced before. Rue, for instance, was staring at Elizabeth with wide eyes, his expression showing both shock and a deep, hidden fear at the both familiar and unfamiliar sight of Elizabeth. Noah knew exactly why, having his memories, and so only smiled. Focus, Rue. My dear wife might still forgive you if you do your job correctly, Rue nodded weakly, stealing fearful glances at Elizabeth. Still overwhelmed by all of this, Elizabeth only tilted her head, not truly understanding, all of this while Justicia was slightly worried. Not about Rue, but about the one he said was his brother, the bearer of sun. Justicia bit her lips, reliving the moment she spent kneeling at the feet of that man for hundreds of years because of one mistake. And the other time she witnessed a man being burned by a star until winter came in a world where the sun never rested, all because he dared to look at him the wrong way, a madman. An arrogant madman. But one with power beyond the norm. The bearer of sun was not a law creator, after all. He was beyond that. Noah saw all their expressions and understood all their concerns. But he didn't say anything yet, his eyes fixed on his captives. I already have a kidnet in the demon faction. So with you, I will have one in the elves and celestial factions. But for you, I will ask you to do some things for me there, okay? Then began the planning. Next, Noah killed mercilessly the 3 other useless worldborn but decided to keep their skins, their memories, their scent, and their power. After all, I will give you 3 of my people who will go with you wearing the skin of these 3. Make sure nothing happens to them until they get used to it. He told them, planning to send Rouge, Eric, and Malric. For Rue, how about the story of a disciple you found outside? An extremely talented one at that? He smirked, making Rue grit his teeth and nod strainingly. Noah was thinking of sending his own son. Premier needed to experience the universe. Foxy could wait, she was his precious daughter. Just like that, Noah and the wives discussed their plans, making both Rue and Klaus shocked to the brim, realizing the horror of it while knowing they were already part of it. After that, Noah and the wives exited his soul place, leaving Rue and Klaus there until the preparations were ready. Once back in Lay, Noah gave his order to call Eric, Rouge, Malric, and Premier. And in that same breath, he turned his attention to Justicia and Elizabeth. He smiled. A talk, maybe. Ladies, chapter 391, Apollonia Sibylla of Bright Sky. For this particular matter, the girls wanted to discuss it in their own big chamber. A chamber that Noah always widened each time there was a new addition to his wives. Now, saying it like that made it sound like he added without much thought behind it. And that would be misleading. Noah was quite a man able to choose the perfect woman for their little cute group. But that was not the subject of talk on that fateful day. Sitting cross-legged in the middle of the bed, his back on the bedwall, Noah was looking at Justicia facing him directly in front of him with his piercing eyes. Nico, Leah, and Lucy were all in their beast forms. As always, Nico and Leah were on his laps, making themselves at ease while giving occasional annoying growls if one trespassed the other's territory. Lucy, meanwhile, was sitting on his head, muttering under her breath how Noah's hair was the best nest ever. Her crow body was black and silver, her eyes more mesmerizing than ever. The wives now spread themselves out across the bed, watching and waiting for the talk. Seeing Noah's attention and all of her sisters on her, Justicia felt like it was time to finally tell why she had done all this to Elizabeth in the past. And why she had wanted to make her a slave so that she might never leave her side. Clearly, now everyone knew she did not do it of her own volition. She did it because she was ordered by Soleil, the bearer of Sunday. Justicia said, her voice like a fearful whisper, then looked at Elizabeth sitting at the right side of Noah. It's the one who wanted to make sure your soul and the bloodline of a celestial stayed locked. Elizabeth tilted her head, confusion flickering inside blank eyes. Enlighten me more. By now, I already understood I have lived some kind of life before this one, but who was I? And why did I come to Lay? Justicia spared a glance at Noah before parting her lips. I am but a servant used to trap you forever. But for what I know, Elizabeth Lightcross Vailgrim, in your first life you were called Apollonia Sibylla of Bright Sky. The simple utterance of the name made the air tighten for some unknown reason, as if she had said something she should not, and she indeed had, if Noah was not actively hiding their presence at that instant. Soleil, and all people linked to this event would have felt something wrong. No, they already felt something wrong. But they had no idea what or where it came from. But there was another consequence to Justicia's words. They said that sometimes one smell, one look, one music, or even one single word could make you recall things you never thought were held inside your head. It was truly curious and fascinating. Especially for the girls, as they watched how Elizabeth reacted when the name was spoken. Her eyes went wide in trepidation, her body quivered as if suddenly caught cold, and something inside her began to unravel itself. She shuddered even more. Yet Justicia was not done. Today, she shall let go of everything inside her heart. And in doing so, she hoped to forget the fear she felt for the bearer of Sunday, so she parted her lips. You were also known as the knower of light, and the first daughter of the true child Apollo of bright sky. Another shudder, that makes you a direct descendant of the progenitor of the celestial, and also a close granddaughter to him. The wives opened their eyes wide, looking at Elizabeth with deep amazement but also a hint of shock. Granddaughter of a progenitor? Knower of light? Apollo of bright sky? What was happening? Something Elizabeth wanted to know more than them, her chest beginning to throb madly. Inside, her soul was shivering, and her mind was flickering sporadically like a flame caught in wind. Looking as if something was forcefully trying to emerge back, to awaken, and this time without her consent. Are you okay? Yuki asked Elizabeth, voice soft but worried, but all she received was a low growl of pain and discomfort. Elizabeth still managed to nod weakly to her sister's worry. While trying to get closer to the silent Noah, Noah was only watching and listening without saying anything yet. In fact, even his face was unreadable, impossible for anyone to tell what was dancing inside his mind. But his eyes were fixed on both Justitia and Elizabeth, mainly Elizabeth. Justitia continued calmly, despite the sudden rise in tension, I did not know you when you were at your highest stage. But your power to see the future through light, to read the truth illuminated by light, to use the sun and the moon as easily as breathing by controlling the concept of light to a ridiculous degree, and much more, were known to all, and that prowess of yours made it so you were designated to be the next throne holder. Here, Justitia's voice lowered considerably, as if afraid to be heard, but still she managed to whisper her next words, but not everyone was happy for that. Especially as you are the daughter of Apollo of bright sky, and Idalia Marigold of light torture, the second true child of the progenitor, did not want her brother's family to hold the throne. The more she spoke, the more Elizabeth struggled to stop herself from shaking. At this point, both her soul and mind were being shattered into pieces. From them, you could peek inside her soul and see something radiant about to be born from it. Or rather, awaken, not only her soul and mind. Her bloodline too was rebelling against her. Her Elisiari bloodline was fighting with a newly rising one so arrogant in proportion that it was staggering to witness. The wives noticed the turbulent power radiating from her, as the light around the room flickered too harshly, and the temperature was suddenly hotter, then colder a second later. Also, they were seeing visions. Not from the threads but from light itself. Oh my, Celine exclaimed, now, what is happening? Elizabeth was growling like a mad beast, thrashing on Noah while holding her head so tightly one would believe she wanted to crush it, her nails dug deep into her scalp, blood dripping. Her sister's eyes became riddled with worry instantly. Her soul is fracturing, Elira noticed. Her past self is trying to take over her current self. Her voice was grim at the end, her forehead bearing a distinct frown. Her mind too, Crystal added. Soon, many things will be added to her current memories, and with that, her emotions will be altered, Zara continued, voice hoarse, and she will no longer be the Elizabeth we have known till now. And it was not over. Her bloodline too, Morgan, mother of Zara, whispered. Even if her Elisiari bloodline doesn't get swallowed by her past bloodline, it will still be altered. A sudden silence swelled inside the room. Then, erg. Like, what's happening? Emmy was lost. All of them voiced their concerns, apprehensive of what was about to happen while looking at the current state of Elizabeth. They would have done something by now, if Noah were not simply watching and listening, letting Elizabeth thrash on him without a single word. Then, seeing Justitia unable to continue her words, he smiled faintly and continued, you have been betrayed by beings of the bright sky. He said. Elizabeth shrieked in misery. Not only you, your father was betrayed, and with Idalia Marigold's intervention, he was captured and framed for something he didn't do. At this moment, as we speak, he is still sealed. Elizabeth began to knock her head against Noah's chest, golden tears pouring from her eyes, her banshee-like shriek shaking the very walls of the room. The wives took a step back. In your case, Noah continued, letting Elizabeth do whatever she wished to him. In anger, you fought Idalia, and unsurprisingly, you lost against her. I guess true children are of a different breed. He softly chuckled at the end. An odd thing in that tense moment, you made many mistakes in that process. Going against numerous laws of the celestial, and specifically against a true child. Like your father, you became condemned. In all accounts, you were supposed to be sealed. And that is exactly what everyone still believes. But Idalia's eldest son, Soleil Octave of Light Torture, the bearer of sun, managed to take you out of the sealing room with the help of his mother and other accomplices. They shattered your core, sealed your soul and your memories and bloodline, and killed you while using a reincarnation technique to make you revive in another world under the care of Justitia. RGHHHHH. Elizabeth cried out. Killing you completely was an impossible task, as it would have directly alerted the light touched. overseer of the laws in the celestial divine world. At this point, anything that made Elizabeth who she was began to rupture. In its place, someone else surfaced. Someone more powerful than the current Elizabeth, someone called Apollonia. But just as everything seemed ready to conclude, as the light of all lay flickered sporadically, Noah finally looked at Elizabeth, but deep inside her, he went past her soul, past her mind, past her bloodline, and reached the deepest part of her, the origin of her very self. There, he saw a sharp golden nail. One nail exuding such power it would destroy Lay a billion of times instantly if it were to be released. This was the exact thing Noah had been waiting for. And something only an Elizabeth on the verge of self-change could reveal, as this was the nail Adalia made in case Elizabeth ever regained her past self, a beacon allowing her to locate Elizabeth no matter the distance or restriction. Quite crafty, but oh well, Noah thought with a smile before placing his index finger on Elizabeth's head. I am sorry, my dear. Now, sleep. He whispered lovingly, making her fall asleep instantly, then inserted his hand deep into her being and extracted the golden nail, wrapping it in both his authority and his domain. In addition, he used his power of providence to hide the golden nail within billions of folds of different possibilities and futures, making it nearly impossible to trace its true position. Next, Noah looked at the bloodline, soul, and mind of the current Elizabeth. What are you going to do? Celine asked. Noah smiled. Give my wife the right to choose who she wants to be, he said, then pressed his finger, now looking like woven threads, to her forehead. At a simple touch, Noah isolated Elizabeth and Apollonia into two different entities and made them meet in their soul space. Next, he closed his eyes and entered inside the soul space to see how things would unfold. Chapter 392, Two Sides of the Same Coin. Noah could make themselves unseen, true, and yet the intuitions of powerful beings were sharp enough to tingle when things were scenting quite nasty, especially those standing near the top of the universe's power. And even more specifically the true children of the progenitors. Those beings had something unique about them, something inherited directly from their parents, but at the same time, something they were born with entirely on their own. So, it was without any surprise when, high above in her own hidden realm, Adalia Marigold of Light Torture sensed something wrong. And it was even less surprising when she felt the golden nail she had inserted into that bastard girl being spotted and then hidden across numerous realities. Who? Adalia rumbled through her nose, her voice one of apocalyptic horror, causing the golden sun she sat upon to shiver violently. The sight was one of wonder. It was a realm where nothing existed except golden, searing flames. There was no sky, no ground, no concept of up, down, left, or right. There was also no concept of space or time. Everything was devoured by the golden flames, making them the only existing thing, and they flickered sporadically with deep hunger. All these searing lights came from a colossal golden sun, at least 1,000,000 times bigger than the sun of Earth, where a woman sat calmly. Her beauty was incandescent. She wore little to no clothing, only some flaming strips covering her breasts and her private parts. All the rest was left bare to whoever could withstand looking. She was insufferably tall, standing at least 12 feet, her body toned and carved with well-defined muscles. Her golden hair was knotted into heavy locks falling over her beautiful face. Her eyes were the same color, shaped like triangles with miniature suns lodged in their centers. Her skin was split between golden and white, showing her vitiligo nature. Her beauty and body were of unique proportions, yet the look in her eyes would stop anyone from admiring her for too long. She was staring at her right hand, the index finger missing a golden nail compared to the others. That finger was shaking, proving to her that indeed something was happening to that bastard. She growled under her breath once more, causing the realm to shake, then with a howl of deep, seething anger, Soleil bloody octave. Get the fuck here. Outside her realm, nearby stars burst into fireworks, illuminating the void in a colorful blaze, while far away, in his own realm, Soleil heard the furious calling of his mother, and instantly, by Kilias's mercy, he cursed, his mind shaking, his own bloodline screaming at him from the simple sound of his mother's shout, Rue goddammit. I knew this motherfucker was useless, he cursed again, getting up from his chair to meet his mother. Already knowing his adopted little brother had failed, how the Soleil bloody octave, his words were cut short by his mother's enraged bellow once more. His ears were bleeding golden blood. He grumbled under his breath, wiped the blood, and disappeared from his realm, already readying himself for a beating. I will kill you, Rue. I swear. While a mother and son were about to meet in searing clashes of frustration, the origin of that event was calmly watching a rather strange scene. Inside Elizabeth's soul space, painted in blinding white, two beings faced each other. One was undoubtedly Elizabeth, now in her Elisiari transformation, her horns and wings unfolding behind her. She stood there with a graceful presence, watching the woman in front of her. The woman had golden skin, wearing a white empress robe that went past her knees, sleeved and regal. Her hair was golden and cut extremely short, in a near buzzcut style. Her eyes were also golden, shaped like inverted triangles, her face golden with spots of white. She was vitiligo. She was not standing, but seated like an empress on a throne made of condensed light. Noah, hidden from their sight, wondered briefly how she could use her own power this easily, before his attention returned fully to the unfolding conversation. So, the woman Apollonia Sibylla of Bright Sky started. "This is what my reincarnation looks like." Her voice was thick with arrogance as she examined Elizabeth's form curiously. Using the small fragments of memory she managed to glimpse before their separation, she already understood what her other self had become, an Elisiari. She whispered, her legs crossed elegantly atop each other, "A new race. One where your husband is the progenitor?" "Oh," she stifled a laugh, "I was the granddaughter of a progenitor, and now I am the wife of one." Her mouth twisted into a cold smile. "Don't you find it curious, Elizabeth? Why don't you use your meager divination power to guess the reason behind it?" Her words were sharp and provocative, yet no response greeted them. Elizabeth simply looked at her with cold, steady eyes. Then slowly, "Who am I?" Apollonia smiled, finding the question foolish. She raised her head toward the white sky of the soul realm, then shook it disdainfully. "Are you a fool?" she hissed. "You are Elizabeth Lightcross Vailgrim. You are Apollonia Sibylla of Bright Sky. You are I. I am you." She lowered her head again and stared deep into Elizabeth's blank eyes. "Wasn't it obvious? Or did I become someone who entertains useless talk?" She didn't wait for an answer, "but I have neither the will nor the time to waste on pointless questions. So hear me well, Elizabeth, for I will not repeat myself." Instantly, her calm demeanor was shed like unwanted clothes. Her golden inverted pyramid eyes glowed with madness and anger so pure, so unfettered that the soul space itself trembled, the white of the surroundings being drained away completely, plunging the realm into darkness. We have things to achieve," she grated. "You have been told the truth by that bitch Justicia and by your husband. And with that, you know now who you are, and what has been done to us. We are being waited for, Elizabeth, by who?" Elizabeth retorted, "Our father," Apollonia hissed, her patience crumbling, "and our people who still fight for us, who still bleed for us, who still wait for us to liberate them from that gory damn bitch of a aunt and her bloody son. We need to go back to the divine realm of the celestial." She grabbed the arms of her throne tightly, making it creak under her overwhelming strength. "The time I spent sleeping eludes me, yet I have no doubt it has been far beyond our understanding. But all I know is that our enemies have slept without fearing a dagger on their necks all this time." She gritted her teeth and leaned forward, her mesmerizing golden white vitiligo face a sight to behold in her fury. "That," she growled, "we shall no longer allow. We will destroy them and plunge them into darkness. And we need to be one, and only one, for that." Elizabeth, slowly, she finally stopped, yet her words echoed like living things through the collapsing white darkness. Noah, hidden from all, watched the reaction of his wife with profound curiosity. Elizabeth had listened to Apollonia's words, yet she found herself draught of any feeling of anger or vengeance for this so-called betrayal the woman was shouting for. She knew it was because she hadn't fused yet with Apollonia, as someone, most probably Noah, had separated them before it happened. Elizabeth could already guess the reason behind such an action. And not only her, even Apollonia did. And the latter found herself holding a quiet respect for this man called Noah, amidst all her anger and disdain for any man other than her father. But that was the problem. Elizabeth was not sure if she wanted to bear the burden of vengeance in her heart. She didn't think she was ready to become like. Slowly, she focused her eyes on Apollonia and saw that the anger she displayed was only surface level. Her feelings were far deeper, far darker, than what she allowed the world to see. Apollonia would die for her vengeance, Elizabeth noticed. This woman sought her rightful place, the freedom of her father, and the justice they deserved to receive. And as a celestial with the thick blood of the progenitor running through her veins, her arrogance and pride and blazing temperament were more than enough to destroy galaxies. Apollonia would not back down. And Elizabeth knew she had little to no choice to refuse, for her soul and mind would no longer be the same if she rejected the merge. So, what to do? No, what would Noah want her to do? Thinking about it, she instinctively smiled. Surely, he would tell me to do whatever I want, for he will always have my back. She knew he would say that, such arrogance only befitting him. So, once again, what did she want to do? She was afraid of the overwhelming feelings that came with Apollonia, yet she knew she needed to embrace them. For denying them would be denying a part of herself, just as Noah had accepted Brandon and returned to his original world to make peace with that part of himself. To obtain that famed closure, she, too, would need to do the same. But even knowing that, there was still one last question she wanted answered. A question not for Apollonia, but for her husband and her sisters. She raised her head to the sky, and slowly, "Will you still love me?" she asked softly, as if knowing he was listening. "Will you still accept me?" Apollonia suddenly frowned, finding it unpleasant and ungraceful for her other self to care about the thoughts of a man. Where was her dignity? She thought with disgust, before her mind refocused when a cool and soothing voice echoed, "What a silly question." Noah chuckled. "No, we will love you no matter who you become, even if I become like this crazy arrogant woman thinking I owe her my life." Apollonia scowled. "You do owe me your life. You wouldn't exist if I didn't exist first." Elizabeth ignored her. And Noah only chuckled before answering. "Even then," he said, "nothing would change for us. We are used to weird people, so will you help me?" Elizabeth asked. Instantly, Apollonia's frown deepened. "Always," Noah answered. Then Elizabeth focused back on Apollonia. "You said it," she intoned. "I am you and you are me. And we need to be one. For that to happen, we must be on the same vibrational level." Apollonia paused. Her thoughts churned, evaluating the situation practically and more importantly the presence of the progenitor before snorting coldly, knowing she had little choice. Besides, a new progenitor intrigued her. "So, I will accept everything about you. Including your useless love for your husband and sisters. I will even forgive that bitch Justicia, but only after a slap." Elizabeth mirrored her smile. "I will accept everything of you. Your arrogance, your father, your people, your hatred, and your love. But not your bloodline, as I am Elisiari and will always be. Your bloodline will be used to enhance ours." Apollonia paused at that. It was not easy to discard her bloodline, for it was her pride. But knowing she would not lose it completely, only transformed, made her continue. "And finally, I agree," she hissed through clenched teeth. "Our name?" Elizabeth asked with a smile. "Then Noah, why don't you choose for us?" Apollonia immediately scowled. "No man other than my father has the right to choose my name." Once again, Elizabeth ignored her, causing Apollonia to shake with rage. Noah only laughed, finding it entertaining how different they were despite being the same person. This alone showed how deeply environment shaped a being. Shaking his head, he focused. "Your name," he echoed. The two listened closely, though Apollonia with great reluctance. Noah didn't think too hard on it. It was not a transformation, only the reunion of two sides of a single coin. So, Apollonia beat Elizabeth Veilgrim. Chapter 393, Bloodline Elevation. With Providence, Noah copied the bloodline of Apollonia, but not only that. He got 10,000 times better than that. The bloodline he obtained at the end was close to the one of true children, yet not truly at their level. Noah could feel that it would fall short against them, and so it was useless to even compare it against the bloodline of the progenitor of Celeste. It was surely galaxies apart. He knew not, at that time, how many times these progenitors refined their bloodlines until they achieved a state that even he could not truly comprehend yet. He knew his bloodline was still young and unrefined in face of them. After all, it was born not long ago, and these progenitors were as old as this universe, their age spanning eons upon eons, with all the time in their favor to improve and do more than create a faction. And yet, Noah held no fear nor apprehension knowing about it. He didn't believe he would need that much time to reach their levels. All he had to do was simply copy and merge over and over again these bloodlines they worked so hard to refine, while still having better versions of them. He had already started doing this, as Elisiari was born from that. Yet all those bloodlines were not of the same level as the ones he would begin to face now, so with eagerness beyond measure, Noah merged the bloodline, heavenly light of origin with his own Elisiari bloodline, making sure that Elisiari was the main one and Apollonia's evolved bloodline the material that would enhance his own. The process was swift, ending in one breath. It was not painless, but with everything Noah went through, his mental toughness was more than enough for him to not even wince in front of it. He felt nothing but a sharp tingle inside his blood, and with that, Elisiari now became even more mature, having more depth and more potential. There was no need to talk about Noah, as with his title the world, his talent was equal to the sum of every single living and non-living being in Leyan Earth. His talent could as well be considered infinite. For his wives, they immediately noticed a sharp increase in talent, but also in comprehension, something extremely important. The new bloodline increased their natural aura and made their stations among the races of the universe higher than before. All over lay, there were those with latent talent in order, light, sun, or more simply in the celestial affinities, and with this new upgrade, those people saw their power increased exponentially. There were also those lucky enough to be born just at that moment, finding themselves with a frightening level of talent. Yet it was not the end for Noah's task. He didn't rest, following next by fusing both Apollonia and Elizabeth into one. It was funny to see Apollonia so reluctant to feel all the feelings of love Elizabeth felt, and Elizabeth reluctant to feel all the feelings of hatred and vengeance Apollonia felt, yet they had no choice but to do so. And they did it. The result of having the two sides of the coin merge each other was one none of them was ready for. Apollonia Elizabeth became beautiful in a way never seen before. Even more beautiful than Selene, a holder of a fragment origin of frost. And even more beautiful than Esther, the master of the very origin of shadow. Her beauty was searing yet unique. Regal yet sweet. Overbearing yet elegant, her hair was still silver, flowing about her shoulders like an undulating golden sea. Her eyes had changed, becoming the inverted pyramids Apollonia had, with the color of an intense yellow-white. Her skin was a mix of golden and white, holding eerily the same sight as a dahlia marigold. If one knew of her, that is, she was now, indeed, vitiligo. Yet that made her even more stunning. Emmy squealed with overwhelming intensity, jumping on Apollonia and hugging her tightly. Her overexcited action made her glasses fall from her face. Surprised, Apollonia took one shaky step back. Emmy seemed light, but she was made of the purest gold. So she was insufferably heavy, like, oh, you are so beautiful. I always liked vitiligo, I find it such a cute and magnificent aspect. Emmy's excitement was contagious. Now, I am jealous. Selene whispered with a smile, though her eyes showed only love and contentment for her sister. How did you get this skin? Damn it, don't answer, it's a rhetorical question. My true question is, where is my reincarnated self? Dominique was breaking down, finding it unfair. She kneeled and held Apollonia's thick quad, asking where her reincarnated self was again and again. Apollonia's lips twitched. Now we even have a golden white skin added to red skin and black skin. Illyra chuckled, then what? Green maybe, you know what? I actually know a green-skinned race called, don't say it. Noah will certainly find them and bring us one of them too. Alice cupped the mouth of Virgo, stopping her from speaking. Noah was watching all of this, his back on the wall, arms crossed on his chest with Neko and Leah on his right and left shoulders and Lucy on his head. His face bore a small peaceful smile. I never get bored watching them, he inwardly thought, feeling like life truly was one worthy of living. Yes, we are beautiful, we know, Aphasia said, looking at him. But come, instead of watching us so far away, I prefer watching masterpieces from afar, you see, ladies. I do not want to strain them. Apollonia smiled with her body riddled by her sister's strain. She chuckled, you are only making us shine in a more brighter hue. Then her smile turned cold as she stared at her sisters, choking her. And you are lovely, but you have 5 seconds to move away from me. Do not hear me, and I shall show you who I am. Her words were said with a sweet smile, yet all of them felt the seriousness behind them. They immediately fled. She is scary. Yuki muttered, I. Arrogant too. Justicia said, but she regretted it immediately. Apollonia's eyes were fixed on her with eerie intensity. Slowly, her lips twitched into one cruel smile. Justicia, dear Bic, I mean sister. Don't we have some unfinished business? Justicia took one step back, lips twitching. I was ordered, one slap. Apollonia said, raising a finger upward, only one and I shall forgive you. Come, do not make me go after you. Justicia, of course, didn't listen. She immediately disappeared and arrived beside Noah, hugging him tightly. Noah's lips twitched heavily. Husband, save me, she pitifully said, trying to gain compassion. All around, Virgo was distributing sweets and popcorn and soda to her sisters. Watching the drama unfold with a wide grin, Noah grumbled, it's between you and her. Don't involve me, please. Justicia looked at him with broken eyes, as if betrayed. Aren't you my husband? I am her husband too. Then stop, you have 5 seconds. Apollonia said, then slowly stretched her right hand. There, light condensed and swirled around her palm. She increased the temperature of the light, making appear a searing red across her palm. The light around the castle began to dim, absorbed by Apollonia. All the wives opened their eyes wide. This bitch is serious. Solaris cried out, of course I am. Apollonia said, I am Apollonia Elizabeth, I have only one word. At that exact moment, Noah breathed out, lay stopped. Followed by his wives who were frozen in time, in both body, mind and soul. You are harsh. Providence commented. Noah shrugged, my dear wife was truly serious. Though, I can see it will just make a mark on Justicia and not hurt her in any way. He chuckled, her light manipulation is truly something worthy of praise. Then why? I simply do not want to upset any of my lovely wives. You see, he clicked his finger, and with his power over Providence, he created a reality for Apollonia where she indeed marked Justicia's cheek red with her palm, and then another reality for Justicia where nothing happened. Then he brought the two realities together in the current reality. Melting them and integrating them in a way everything was completely resolved and even forgotten, everyone happy. He breathed in. Lay moved once more. Now what? Celine asked him, and just at that time, one guard came to announce the arrival of Eric, Rouge, Malric and Premier. Noah smiled. Now, ladies, we send back our captives with a gift of ours. Then you will go become a world dominator, while this husband of yours think of a new way to become more blasphemous. He grinned. Does that sound right to you? The wives mirrored his grin, disturbingly yes. He laughed with them, and exited the room to meet his guests, ready to give them his instructions. His wives followed closely. Meanwhile, during the event of reality manipulation just now, one being noticed it completely without being affected by the pause time, a being one often forgot, and it was none other than the silent divine beast and protector of Celine, Luminara. Ah, this young lad never ceased to surprise me. Luminara thought, sitting deep inside Celine, more precisely in her soul space, watching Noah intensely. Then she curled upon herself, suppressing the shudder inside her body. Ah, I have been away for far too long. He is calling out to me. And he is getting restless. Things were getting bothersome, and she didn't know how long again she could resist this calling. Ah, I need to make sure they meet. I need to make sure they reunite first, so that my debt would be paid. She needed to. She had given her words, so she would keep it. Closing back her eyes, Luminara sighed one last time before drifting into deep sleep, as it was always easier to bear the calling this way, all while Noah finalized his plan. Chapter 394, Departure. How long will you go? Erica, Eric's wife, Noctis's past commander, asked as she hugged him passionately. They were inside their living room painted entirely in black, with shadows dancing along the walls with the sadness and worry the master of the house emitted. At her question, Eric could only smile wryly, having no absolute idea of when he would be back. He had just come back from meeting with Noah, and had received every instruction he needed in order to not get himself killed in the midst of these elves. Well, not as if it was something he believed possible, as Noah had his threads and his soul in his hand, making it practically impossible to kill him without first killing Noah, something Eric believed no one under the heavens could achieve. So, truly, death was not something he feared. Though there were things worse than death in this wretched universe, and even if Noah was obscene, there were bound to be things that might pass above or under, depending on how you saw it, his perception. That was what Erica was thinking. And that was what got her to be so worried for her husband. They had been living their lives in peace lately, Erica feeling a level of happiness she never did before, one she never believed existed or that she was worthy of. She felt bad for her Lord Noctis, doubtlessly, but she had no courage to plead for him in front of Noah. That man scared the shit out of her. She preferred to be as far as possible from him. What is time for us? Nothing but worthless numbers. Eric finally answered his wife's worries as he put his hand on her chin and slowly raised it. They were both now Elisiari. Elisiari under Esther's dominion. Though the two of them were above anyone and only below Esther in terms of power and rank. Will you be okay? Erica asked once more. Of course, if I was not so sure about it, I wouldn't have accepted this task. Eric enthusiastically said, trying to not sound lazy for once. Ha! As if you would dare refuse him. Erica chuckled at her husband's words. Hey! Eric complained, Noah is my friend, okay? He will not kill me for that, surely? Right, sounds pretty convincing. Erica said sarcastically, causing Eric to smile his usual lazy smile. Then he hugged her again, feeling time passing and the need to go. He leaned his face over hers and kissed her softly on her forehead. Then, wait for me, okay? It won't take too long. I will come back, no matter what. He smiled. You trust me? Erica sighed. Silly husband, of course I do. She kissed him on the lips. Just don't bring me another woman, okay? I will kill her, will you? Without a doubt. Then I won't. Erica smiled triumphantly and hugged him for the last time. Before Eric departed, Eric was not the only one. But he was indeed the most unlucky among the three. In Red's domain, Rouge was sitting leisurely on Malric, her posture open and relaxing. Your stepfather is quite devious, sending us into the very den of a terrifying monster. Malric said with a smirk. Rouge cackled, indeed. But damn it, Malric, stop calling him stepfather. Do you know that if he is my stepfather? Then he is your father-in-law. Malric shrugged. I don't mind having the absolute deity as my father-in-law, you know? But hell, your mother really killed your father to be with Noah, so bloody twisted. And you even supported her by watching. Rouge smirked. You should have seen that scene, love. His shocked face was so laughable when mother told him it was all to be embraced by someone at my age. What a perverted mother I have. She looks happier though. Malric retorted, tilting his head curiously. Ha! Damn well she is. They continued their talk peacefully, their subjects going in all directions. Rouge was now an elisiary of blood under Morgan, while Malric was still human. His talent lay in necromancy, in the power of death. And still now, none of Noah's wives had that type of power. So Noah allowed him to stay human until fate decided to give him that woman with death affinity, and that made Malric the strongest human on Lay. After minutes of idle discussion, now, ready, love? Malric whispered, grinning. Rouge's grin widened with lunacy. I think I am in my ovulating phase. I am so horny right now, love. Malric burst into laughter. I guess that means yes. He whispered something in the air and next, the world darkened suddenly, and beneath them, the stretched maw of a skeleton dragon emerged from the ground and devoured them with a loud creaking snap. Why are you acting shy now? Premier said, exasperated, his red eyes looking at one spot intensely, his gaze going past the first layer of reality and locking onto the eyes of his little sister, Lorna Foxy Veilgrim. Knowing she had been discovered, Lorna stopped using her power, making her body appear before Premier as if she had always been there, like mist taking physical form. They were in the Silver Forest, the place where they became elisiari, the place where they had their heartfelt conversation with their father. Premier's eyes were fixed on a tree, the same tree the three of them sat under and discussed that day. I have heard you will soon depart, Foxy said, standing beside him. At his right, looking at the same sight, you have heard right, to the Celestials faction no less. Foxy added, mocking tone edged with concern, will you even survive there, dear big brother? Why don't you let me go? If we talk to father together, he might accept. Premier shook his head and grinned. I will be fine. Who asked about that? Foxy scoffed. I just don't want you to stain father's name by making a fool of yourself there. Premier, once again, shook his head. I will be fine. He repeated. At this, Foxy sighed and fell silent. Silence permeated the surroundings for a while before, at the end, don't do anything foolish. Foxy muttered, just do your task and stay low. Premier laughed. I wouldn't be worthy of my father's name if I did that. Foxy snapped her fox's eyes onto him. They narrowed until the slit became almost invisible. You are not father, Premier. Don't get yourself killed by biting more than your wolfish jaw can handle. I am not. Premier nodded, and I am not trying to be like him. It's not like I could. It's not like anyone could. He slowly turned his head towards Foxy and grinned a wide, savage grin. But I am Premier Veilgrim, firstborn of the absolute deity. I would be damned if I do not do this name justice. His body began to dissolve, so just stay here, little sister, and wait for my name to echo all around this universe. And oh, he laughed heartily. Say Mother Emmy thanks for the meal box, the scent looks truly delicious. Sincerely, she is way better than Mother Anya's cooking that can literally kill you. Good thing I am immortal. Slowly, he disappeared from the Silver Forest, leaving behind Foxy. She stayed silent for a moment, then sighed once more, unable to control the worry in her heart. The only solace was that her father would not allow her brother to die, yet still, that idiot is just a mindless beast in search of glory. She cursed, sat under the shade of the tree, then grinned mischievously as she raised her hand where a small mark hovered above it, a mark that looked exactly like Premier. Don't worry, brother. She grinned, I won't let you enjoy this trip alone and do some mischief without being watched. In that way, Klaus and Rue were ready to depart. Eric, Rouge and Malric now wore the skin of Worldborn with their abilities altered to match theirs. For Premier, his appearance also changed. He now looked like any normal wolfman with black hair and red eyes. Noah had given him a celestial affinity called mercy, finding it quite funny with his nature of beast of end. Their orders were clear, each of them knowing what to do. Klaus and Rue were cursing under their breath, but they were already doomed and could only follow the orders of Noah, and so, they officially departed. After the departure of these two groups came the departure of the wives to their respective worlds in order to become world dominators. Each one of them had their threads and souls and memories and emotions all in the hands of Noah. And with their rings, that all of them possessed, they would be able to speak to Noah anywhere. Only Virgo and Noel would stay behind, as they were already at Law Creator rank. Aphasia tilted her head. How about a contest? The wives looked at her curiously. Aphasia smiled. How about who will become world dominator first, and we will gain what? Yuki asked. I say a whole year with Noel alone. Celine proposed, her smile already edged with lethal coldness. At her proposal, all of them locked in, their expressions serious, their power already cloaking the whole meeting room, making it creak in agony. Now, Red whispered, red eyes glowing like a pool of blood, no crying after. Okay, Apollonia scoffed, I will definitely win, oh ho ho. Can I play too? Looks fun. Emmy chirped in. Soon, all of them began to glare at each other. 1 second they smiled, a heartbeat later all of them disappeared from Lay, going to their own worlds independently, with Noah's voice echoing in each of their heads. Have mercy on them, ladies. They grinned sinisterly. They certainly did not have any intention to obey their husband's words. They had a conquest to win. After all, now that all departed, Noah was alone in his white expanse training room. Well, alone might not be true. Now, are you ready, Providence? I am supposed to ask this question. Noah, don't sweat the details, darling. Noah laughed, then slowly closed his eyes, his mind entering an immediate state of absolute focus. Time to create his own power system. Chapter 395, 1. 2. 3. 1 year. 2 years. 3 years, time passed swiftly and that in a flash of a hazy blur. In a blink of an eye, 5 bloody years passed, but time was a relative thing. Each being lived it in their own way. And that difference was even greater between mortal and divine. If for mortal 5 years were enough time to change one life, for the divine, it was only the amount of time necessary to go from world to world. In that way, Klaus and the trio arrived in Worldborn's world at Treehouse in 2 years' time, and that was to let Eric, Rouge, and Malric get used to their new identities. Rue and Premier arrived in one of Soleil's worlds, Sunny, in 5 years. For the same reasons and because it was farther away, now came the consequences. For Klaus, the situation was easily solved, as Orion himself knew the difficulty of finding stray people from leftovers of worlds. But understanding it didn't mean he was not disappointed and displeased by the outcome, yet there was nothing he could do. Klaus promised to continue his research with more vigor and focus. Meanwhile, Eric, Rouge and Malric were steadily getting used to living among elves and knowing more about them. It was a weird feeling for them, to say the least. First, the elves had their own language they spoke among themselves. It was weird yet unique in its own way. Their language used an ancient tongue they called Lumen, where every word uttered didn't use the tongue, only the lips. The elves also had their own traditions and customs. Like, for example, at the start of each new month, the elves had only 6 of them in their world. There was a fete called Reconnaissance Fete, where they passed the morning in prayer towards the progenitor Lul. The midday was spent in forests hunting the beasts the progenitor allowed them to kill on that day, and the night was for them to cook and dance and drink and laugh. Amidst the elves, both women and men hunted and cooked. There was no difference between them. Though, women were a little bit more privileged if one had a fine observant, maybe because their progenitor was female. Or maybe because of other reasons, no one could tell. The structure of power amidst the elves was also peculiar. Eric, Rouge and Malric were still new, and their level of importance was still too low for them to know many things. All they knew was that they were under Klaus's command who, besides being guardian of the chosen one Orion Lul Worldborn, was also an elder root, a being of rather high rank in their hierarchy. As for them, they were called Seedwood, important enough to raise an eyebrow when they were killed, but not enough for anyone to spend even the next second thinking about them. For now, the trio stayed low, gathering information and planting their own seeds. Yet, they were not the only ones. If Klaus managed to avoid punishment for failing his task, Rue certainly did not escape retribution. After traveling for 5 years in the void, letting Premier, who refused to change his name, get used to his mercy affinity, they finally arrived in Sunny, one of the favorite worlds of Soleil. Doubtlessly, the man asked where Justicia was and what happened. Soleil knew something was wrong based on how hard his mother beat him. She told him that Apollonia of Bright Sky might have regained her memories. Something he still couldn't quite believe, so he asked. In front of those questions, Rue acted completely clueless. He said, with absolute certainty, that he didn't even get to meet Justicia, let alone Apollonia. and that he came back to him after finding a promising disciple along his travel who held the rare affinity of mercy. It was indeed a rare one, even among the celestial. Scarce were those who held it, and even scarcer were those who managed to use the power without, somewhere along their path, drowning themselves in mercy until they forgot what mercy truly meant. Soleil was doubtlessly intrigued, yet that didn't stop him from tying Rue to a blazing, searing crimson sun for an undecided amount of time and taking Premier for himself. Premier ended up not being Rue's disciple, but Soleil's errand boy, as Soleil found him not worthy yet of his tutelage. Yet, the man kept Premier to himself, hiding him from everyone, sometimes giving him advice in the mercy affinity. That was the start of Premier's life under a tyrannical yet talented master who knew how to teach someone. For even with the errands he was doing, Premier found himself progressing in his mercy affinity in a strange way, and the more he did, the more he realized why there were little to no users of this affinity. There was nothing more wretched than a merciful man in a merciless society, and nothing more pitiful than a man who thought tyranny and domination a form of mercy, and nothing more miserable than one who thought mercy was free. Nothing was free. Everything had a price. And if one was not ready to pay it, then surely another would. And that was where things got nasty. Premier wondered why his father gave him this affinity, for he doubted he could live up to its potential and shoulder the burden it would give him. Yet, even in doubt, he was eager to learn. For there was something in mercy essential to a beast of N like him. Thus, his path officially started, when he had no idea where it would lead. But it was fine. His father knew. He didn't need to know, he just had to walk the path. That was faith. During these 5 years, the universe didn't stop moving, and now, in the deepest level of the divine world of the celestial, in a place reserved only for the greatest criminals, a strange and unexpected meeting was unfolding. A woman was standing in front of a cell made of living darkness. A true darkness. Something as old as the universe and as dreadful as anything it had known. Inside that cell, nothing could be seen except the swirling and whirling shadows. Well, that was how it was supposed to be. But 2 pairs of incandescent golden eyes, shaped like inverted pyramids, managed to cut through the darkness like blades, in order to look at the woman who was in fact Adalia Marigold of Light Torture. She grinned, looked at her chained brother, her golden locks swaying left and right at each of her gestures. "It has been a while, brother, hasn't it?" she said. Her gigantic and monstrous size standing tall like a beacon of light with her golden and white skin. "A while, indeed, sister." Apollo answered with a surprising light tone. "How many eons again? Do me a favor and tell me." "It's not a minor affair to mind the passing of time in this delightful prison of mine." At his words, Adalia Marigold shook her head, golden locks swaying. "I would have believed eons with this annoying darkness would change you. But I guess not. Still not taking anything serious, should I?" Apollo laughed. "I am Apollo of Bright Sky, firstborn of the light. Is there anything worth my seriousness in this universe? I do wonder. And yet I am not complaining about this aspect of yours." Adalia grinned, then approached the bars of the cell and crouched down, her whole skin visible except only her breasts and private part. Apollo stared. "That's why you are here. And that's why your daughter is no more, my daughter?" Apollo laughed once more. "So you still cannot bear to admit it out loud." His golden eyes began to glow more brightly. "You are indeed a weird one, sister. You gave her birth, yet you refuse to acknowledge her as yours. Then why let her come to this universe?" He said, then chuckled. "Ah yes, despite everything, you still wanted something, a proof that what we lived was not a dream. You wanted a proof of our taboo." He shook his head softly. "Just as sadistic and perverse as ever, and now all of this for what?" He continued, "Me being sealed, making our daughter reincarnated into someone else, all only to mask the truth about our violation of the Celeste law. I thought you were touched by madness." Adalia Marigold sneered. "And go against father's decrees? Didn't you already do that, in secret?" She shot back, "And we did it together. After all, I cannot be pregnant by myself, dear brother. So that means if I go down, you also do. Isn't that why you allowed me to seal you?" Her voice turned into a whisper, too sweet for one of her station, for one of her attitude. "Because you love me too much to allow father to punish me. Isn't it how it has always been, Apollo protecting his little sister from everything? It was why I fell for you. It was why I wanted your child. It was why I was ready to violate our core law, but foolishness has limits, and I cannot bear the wrath of father." "Even you cannot." "No one could, in fact. And if Apollonia had become the throne bearer, then father would have cared enough to exit his seclusion to participate in the coronation and thus finally know the truth. she paused, then slowly, so it was needed. A sacrifice was needed. For us, Apollo. For our reputation in the universe. Apollo fell silent for a moment, then laughed once more. I wonder, how is your husband faring with you? He said. How could anyone support a being like you, didn't you? Idalia laughed madly. Her loud voice made the darkness snarl at her. I am Apollo, sister. I am different. No one will ever love you the way I do. And you will never love anyone else the way you loved me, and do not forget, I accept all of this. Apollo's eyes slid toward the chains binding him, then, only because of that knowledge, what if I happen to love someone else? She asked. Apollo chuckled. Yet it was a cold and apathetic chuckle. The kind that could make a son shudder as if caught a cold. You don't want to know the answer to that question. He whispered. You are mine, Idalia Marigold of Light Torture. And all your acts are forgiven only because of that. Idalia felt a shiver down her spine at his words. Then her lips curled into a crooked and lunatic smile. Then I shall remain yours. Apollo's eyes regained their carefree light. And, now spill it out, why are you here? Oh. Idalia laughed, remembering her reason for coming here. Your daughter woke up, dear brother. It's been 5 years, added to that, she grinned madly. Isn't it a great news? Soon, the family would be whole. Though I am afraid, it won't happen. They locked their golden eyes together. I don't want our secret to be known after all. So, she shrugged, she must forget once more. Chapter 396, The Path of Cosmos. In normal case, 5 years were not enough to completely take over a world. It was, after all, a difficult task for anyone who was not at world dominator rank. Dominating a world meant making the will of that world kneel in front of you in complete submission, but that was easier said than done, as the will had this instinctive feeling to rebel at any invasive force and that, no matter what, and to protect themselves and their inhabitants, they were ready to use everything at their disposal, in the same way they did, by choosing Noah to go against the champions of the factions. But there were some cases where resistance was a futile attempt, and where the will had no choice but to submit. That was what happened with the wives of the absolute deity, the silver goddesses. Each of them infiltrated the world assigned to them, a world that was tailored for each of them and where they would put into use their different characteristics. Selene obtained an ice-type world, the livings being inside were some sort of frost golem. The world was constantly ravaged by ice storms day and night. Well, depending on how they divided their day cycle, there was also Emmy, who found herself in a world of merchants. The inhabitants of that world were goblins, but a variant of them. Those goblins were all gold-skinned and even their teeth were made of gold. In that world, the affinity to gold was one widespread and common to all. Their hierarchy was structured depending on how much gold one had in their possession. In that world, Emmy's influence began to cover all beings, showing well why Noah made her the Elisiari of gold. Not only the two, there was Red, who appeared in a world of berserkers where war was a custom, blood their ink to write stories, and peace an insult to their honor. There was Alice, who found herself in a world of mermaids whose voice could enchant even the strongest man. For Aphasia, a world where people used spirit contracts to fight and progress in their power. The moment she stepped into that world, the world itself evolved from mid-rank to high rank. The will was stupefied. But there was no reason. As Aphasia was, after all, the ruler of a majority of spirits. Despite not being one, Esther had no need to fight. The Shadow Realm was already hers, so she just needed to consolidate her power and step into world dominator. For her, the wives refused to acknowledge her eligibility in their conquest. Then Neko, a world where cats could grow to be everything and anything. Even dragons. Next was Lucy, one of crows. Solaris's case was more subtle, for Noah sent her in one in the brink of destruction with a world war between two species. One called Recudal, blue-skinned with the power of physical matters. The other Crudal, red-skinned with the power of thought. There, she chose Crudal and used her power over faith to make them win. It was dreadful to see. Illyra found herself not in a world but in a sort of star. An incredibly rare soul star that produced soul-like beings. These beings were eerily similar to the ones she had inside herself. There, for the first time in a while, she used the souls inside her body to infiltrate the population and take over. Justitia found herself in a world where justice lacked, and people craved for one. She gave them that justice. But one with a steep price. And that price was paid by the will of that world. Anya was swimming in a star of destruction. And there, she did the only thing she was good at. She caused destruction until destruction itself began to obey. Dominique and Lilith's situations were peculiar. Their worlds were the same but cut into two by some cosmic event in the past. So it was comical and entertaining to witness the mother-daughter duo working hard to surpass each other. In the same way, there was Emily and Sophie finding themselves in elemental worlds of their own affinity. Sari's chosen world was one of tranquility. Nothing bad was happening. So with her power of unseen, she slowly brought all the leaders of that world under her control before forcing the will to kneel. Yuki was in a world where swords were the only weapon and the only path to power. She reincarnated herself into a 17-year-old and in 5 years took over the whole world with only a wooden sword she picked up on a road. Apollonia appeared in complete and utter darkness. Quite weird, she thought, for she was the only one not in her own element. Yet she smiled. For with her, let there be light, that world came to know light and came to worship her because of that. Then came Zara, the weaver of hearts, who spawned in a world of humans. And what was easier than controlling the emotions of humans? With no mercy left in her, she blackmailed the will of the world to either accept her dominion or she would manipulate the humans and make them do what they were good at, destruction against themselves. One could divine the answer of the will. It was not only them, as the maids also acted in their own way. In their own designated worlds, each one of them fought in their own way, choosing their own strategy, and yet in some twist of fate, or maybe causality or even destiny, they all finished after 5 years in Leia's time, and returned back home and all, at the same exact time. Leia and Earth had now the same time. So 5 years also passed inside it, nothing yet happened on Earth. Nothing the mundane could ever understand, that is, because deep in the underground of Earth, in a place only known to a chosen few, an experiment with the potential to change the whole life on Earth was unfolding. Eva Dam could be seen amidst a forest of transparent glass tubes, machines emitting beeping sounds, and all kinds of electronically controlled devices swirling around the white space non-stop. He wore a white blouse, a pair of brown glasses framing his brown eyes. His eyes were fixed on a transparent tube behind the barrier, where there was a male human inside, eyes closed peacefully as if in sleep. Eva Dam observed the slight trembling along the man's skin and the soft twitch of his index finger. He detached his eyes from the man himself and looked at the monitor at his right, which showed the heartbeat but also the complete genetics of the man. It was a strange one to say the least. This man had something special in him. On his DNA, a part of it could be seen glowing a soft silvery light. Eva Dam had studied that light, and found out it did nothing to the man except enhancing his adaptability by 5%. He was not the only one. Eva Dam had found the same silvery glow in multiple others, male and female, old and young, and even in some wild animals. Some of them only had around 2 to 5% enhancement, others went as high as 50 or even 70%. The highest he met for now was 73%, and weirdly, all of them were from Paris. Eva Dam suspected it to be the work of Noah, but having no proof and unwilling to waste his time on that, he didn't bother thinking more about it. He was beyond thrilled, as with this effect that did nothing but simply made humans use more of their potential. He had a much wider range to study and ponder the evolutionary path for humans. Doubtlessly, his intention for now was based on genetics. Eva Dam knew he could create a power system for all mankind with genetics as the base. Thrilled, he continued his work. He took out a notebook, a pen and began to write. Project, Evolutionary Path for Humanity. Test subject Rabik and degree 0. Let's begin. Eva Dam was not the only one finding a lead in his creation of his power system. Noah also did. Though for him, it was not simply a lead, it was the completion of his power system. Deep inside the White Castle, in a realm hidden between the folds of space of Lei, Noah was hovering in the air. Sitting cross-legged, his eyes were closed, his hair glittering softly behind him, and a deep unfathomable aura was gouging out of his body in cascading waves. It was not an aura of power, nor one caused by a special technique, no. That aura was simply one of enlightenment. And it blanketed the whole white realm. He slowly inhaled, then exhaled rhythmically through his nose. A silver fog escaped from it, glowing as if stars were hidden inside it, hazing the world around him. I understand it now. Noah whispered, his voice hoarse and dry. This was the first time he spoke in 5 years. His enlightenment began to coalesce inside his mind, and slowly a straight invisible ladder began to emerge from it. Leading him toward his power system, his understanding crystallized more and more. Primordial energy of the universe. Worlds. Stars. Dungeons. Absorb. Gate. Warren. He continued to whisper, how should I call it? Oh yes, Buntu, I need a main world. Lay? Of course. I need to lose all of my power to restart. Okay, I will give it to Lay, I see. I see. I understand, a swirling gate of cosmic energy called Buntu. The gate will operate with primordial energy, the sum of all types of energies existing in this universe. The gate, Buntu, will absorb worlds, stars, and fragments of dungeons. Not just any, as each of them must be a special type of world, for I will need the origin of that type to completely make it one with Buntu. He paused, digesting the information. Then slowly, each world, star, and dungeon absorbed becomes mine, and with that, their unlimited power. The only limit would be my imagination. A world of ice with the origin of ice would give me unlimited control over frost, none being my equal. The white realm began to quiver. I need to separate it into stages. For now, I only have one, and that's the first stage. The first stage shall be called the First Warren Gate. The white realm began to fracture, a stage where I form my main world inside the Buntu. A world that will be the heart of Buntu, and his main world would be Lay, who would take all of his current power of providence, only to give it back to him when the first Warren would be formed. Space shards began to rain down on him as Noah concluded his enlightenment. This, he whispered, is my power system. The Path of Cosmos, DINNNGGGG, Chapter 397. Please, don't look at me, the goal has always been perfection. Well, no actually. In the beginning, all Noah wanted to do was to survive in a world where he could be killed as easily as one killed an annoying fly. But along the way, as he improved, as he learned of the world, the factions, and the universe as a whole, somehow he started to reach out to the dream of perfection. Where that dream came from and why he held it dear in his heart, Noah could not tell, yet he felt it, he wanted it, so he walked toward it, and along that path, one day he came to face a wall disguised as a question. A question he had to answer in order to go beyond and above. A simple one, yet a difficult one. What was perfection for him, as there was no way one could chase something without knowing what exactly they were chasing? Noah took that question seriously and began to ponder. Needless to say, he didn't manage to find the answer he sought himself. To know what perfection meant for him, he needed to know himself to a frightening degree. Something he didn't quite achieve. Noah knew himself enough, but each of his wives knew him in their own unique way. So instead of making more introspection, Noah asked his wives what it would mean for him to be a perfect being for them. Yes, for them, not for himself, not for anything else, but for them, for they planned to be together to eternity and beyond, making them the only ones qualified to dictate his path. It was them who would have to support him, after all, and their answers surprised him, to say the least. All of them said one thing about how he could be perfect for them. It was not about love, for they knew he loved them more than enough. It was not about attitude, for they liked their Noah just as he was, cocky, arrogant, and most importantly, loving. For them, Noah was already perfect in every sense of the term. They had nothing truly to complain about, but if they must, then for them, Noah being perfect, or rather, as they preferred to say, for him to be complete, meant simply to be above everything and anything, and that even included the records. It meant to hold within him everything a world, a galaxy, a universe, a reality could possibly offer, to be the one and only, to be the cosmos, that was not him being perfect. That was him being what he was always meant to be, and for them, the path of cosmos, Noah declared, that was how they viewed perfection for Noah. DINNNGGG, a loud, heavy chime reverberated through Noah's skull, one given by the records. They spoke. Noah Weaverheart, you are attempting to create a very unique pathway of power, a worthy deed, yet to make it into completion and bring it to life, you must pass a trial as any creator of a pathway has done before you. Noah smiled faintly. Must I, really? That is the law. Who created this law? And why? The pillars created it. The records didn't answer the second question, yet Noah did not need the answer as providence already acted, making him instinctively know the danger behind such an endeavor. He felt that he shouldn't pass the trial, for that would mean exposing his power system and with that its potential and implications in the future. Noah was strong and talented in that, beyond even the mind of a progenitor, but he was no fool to believe he could go against the will of the pillars or even fool them. Looking at how the records said their name with a touch of solemnity Noah didn't miss, but if he was not able to fool them, then certainly, you can, right? He said simply to the records. He didn't specify anything about what he meant, yet, we could. The records didn't need the full picture to understand the mind of their most favored being. They had observed him enough to know how Noah's thought processes worked. Noah's lips curled up pleasingly. The cost, 2 of 3 lives we owe you. Noah tilted his head, curious yet feeling a very real sense of danger. The records had promised to save him 3 times when death came knocking at his door. And now, they asked 2 of the 3, that meant the act of only hiding himself from their eyes was worth him dying twice. One would think it was nothing, but Noah was someone whose true name alone killed beings standing near the top of the universe. Only true name, he didn't even attack or anything. And yet, Noah's smile widened. Take it, silence settled once more in the White Realm. Noah didn't know if the records had done something or not, as he didn't feel anything and they no longer spoke. But believing in his lovingly sugar mommies or daddies, he never discriminated. Noah exhaled to release the breath he didn't know he was holding. He shook his head, dispelling the apprehension that was beginning to creep in, and focused on the current situation. Behind the door of his realm, he could feel the presence of his wives. They had come back, and they all came back with the aura of a world dominator. He smiled proudly, happy for them, and decided to not make a fool of himself and finish the establishment of his power system. He needed to construct his first warren, and for that he needed a main world. Noah had chosen Lay, as Earth was already his heart, and he had planned to give his providence power to Lay, to make it a world of providence. That meant he would need the origin of fate, destiny and causality to make Lay fully assimilate into his Ubuntu. And when that thought came to mind, seems like you are about to get a body, Providence. Noah whispered to himself, smirking, aren't you eager, darling, you made me wait so long. Providence complained, you know exactly why, right? Noah chuckled as he raised his head to the sky. Slowly, threads began to appear above him, flooding the entire sky into an infinity of threads, all glowing in silvery colors. Did you finally find them? She asked, her tone holding an obvious note of eagerness. She had been waiting for so long. Noah's eyes shifted and became like 2 circles of swirling and undulating silver threads. His face split into a smile. No, he said, making Providence about to whimper in exasperation before he swiftly continued. Not all of them, at least. Only one. Who? Hope flickered inside her voice. Noah didn't answer immediately once more, his eyes fixed on one specific brown thread amidst the infinity of silver ones he was seeing. It was a thread he first saw when he was interrogating Klaus and Rue, and more specifically when he was using causality to attack. He didn't think much of it back then, and with the matter of Elizabeth and Apollonia, it completely slipped past his mind. But now he knew. And he was becoming surer and surer the more he looked at it and saw the thread slowly wiggle and try to hide itself among the others, as if shy to be stared at so openly. Causality, Noah spoke, and the thread shivered like a thief caught red-handed. No need to hide, I saw you, he smiled, why don't we talk? I have a deal for you. Providence didn't speak, afraid to disturb Noah. The thread, now colored a weird shade of brown and pink, was still trying to escape, and it was about to succeed. Only, Noah sighed, then in one single motion his right hand shot forward, shrinking space as if it was paper folding upon itself, then grabbed the brown thread from the sea of silver threads, causing a boyish yelp of surprise to echo around. Noah didn't let go, and placed the thread in front of him, locked into multiple timelines. He suddenly raised an eyebrow observing the thread, feeling not an emotion of fear from it but one of deep shyness. His puzzlement soon shifted as understanding dawned upon his mind. He grinned, hear me well, causality. He whispered, leaning his face forward, you seem to be afraid of people, don't you? How? How do you know? A surprised voice came out of the thread, then, oh no. Oh no. I talked to Mr. Noah. Big sisters will be angry. Oh no. What should I do? Mr. Noah. What should I do, please? Tell me. Tell me, but please, don't look at me, please. Silence. Words were lost inside Noah's mouth for a brief moment before an evil grin split his face. How wonderful, he intoned, then, causality, you see I am quite in a rush, okay? So do me a favor and tell me where those big sisters of yours are? What? Oh. Mr. Noah. Mr. Scary Noah. Will you help me for them to forgive me? Noah grinned, but of course. I am the mender of hearts and relationships. Oh. Why you are so nice. I will tell you. But please, the thread began to enlarge until a young brown-skinned boy with tears welling up in his mesmerizing eyes came to be. He looked at Noah and hid his face with his 2 hands, while still peeking at him through the cracks of his fingers. Please don't look at me. Chapter 398, Fated, Destiny, Chaos. Noah looked at the young boy with an amused smile. The boy was truly a cute one, he remarked. He was small, like a child around 7 to 8 years old, with brown skin that shimmered like caramel under the soft light of the realm. Matching brown hair, wild and untied. His eyes were his most defining feature, brown as well but with pupils shaped like two hands facing opposite directions. On his skin were wild tattoos colored in silver and blue. As Noah looked at him with his white threaded eyes, causality was squirming on his feet, his gaze darting desperately around the space as if searching for something, anything, to rest his eyes on. Anything except Noah, yet he had no choice. Now, Noah started, making causality inevitably look at him. "How should I call you?" he asked softly, closing the distance between them. Kaus yelped at his sudden proximity. Big sisters said not talk with Mr. Noah. But Kaus already did. He was crying. Will big sisters be angry if Kaus say to Mr. Noah Kaus's name? Noah smiled. So your name is Kaus? Quite fitting, he said as he reached his hand and ruffled Kaus's hair. The boy staggered back instinctively before relaxing under Noah's touch. Noah found himself weirdly attached to this young boy. He wondered if it was because of his law? But then, why would his big sisters, who he suspected were fate and destiny, avoid him? Kaus's eyes were unconsciously closed as he enjoyed Noah's hand. Where are your sisters? Noah asked, noticing how Kaus was now more calm. Kaus exclaimed, "Big sisters are here," he answered, tilting his head cutely. Here where? Noah echoed back, confused. Big sisters are in Mr. Noah's world. Kaus answered, making Noah arch an eyebrow. In lay, he wondered, and I didn't notice it. How was it possible? In truth, he knew well how it was possible. He might have the power over the threads, but he had not been manipulating these threads for long. At least, compared to the very origin of fate and destiny, he was a novice in this field. The only reason he succeeded in spotting causality was because of Kaus's curiosity and sloppy nature. But even if he was not on their level in proficiency, if he knew what to look for and where to look, Noah grinned, then I surely can find them. With causality beside him, Noah immediately called upon all the threads of every being in lay. From his own, to his wives, to the lowest of the low, a cornucopia of threads exploded into existence before his eyes. Within a heartbeat, Noah studied all these threads, and while studying them, he noticed two anomalies. There were threads that reacted instinctively the moment he tried to touch them, unconsciously resisting his power, something impossible, for no one should even sense him using his law. Noah immediately knew it was fate and destiny, but it seemed they realized their mistake, for after that brief slip they instantly tried to behave like any other thread. Their actions were so subtle, so infinitely brief that if Noah was not fully focused, he would have missed them. His smile widened, and as if sensing something horribly wrong, the two threads began to disappear, fleeing Leia's canopy of threads toward another world. At the same time, causality began to panic once more. Mr. Noah, Kaus need to go. Big sisters are calling Kaus, he said. Release Kaus, go? Noah murmured, no one is going anywhere. With his authority of providence and the fact Lei was his world, Noah barred the two their exit, forcefully dragging them into his grasp, making them appear instantly inside the white realm. The space around shook and rattled violently, causing a wave of invisible power to slam sharply into Noah. Immense pressure bloated the entire training room, followed by a sinister force that tried to force Noah into seeing multiple possible futures at once, but Noah blocked all of them. He knew better than to witness a future he had not asked for, especially one imposed by others. Kaus beside him was shivering as he looked at the two threads hovering in front of them, the very cause of the pressure. One was silver, and the other a deep blue. Those threads were swirling and twisting constantly upon themselves, creating pocket dimensions around them that made them exist in completely different realities than Kaus and Noah, big sisters. Kaus chirped, trying to run toward his two sisters. But Noah's grip was unyielding. The two threads, seeing this, trembled with what Noah assumed to be anger, as soon after they transformed and became human-shaped, glaring at Noah with distaste. Let Kaus go, the silver girl scowled, her voice weirdly cute despite her rudeness. Holding Kaus? Not good. Bad Noah. Let go. Let Kaus go. The blue girl was soft-spoken, shaking her head left and right softly while speaking. They seemed to know him, Noah confirmed. Next, he looked at the two of them and couldn't suppress his smile. They were unfairly cute. If Kaus looked like 7 to 8 years old, then these two looked around 12. Their bodies were small and petite. The silver girl had silver hair with matching eyes. Her skin was equally silver, and on her head were two silver horns shaped like antlers. Her hands were planted on her hips as she glared at Noah angrily. Her eyes were like fractured silver glass stitched together clumsily. In the same way, the blue girl was all blue. But instead of horns on her head, she had wings on her back, one looking like a butterfly's wing. With each flap of her wings, Noah could feel the weight of destiny pressing down on him. the three origins were finally gathered: fate, destiny, and causality, the ones he needed to create Providence's body and the ones he needed for his power system. He was not worried about how he could make it possible. Providence loved him. So in theory, everything of you is mine, right? But in enhanced quality, right? The chuckle of Providence echoed deep inside his skull. Providence's affection for Noah, unmeasurable. Providence's obsession for Noah, boundless. Providence's devotion for Noah, infinite. Providence's powers belong all to Noah. So yes, Noah, I am like any of your wives. My power is yours. Though Noah could feel the confidence and laughter dancing in her tone. Though I am your most unique and most powerful wife, Noah laughed, making the three origins look at him weirdly. I have no choice but to agree on that point. But let it be a secret between us, Providence. And once you have your body, I need to explain your existence to them. What should I even say? He wondered. He never wanted to disclose his system's existence. He didn't know why, he just never felt like doing it. But how could he explain Providence's emergence? It seemed Noah was thinking too much. A skill. Providence said, I am your skill taken sentience and form. At her words, Noah couldn't help but remember that anime with a slime. He chuckled once more, agreeing with Providence, and focused back on the three origins in front of him. Good idea, he added inwardly, let Kaus go. Kaus pleaded, let Kaus go, the silver-haired girl barked, bad Noah. Let go, the blue-haired girl whispered. Noah darted his eyes around them, then smiled. Of course, I will let him go, he said, but first, do you mind we have a little talk? Not waiting for their answer, Noah clicked his fingers and summoned a bunch of pastries, tea, juice, milk, all dressed beautifully on a round table, with chairs ringing it. He sat on one of them and made Kaus sit beside him. The two sisters hesitated for a moment, but the scent of the food slammed into their noses, making them slowly sit down as well. You won't fool us with food. The silver-haired one, who called herself Fated, barked while already stuffing her mouth with pastries and apple juice. Mr. Noah, sweet Noah, the blue-haired one, who called herself Destiny, said with a smile, drinking orange juice demurely. Kaus didn't bother replying, his head already buried inside a bowl of milk. All these foods were personally made by Noah, with something even origins like them would not be able to resist. It was done with his own blood. After all, watching them, Noah once again found himself thinking of how cute and adorable they were. And that thought drifted and became something concerning, but once that thought crept into his mind, it refused to disappear. So with a wide smile, Fated, Destiny, Kaus, I have a proposal for you all, he said, making the three siblings look at him. What do you want? Spill it out. Fated growled. Trying to sound threatening, her mouth seeping milk, Noah found her adorable instead. You know who I am, and you know my power, he started. Instantly, they all became serious. Even Kaus, you know I hold power over your concept and your origin. You might be more adept than me at using your own power for now, but I do not need to tell you that going against me is a fool's dream. Their expressions tightened. Fated, try and see the fates of you all if you went against me. Fated did not try. She had no reason to, she already knew, it was something she would rather forget. And something she did all she could to avoid. But she came to realize they couldn't. Noah was the embodiment of Providence. They might have the origin, but he was born to be their ruler. They could feel it, even their presence in Lay was something they should have never attempted, yet they did, drawn in by him and his uniqueness like a moth to a flame. Seeing them understand, Noah smiled and waved his hand slowly. Why so serious? He chuckled. All of this is just for you to consider my proposal. What, pray tell, proposal, sweet Noah? Destiny asked. Noah paused, then slowly, while looking at each of them respectively, you three are such a trio of cute siblings despite being origins as old as the universe, he grinned. How about becoming my adopted children? Chapter 399, Children of Noah Weaverheart. While Noah was trying to coax three origins to be his adopted children, outside of his training white realm, the wives were already gathered, waiting for him to finish his task but also glaring at each other. Now, Celine began, smiling, while we wait for Noah to finish his work, why don't we decide the winner, the winner? Aphasia echoed, how should we decide it if we all came at the same exact time? Her voice was bitter. She believed she was the first one to finish her ascension, only for her belief to evaporate like smoke once she came back at the same time as her sisters. Weird, Apollonia interjected, putting her smooth golden white hand on her chin. Don't you find all of this too bizarre? She asked, her vitiligo skin shining with mesmerizing luster under the soft light of the room. The fact we came at the same time? Lilith guessed with a grin. Yes, Apollonia nodded. It's too perfect and too convenient, don't you think? One would believe someone made sure we all came at the same time, and that no matter who finished first. She said while looking at her sisters with a soft knowing smirk, and I guess we all know who did that, she added. Celine shrugged, maybe. Maybe not, she said, and does it matter, we still need to decide the winner, she continued, and maybe it's not obvious enough but I am quite motivated to have my 1 year time alone with my dear son. You see. She whispered, the room beginning to frost. Ice began to slither around the floor and the wall, so why not do it like the old times, she proposed at last. Red and Anya began to grin. Oh, I know where you were going, Celine, Red laughed. Are you sure you want to do this? Celine only stared at them with smirking eyes, her expression dripping with confidence. It seems she is serious, Valera added, then she laughed. Yemi, meanwhile, was looking at them with puzzled eyes, confusion clear on her beautiful face rimmed with golden glasses. Ha! She began awkwardly, raising her hand as if asking for permission to speak. I don't understand. Like, what are we going to do? Fight? She asked. Causing the women to stare at her weirdly. Fight? Alice repeated, then laughed. How silly. We would never fight among ourselves, Sister Emmy. We don't want to anger Noah, then what? Emmy asked just as she witnessed each of the women taking out an artifact shaped like a camera. Puzzled, she stared at her sisters and found them already in a circle, grinning maniacally. I will certainly win today. Esther said, before all the other girls stared at her scornfully. Stay out of this, Esther. You are not eligible. They said in perfect sync, before focusing back on the game. Esther's lips twitched. Next, Emmy witnessed how each of her sisters took out pictures of Noah. Seeing them, Emmy's eyes widened in surprise before she struggled to contain her laughter. Not only her, each of them was trying hard not to laugh. All the pictures they had taken out were the most embarrassing they got of Noah, and once they put all the pictures on a table made of ice created by Celine, they began to exchange glances at each other. Then slowly, the one who has the most embarrassing picture of Noah will win, Celine declared, confident in her victory thanks to her station as Noah's mother. Yet the result of this little conquest would disappoint all of them, except one unexpected winner. While his wives were in the process of shaming him, Noah was still waiting for the answer of the three origins. Needless to say, Noah's proposal left them wide-eyed, unable to properly process what they had just heard. It was not the first time powerful beings all around the universe came to them and asked for their origin, proposing many kinds of benefits and rewards, one of them always being the promise of taking their concept to a whole new level. But never had someone dared to ask them to be their adopted children. To begin with, no one would even think of that. It was so absurd and unexpected that they were struggling to react properly. You truly dared, Noah. Providence whispered inside his mind. Noah only smiled as he raised his arm and wrapped it around Kaus's shoulder. His action made the minds of the three siblings drag themselves back up to the current situation. I don't need much introduction, Noah began, his tone light and gentle, but I will still tell you some of the things you will get by accepting my offer. Fated bit her lips, trying to control her rude tongue. Destiny nodded softly at his words, while Kaus was looking at the bowl of milk as if that was all that mattered to him now. Knowing he had their attention, he continued smoothly, first of all, you will get many mothers who will shower you with unbearable love. He started with so much energy the siblings began to feel it enter their being. Unconsciously, they began imagining having so many mothers, without forgetting that you will also have two older siblings. They are quite something, but they are good children and will certainly support you if needed. And oh well, they might be weaker than you for now, but be careful, he grinned, their destiny is as glorious as anything this universe has to offer. Or even more than it, the siblings arched an eyebrow at his words, finding it surprising. They did not doubt Noah's words, for he had no reason to lie. That meant they would have siblings at the top of the universe in due time? Now they were slowly being sold. Added to that, Noah continued, you will go far and above any concepts. With your origin in my hands, there is no doubt I will make it reach a higher level, all while giving you the highest authority under mine. He stared at them seriously. Your freedom, too, would not be restricted and here, all of them began to relax completely, finding all this quite beneficial. He next pointed at the foods on the table. You would also have the opportunity to eat this many good foods anywhere and anytime. And here, they were sold, completely. Kaus snapped his head towards him faster than thought. Kaus accept. Kaus wanted to be Mr. Noah's son. Fated and Destiny were more reserved, but even they knew there were barely any choices. They could not escape this man no matter what they did. And even if by miracle they succeeded, they were not fools to not know he would come after them, and they would certainly not like the outcome. They knew, since the moment they had been dragged here. that they would end up giving their origin to this man, but even they did not expect him to ask them to be his children. They might have the shape of a child, but they were anything but. They were as old as the universe, yet somehow, they couldn't help but like the idea of being his children as they looked at him with his calm and gentle smile, his arm around Kaus in a friendly manner while giving him food continuously and cackling at how fast Kaus was. We accept? Fated asked Destiny through Mind Link. Destiny smiled. Sweet Noah is sweet. And gentle. And powerful. So accept we shall. Fated smiled too, before she immediately erased that smile, humphed rudely and snapped her head to the other side. It seems we have no other choice but to accept. She scowled at Noah. You better take care of us, sweet Noah. We agree. Destiny said while nodding slowly. Oh. Kaus is happy. Kaus chirped. They actually accepted. Providence added with a low chuckle. Day by day Noah continued to surprise her. And now he had made 3 origins his children. With a wide beaming grin, from now on, you 3 are the children of Noah Weaverheart, he declared, and the space around them began to vibrate. He continued without minding it. He looked at Fated. You are now Fated Weaverheart. Fated shivered. Something inside of her began to shift. Noah's eyes slid toward Destiny. You are Destiny Weaverheart. Again, Destiny trembled unconsciously. Next he looked at Kaus. And you, dear youngest, you will be Kaus Weaverheart. Kaus's body quivered. Soon, all of them began to glow with a translucent light. At the same time, an overwhelming presence descended in the White Realm, and the records spoke once more. A ridiculous feat has been performed. This time, Noah could sense the obvious amusement of the records. Noah Weaverheart, you never cease to surprise us. You have made 3 conceptual origins take and form your children, giving them your name they shall bear until the end of time. Glorious, you have received a new title, Father of Origins. Then slowly, Noah. You are so magnificent. Chapter 400, Providence's Body, the Father of Origins. Noah himself felt the heaviness of the title pressing down on his chest and his mind as the records screamed it into his skull. It was no simple matter, he realized, to be the father of beings like Origins. They were special, after all. Beings who were the very personification of concepts and so had absolute control over them. They were born at the top of power. Lucky, one would believe, if they didn't know the cost, that is. After all, they were limited to never go further than their birthright. It was despairing to many of them, for living such a long life without progressing a single step forward was a different kind of agony few would ever truly understand. Noah, too, would never understand their pain. That was exactly why people like legacy bearers existed. For different from the origins, they could still take the concept further than what was initially birthed, and those who succeeded were as dreadful as few in this universe, their power able to shake the entire universe, making them worthy opponents of progenitors, and that was what Noah would soon be. But different in a kind of way, he smiled faintly, understanding the effect that came with his new title. The Father of Origins title gave him the ability to involve the characteristics of the origins into his bloodline, meaning, it could take the very thing that made the origins special and add it inside his Elasiari bloodline. And what made them special was simply their authority over their own concept, so if Noah added their specialty into his blood, it would make it so anyone fighting against his family by using either fate, destiny, or causality would find themselves unable to use their power correctly in front of them. Crazy. He thought, this family of mine is becoming more obscene as time goes. It was honestly becoming scary at this level. Yet he only grinned wider, for that had always been his goal, to create such a family that the simple utterance of their name would make the universe fold upon itself in trepidation. Anything less would be an insult. Daddy! Kaus suddenly called, making Noah halt his swirling thoughts and look at him. It was weird to be called Daddy, he mused briefly. But somehow, he liked the sound of it. Then his eyes settled on Kaus and he noticed that there was something hovering just above his outstretched palm. It was a small ball of clustered brown threads rotating around itself continuously. Each full rotation made the thread of causality around the space and inside Noah's body rattle sporadically. It was not only Kaus. Fated and Destiny, too, were the same. For Fated, it was only one silver string of thread so infinitely thin that even Noah needed to squint his eyes to be able to see it. The thread was undulating softly like waves on an ocean. Around the thread were visions of multiple realities stacked upon each other. Noah found rather disturbing scenes inside some of them. Universe exploding? Beings with no eyes and noses attacking the universe? Questions began to sprout inside his mind only to die down mysteriously as his eyes rested upon Destiny. For Destiny, it was one shaped like a key. It was blue in color and made of condensed blue threads. Looking at it, Noah could see the destiny of beings he didn't even know. These were the three origins of fate, destiny, and causality, and with each of them being wide open, his white realm was straining under their weight. Not only his white realm, the whole world of Lei was shaking because of them. Only then did Noah remember that Lei was still a middle-ranked world. She needed to evolve, he decided. Here, take it. You better keep your promise, oh dear father. Fated growled with sarcasm in her voice, sweet father. Here. Destiny said while, once again, nodding slowly with a soft smile. Noah didn't hesitate. With a beckoning gesture of his hand, all three origins drifted towards him and stopped an inch from his face. He stared at them and felt the overwhelming and dense pure energy of fate, destiny, and causality. His lips curled up slowly. Thank you, darlings. He whispered to his new children. Kaus blushed, turning his face away in shyness, hiding his face with his small hand. Fated scoffed while snapping her head away, her hands on her flat chest. A hint of blush visible on her face. Destiny nodded slowly, smiling. You know what to do, right? He said inwardly, of course. Providence eagerly responded. At the same time, Noah linked himself with Lei. Lovely sister, it's time for you to be a high-ranked world. Take the core of Thorn, use the primordial energy of the universe and evolve now. Immediately, Lei was swimming in a multicolored pool peacefully when Noah's voice echoed deep inside her head and startled her. She immediately stood up, water dripping down her body, and ran to begin the process, her face bearing a wide-open smile. Finally. She shrieked in joy as she took the core of Thorn and started the process. At the same time, Noah spoke to his wives. Lei is going to upgrade. Please, lovely wives, take care of the people for me, okay? Solaris, especially you. His voice interrupted Yuki's gloating for winning the contest, making them immediately